ನೆಗಿ ನೆಗಿ ಹುಟ್ಟ ಹಿಂಗಾಲ ಮಾಳಂ ಹಾಡು ಕೊಡುವ ಬಿದಿ ಬಿದಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕಷ್ಟಾಳಾಲ ಮಾರಾಳು ಸೀಮ್ ಅಳುವ ಇಂಪಾಲಿಗ ಮುರಾಗ Hilaka kumacha apurala aluwala olwala jasala nattala ulwa Hilaka kumacha apurala aluwala olwala jasala nattala ulwa Hilaka kumacha apurala aluwala olwala jasala nattala ulwa Hilaka kumacha apurala aluwala olwala Rabberavi mave save jassalamunda Hilaka kumacha apurala aluwala olwala jasala nattala ulwa Hilaka kumacha apurala aluwala olwala jasala nattala ulwa Hilaka kumacha Negi negi hutta hingaಲ ಮಾಳಂ ಹಾಡು ಕೊಡುವ ಬಿದಿ ಬಿದಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕಷ್ಟಾಳಾಲ ಮಾರಾಳು ಸೀಮ್ ಅಳುವ ಇಂಪಾಲಿಗ ಮುರಾಗ Hilaka kumacha apurala aluwala olwala jasala nattala ulwa 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 matida Rabbe ravi mave save jassalamunda Hillaga gumacha amrala aduwala odwala jassala nattala puwadwa Hillaga gumacha amrala aduwala odwala jassala nattala puwadwa Hillaga gumacha Hillaga gumacha amrala aduwala odwala jassala nattala puwadwa 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 Hillaga gumacha amrala aduwala odwala jassala nattala Malufati matida Rabbe ravi mave save jassalamunda Hillaga gumacha amrala aduwala odwala jassala nattala puwadwa Hillaga gumacha amrala aduwala odwala jassala nattala puwadwa Hillaga gumacha Malufoti matida, rapperavi, ma vestave già salamunda. Hillaka kumacha, amrala, haluala, olwala, jasala, nattala, pualwa. Hillaka kumacha, amrala, haluala, olwala, jasala, nattala, pualwa. Hillaka kumacha. Hillaka kumacha, amrala, haluala, olwala, jasala, nattala, pualwa. 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 Hillaka kumacha, amrala, haluala, olwala, jasala, nattala, Malufoti matida, rapperavi, ma vestave già salamunda. Macha, Rala, Aduala, Urvala, Jasala, Natala, Purva, Ilaka Macha, Rala, Aduala, Urvala, Jasala, Natala, Purva, Ilaka Macha. Hillaka kumacha apurada Kakumacha, Rala, Aluala, Urbala, Jasala, Natala, Purva, Illa Kakumacha, Rala, Aluala, Urbala, Jasala, Natala, Purva, Illa Kakumacha. Kakumacha, Apurala, Aluala, Urbala, Jasala, Natala, Purva, Illa Kakumacha, Apurala, Aluala, Urbala, Jasala, Natala, Purva, Illa Kakumacha, Apurala, Aluala, Urbala, Jasala, Natala, Purva, Illa Kakumacha, Apurala, Aluala, Urbala, Jasala, Natala, Purva. Malufati matida, Rabberavi, Mavestave, Jassalamunda. Hillaka Kumacha, Rala, Aluala, Urbala, Jasala, Natala, Purva. Kakumacha, Rala, Aluala, Urbala, Jasala, Natala, Purva, Illa Kakumacha. Kakumacha, Apurala, Malufoti matida, rapperavi, mave save jassalamunda. Hillaga kumacha, rala haduala, orvala jassala, nattala purva. Hillaga kumacha, rala haduala, orvala jassala, nattala purva. Hillaga kumacha. Hillaga kumacha, apurala haduala, orvala jassala, nattala purva. 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 Apurala haduala, orvala jassala, nattala purva. Hillaga kumacha, apurala haduala, orvala jassala, nattala purva. Hillaga kumacha.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of competition at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. And it's a pleasure to be bringing you this event from the beautiful island of Male here in Maldives. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, Bago. Looking forward to another day of high-octane action out there in the lineup. The waves are pumping. We've got glassy conditions today. Plenty of wedges out there, and the stuff that I've seen going down this morning has pushed it up a level again. We've got 2 rounds of junior men, we've got 2 rounds of men, and we've got 1 round of women, so plenty to see today.
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday was a great day of action. We advanced a lot, and we have a couple heats left from the round number 2 of the men. And we are going to be running the repertoire, and I think we're going to be bringing a couple of guests. So you guys have to tune in. Remember, what you have to do is subscribe to this YouTube channel and follow us in the official social media of the IBC World Tour. And of course, follow also this event, the Visit Maldives Pro, in this third edition. So we are very excited to be back. Let's hit the water. So we want to show you the conditions. It dropped a little bit, I think, but it's super organized. I saw a lot of A-framing waves. You were out today, so how was it?
Yeah, it's good. Jay and I had a quick surf, paddled out on dark, had a couple of waves to ourselves. Then it was suddenly surrounded by the top bodyboarders in the world, but that was good to see them performing, you know. There was some really, really good wedging left-handers again. Me and Jay ended up sitting over on the right and kind of watching the action because we were letting the guys train, you know. But it was, there was barrels, there was bowls. I saw Jan Salon, an amazing left-hander, and he did 2 backflips and a reverse off the lip, and it was like, wow, can it get any better than that?
For sure. Let's hit the water, please, director, so we can we have view of what's happening. So you can see very nice conditions. Although, you know, you tend to think there's wind, but it's not really affecting, you know, actually it's even a little bit of an offshore right now. So Barunula, Ralugando, the name of this spot, the unique surfable spot of the Male Island, which is the capital city of the Maldives. And it's actually super well located, super accessible, and it's got, you know, the options of, you know, surfing. I will say at least 2 peaks of each side. And, you know, you could use 2 different rights or 2 different lefts in here. And sometimes I even have seen 3 or 4 peaks of each side. What do you think?
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's so user-friendly. Just looking out at the lineup now, you can see the bridge over on the right-hand side. So just so that the viewers can get their head around it, you jump in the water, there's a current on the inside that takes you from left to right towards the bridge, which is super fortunate because when you find yourself near the bridge, you can paddle out with a dry hair paddle out, you know. So it's almost like just being able to cruise out without needing to do many duck dives at all. Then you paddle across where the buoy is out there. You just paddle to the left of that, and that's where the left-hand peak is. You can line up with contest control, and that's the perfect spot to get the lefts. But like you said, each set delivers three or 4 peaks, and you can have all riders up at once, which is always challenging for the judges. But yeah, hunting the best waves is what's going to define who wins the heats today.
I mean, I believe the criteria, it's almost the same at all times. So we have a first rider there. You know, the judges, they know the potential of this wave, and they want, you know, the maneuvers to be performed in a critical sections. And let's see. Right, so the first wave, and I know it's a Maori Laverne. We haven't presented the heat yet. We're waiting for that. But that's a Maori Laverne. I mean, it's impossible not to recognize him for his style. And, of course, we know him very well. So first blood for a Maori Laverne. We are waiting for the scores. We know, people. We're sorry. We're going to get you that super soon. The heat presentation and the scoring box is coming up. But, yeah, beautiful morning. Thank you so much, Director. That's a Maori Laverne from Reunion Island. Of course, that belongs to to France. And we have Aremides Oliveres from the Canary Islands. He's a current World Tour ranking leader. We have Sami Labi from Morocco, and Edwin Aldana from Venezuela, the sole Venezuelan rider in this event. And remember, people, these are non-elimination heats, which means that no one's leaving competition. Only first and second will get. We're gonna go back to that.
Nice. So yeah, Amaury took off and he hunted that left and got a nice little bowl to start the day. So he's got those ARSs on lock. He's never going to not land that, you know. The guy's a machine. I had a chat to him before his heat this morning. He was super focused, really grateful to be here again. He's been on to so many tour events around the world, and he's just still got the hunger. It's great to see. Probably the fittest guy on tour, you know. He's trained so hard. He's super focused on his approach to bodyboarding and his fitness that he does on dry land. He's recently been over to England and surfed the Wave, which is the wave pool over there, so that was quite cool to have him on UK shores. But as we know, he resides in the bodyboarding hub of Galda, Gran Canaria, so he gets to surf the most sucky, barreling, epic, slabby waves on a daily basis, and that is totally clear in his approach today. You can see with that epic start to the heat. So let's see what score he gets. That's going to drop any second. The judges will always give a lot of considerations to those early scores. So he's got a 5.75. They liked what they saw, Bego.
Yeah, I mean, all right. So what you're seeing there, it's not right. They're fixing the scores. I'm sorry. Yeah, Marty was super smart to find that nice wave, you know, and perform one of his back flips. And no one else has actually taken any wave. But yeah, right. The judges, they know the potential. They know what can be done. You know, we have a 2 times world champ in the water, which is Amaury Laverne, and one of the usual suspects to take, you know, the events and advance many rounds. And we have the current young 22 years old rankings leader. And we have a pretty cool, we're going to be showing you today a pretty cool graphics that shows the wins, the victories that each rider that is surfing in this, special round, which is a non-elimination, has. All right, this I think it's Edwin. Is that, no, it's not Edwin. Well, I think it's a rider, the Moroccan rider. It is. Yeah,
Sami Labi in blue. So he's got stuck into that one. Well, he's off the mark now. He's got his first wave bagged, so he'll be happy to be off the mark. But we've got a, so just to kind of give the viewers a little bit of feedback about the judging, it's a big decision, the first score of the day. The reason that needs, here we go, quick replay. I'll move on to that in a second. Foam roll. Didn't supply him the lip that he was hoping for, but he made the best of it. It's gone foamy on the inside, and that's more like it. He gave himself the opportunity to boost an ARS out of that bowl by lining it up really well. So yeah, the judges will recognize that as a reasonable score. So going back to what I was saying, Amaury's first wave, they pondered upon the score because they will reflect on what that wave in regards to how they score the waves of the for the rest of the heat. So that one got 5.75 that Amaury had, and then they will think about the waves that the other riders got and compare it against that. So that's Amaury again, who just unfortunately, very uncharacteristically, didn't land the roll on the right. He just came unstuck, which is very out of character, but maybe he decided he just wanted to pull out of that wave. Now paddling over on the left-hand side, going right, in white, up through the lip roll, punches out through the white water, and ready to, just got smashed by that backwash. So again, I think that's everybody in the heat now had a wave. So that was Edwin Aldana from Venezuela. Everybody, Amide Soliveres, sorry, is we're just waiting for him to get a wave. So Amaury and Armides will be surfing partners from the Canaries. You know, they're based in the same place. So I imagine that they train together, and there will be a similarity in their riding. But let's see what we get from Armides when he kicks off, because he is the hot shot of the moment. You know, leading the tour at his age is pretty incredible.
I mean, he has super. What I like about him is super humble, super cheerful. He's all the time happy, all the time. You know, It's weird because he's very young. You know, he's only 22 years of age, and you are not really used to seeing someone that young to leading the charts. And when you talk to him, he's a completely normal guy. You know, he's not
so good.
Yeah, it's super good. So around one wave here, I think it's again the Moroccan rider. He goes for the first spin. I don't think he's going to find something else. But yeah, he has been very busy. I like it.
Yeah, for sure. So Sami Labi, Just a flat reverse there, the wave kind of backed away, so over wedged, which we talked about a few times yesterday, where it kind of gets so wedged up that it backs off, and that might sound like a strange thing to say, but it's like two cross waves coming together, makes a super steep peak, but then it just peters away with no real shoulder to play on. So yeah, back to Armidas, we've got you know, great responsibility on lies with great talent, and it looks as though, you know, from what everybody seems to say, he's a super humble chap. I don't know him personally, but I'm hoping to get to know him this event. I mean, he won Brazil. He stamped his mark on the World Tour with his first win, and then he was beaten in Morocco, you know, in the final minute by Gabriel Braga. So he could have had 2 wins this year. Just got pipped at the post in Morocco. He's the under-18 World Junior champion previously, and interestingly, he's spending his time training as a nurse alongside his bodyboarding career.
He's already graduated.
Oh wow, how cool.
This year. That's crazy, man. It's you know, such a hard career.
Yeah.
And I just admire him a lot because, you know, these days the young people, they don't really choose to go to university much. But all right, so one wave here for him. Actually, speaking about the devil, nice style there with the first forward spin, goes for the roll, keeps going. I believe he's going to go for one more spin. Of course, he is a reverse, and yeah, basic, super basic combo, you know, a way to just start things easy. Just try to put some points under your belt, and yeah, hi people.
Hey guys.
We're sorry to be like that, but this is the way we work. We usually don't we're not in camera usually, and we have all of our notes and our computers and everything, so pretty cool, you know. Live action is pretty cool that you get to see that.
Snapshot of the reality.
Venezuelan.
White up, so lining up, boom, through the lip ARS. Not an easy move, kind of tweaks his board on that one. It's interesting to see that it worked for him. He landed it, came out with flow, and then a nice through the lip roll to finish off. So yeah, he's got a couple of strong moves on that, and that's what the riders are looking for, a combination of good moves. So now over on the left-hand side, just getting bogged on the landing there. Just trying to make out the color. I believe that was blue. So that was our Moroccan rider, Sami Labi. Unfortunately for him, his wave was one of the last ones of the set, which means that the surface walk was covered in foam. When it's covered in foam, it makes, you know, difficult to maneuver. So he starts and it's nice and clean. Oh, sorry. This is back to Edwin Aldana.
Edwin Aldana. Yeah, muy buena ejecución, nice execution. I would like to speak a little bit of Spanish if I could. But yeah, Edwin, he's a super good rider from Venezuela. He's not living in Venezuela. It's been a while since he moved out. Fortunately, a lot of Venezuelans, we left our country a long time ago. Myself, I left Venezuela 16 years ago. And now it's hard to know where I'm coming from. But yeah, Edwin Aldana. And one more here for Amaury Laverne. Just made a barrel there. And we don't know what happened in the rest of the wave, but we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, the streaming people is getting, you know, in the rhythm of things. I believe it's early in the morning here. Maybe they had a lot of breakfast. But yeah. All right, so that's Armidas Oliveres, and that's live action, and of course it's a nice backflip combined with the roll. So just like that mindset, you know, to start things with the basic combo. You know, he did a couple spins, a roll, and then he's like, okay, second wave is going to be actually my main score. I'm going to go for radical move. So he went for a backflip and a roll. So pretty cool. I think he's going to get a nice score.
Yeah, he just displayed his explosive style there. You know, you can see here, he's up, he's busting that nice ARS, and then he's looking for the end section maneuver. And watch this. So look how he projects his board through the lip, extends his arm, sorry, get my words right, and then boosts out in front of it. And the judges will like to see that, you know, a lot of energy. Now blue, lovely wave for blue. So Sami Labi sniffs out a lovely air section on a right-hander, connects with that bowl, launches into the air and gets some flight with his roll as he lands. So yeah, the judges have got a lot to look at now, but the scoring at the moment, we've got first place Amaury Laverne with 10.15. We've got second place Armidas Oliveres with 8.4. We've got Sami Labi from Morocco with a 6.25, and then we've got Edwin Aldana with a 3.75, but a few scores still to drop. Amaury has got the highest score of the heat so far, a 5.75. So again, reflecting back onto that wave, it was nice and clean, boosted a good size ARS, and he got rewarded for it. Speak of the devil, here he is, the man of the moment.
Right, yeah. That's another very radical to see. He's trying to copy last combo for Armides, but he actually got one more move, which was a second roll. So yeah, good battle between these two. Remember, first and second will be skipping one round, and they will be advancing directly to round number 4. And that's not happening today, so how good is that? Okay, so we have a taker on the back. Yeah, out the back. How good is to get to rest a day, you know? Edwin Aldana.
Yes, massive benefit. So here we go, white bottom turning. Up he goes, tries to get under the lip, doesn't quite cooperate, and he just pulls out of that one. So Edwin will be hunting for something that's got a bit more scoring potential than that. But reflecting back on Amaury's last wave, he's super gymnastic, super athletic, and his core is undeniably strong. You know, when you land a maneuver like an ARS and you can bounce out of it and go straight into the next maneuver, that is the hallmark of a real professional athlete, not just somebody who's good at bodyboarding and has a good technique, but somebody who has trained their core to enable them to do that. So recently I had Jeff Hubbard visit us over in the UK, and we surfed at the wave in Bristol, and he was just bouncing from one maneuver to the next. It was incredible to see.
Yeah, I watched that. That was like the tiniest that you can get.
Oh, yeah.
Though you guys did a video of like super small conditions, but it was so nice to see him surfing there. All right, so people, we apologize. We know perfectly about the scores. I know for a fact you guys want to see the scores. We're so sorry. But if you go to the IBC World Tour official website, you're going to find a button that says hits and results, or you can go to the live section and you can watch the live scoring system. Right now it's getting, we have a problem with the widget, and it's getting adapted to the live screen, but we're going to get you that in no time. So meanwhile, we can also tell you the results at this point. We have in first is Amaury Laverne with a 5.75 and a 6.75, and there I think it's Armide, and that's a very nice looking wave and goes for a good, very good backflip. So he might be changing the situation now, because Armide, he was holding a 3.5 and a 5.5. He used to be third, and Sammy used to be second, and Edwin Aldana fourth. But I believe after this wave, Armide is going to change the situation.
Yeah, I think he'll get rewarded for that. He hit the lip just a little bit low, but he's, like I said before, he's so explosive that he boosted off it. So watch this go. I think he would have liked to hit the lip a second before and get launched a little earlier. That lip was already pitching, coming down. You want to hit the lip just as it's at its most steep point. So he got pushed out in front of it. His technique is flawless, so he smoothly came out of the spin of the ARS, and the judges like to see that flow through the maneuver, you know, from hitting the lip to riding out in front of the wave. It's really impressive to the judges to see that flow.
Yep, I believe so too. And yeah, I mean, they know what they are expecting. But the good thing is that to see Sammy and Edwin also surfing super good, you know, in the case of them, anything that happens is, you know, they will be gaining with whatever results. I think the pressure is on Amaury and Armide for being, you know, top riders. Maybe we can see the rankings of 2024 rankings, or the graphics, the athlete graphics maybe. Meanwhile, we get the scores. We can show you some information. So there you go. Armides Oliveres, he's leading. Gabriel Braga, who had a birthday yesterday, in second. Tristan Robert in third. In fourth, sharing is Uri Baladão and Dave Hubbard. And who's surfing right now, it's currently holding the 9th position. So see, it's super important for Amaury, this event. As you can see, Moises Silva, he's not present in this event. Young Aymar is not here, and Isaias Ravik neither. So the rest of the riders are present here, and they're looking for very important points. And I always like to stand out that. We're going to get back to that idea.
Cool, so paddling in blue. Take off forward spin, up into a roll. It's a great angle with the drone there. So, and then another roll in the closeout. So as you can see there from this angle above, it sort of behaves like a beach break, this wave, but it's quite clearly a reef. There's a long shallow section just right there where the rider busted his final roll. I know because as I was paddling out this morning, I did a lovely duck dive into that part of the reef and just pinned there for a second. I was like, oh yeah, wow, it's a little reminder that it's there, you know. But it's not a sketchy wave, it's a fun wave, but there's definitely areas of this reef that have got little slabby sections that give you these bowls that you can launch off, you know, it gives you the extra punch. But back to the replay now.
Yeah, well, this rider is also really good, I have to tell you. I was very impressed with the Moroccans at the event that we had there, and it's so nice to see them to have another go at the World Tour coming to this event. And I thought it was a little closer for them, but it's actually a long trip either way. You know, it's at least something around the 20 hours, depending on the layover. So we have a taker there. It's all right. I knew he was going to go for an air reverse. I knew it. He didn't have he didn't have that much of projection. Some people might call it off the lead, but I do believe it was, you know, it was air. Yeah, he had some time.
Yeah, definitely.
Some air time. I'm sorry.
He got the pop, didn't he? That's the difference with these top level riders. They can pop off the air section. You know, they've got that bounce. So we'll watch it here. He's got the bowl coming towards him. Up he goes. Timing's good. From that angle, it looked more like a reverse off the lip, but from the front-on angle, you could see the bottom of his board. So he definitely got a little bit of air time, more of a little pop reverse. And yeah, it's really good technique to be able to do that. You've got to be able to get yourself contoured into that really tight cross-leg position and be able to spin very quickly on the spot. His timing was good. He found himself a nice little bowl, and that just gives us a taste of things to come when he gets a bigger air section, you know?
Yep, for sure. Well, I would like to say hi to everyone that is tuning in. Thank you for being there with us. For, you know, some people is actually waking up very early or staying up late. The Maldives is really far away from it's the center of bodyboarding, which is mainly, you know, Latin America and of course Europe at this moment. So thank you everyone for being there. And I'm just going to throw a few words for the people from Venezuela that it's tuning in. Saludos a todos los venezolanos que están presentes. Tenemos al único venezolano en este evento, que es Edwin Aldana, que es un rider alucinante, viene de Camurí, de La Guaira. Y sé que está Alben ahí sintonizando. Gracias, Alben, por estar ahí, por siempre seguirnos y apoyarnos. La verdad es hermoso ver a Maku compitiendo de vuelta en el Tour Mundial. Tuvo una época increíble en el Tour Mundial y bueno, ahora lo tenemos acá. Ojalá que se motive para seguirlo. I was just saying that Edwin, he used to be a, you know, frequent World Tour competitor back in the days of the IBA, and he represented Venezuela with a huge group of people. And it hasn't been competing too much lately. He moved out of Venezuela, I believe, something like probably 6 years ago. And wait, we're gonna get back to that idea, but that's Sammy. No, actually, he's not getting that one. But yeah, he moved out to Chile, lived in Chile for a couple of years, and now he's been living in Tenerife, and for a while.
So cool. Well, traveling is the spice of life, but let me look at this blue rider for a second. Nice little roll off the lip. I don't think it'll be a huge score, but it's going to add to his account. So we're now moving into towards the back end of this heat, and it's all to play for. So riders are looking to replace scores, you know. If they've got a lower second score, they need to replace that. This is White, up, nice roll, got above the lip line. This is Edwin, Venezuela, who we were talking about a second ago, and a second roll above the lip line. So he'll be happy with that. The judges love to see these combinations of maneuvers, and reflecting back on the highest wave score of the heat, that's goes to Amory Laverne with a 6.75. Oh, here we go, we've got a replay.
All right, so yeah, this is the last of the Moroccan rider, and yeah, roll. You know, he's actually keeping super busy. That's the right attitude. And one more for Edwin with the roll as well, trying to use that section, which is not so easy, and combined with a good projection there on that last maneuver. So yeah, Edwin Aldana. Y also, bueno, también obviamente saludar a toda la comunidad hispana, no solamente los venezolanos, pero todos los canarios que están sintonizando, los peruanos, bueno, todos los latinos, todos los españoles, toda la comunidad de habla hispana. que está acá. No hacemos casi nada de otros idiomas en este campeonato porque también por los horarios las personas que la audiencia sintoniza es más de todas partes del mundo. Pero si ustedes necesitan algo mientras yo esté, yo soy la única que habla español o portugués o francés, y si necesitan algo pues estamos a la disposición. Pero bueno, la verdad que un placer tenerlos ustedes sintonizando y tener por supuesto esta representación aquí que está grande, canaria y peruana. Y
so Amory's been waiting for this wave, biding his time. He loves his left. In he goes. Lovely bowl. Ooh, out of character. His own lovely ARS. He waited for the section, hit the bowl nicely, projected out the lip, and then just got caught because that wave was wedging, and that cross wave just caught him out. The crease in the wave is what affected his landing, made him catch his rail and not ride straight out in front of it, which is rare for him. So it just goes to show these conditions are perhaps a little trickier than initially meets the eye. I know that Jay and I surfed this morning, we said to each other, wow, you do have to hunt these waves down, you know, it's doesn't fall in your lap. You have to have specific line-up points with the stationary markers on the land, be in the right spot at the right time, and that's exactly what this guy's done. Amide in yellow from the Canary Islands, lining up for a big boost, smashes a big backflip, and then just gets munched. So he lands in the V that we were talking about yesterday. So where that lip penetrates the trough, there is an explosion of white water, and if you're not in front of that or riding on top of that, you will go down to the dark depths of the ocean below. It's very hard to land if you land in the V. So super unfortunate for him. But look over to the right side of the screen now. You see a set coming through the bridge, Bago. So bit of action.
Those kind of fooled you a little bit. And check that out. This is what I wanted to show you. Thank you, director. This is something that we prepare for this event. These are going to be the athletes, the top rider stats. And check that out. Amaury Laverne, he's got 11 event wins in his career. You can see the places where he has taken wins right there. And he is 38 years of age, and he has 2 world titles. And Armides Oliveres, 1 single win in his career. That's at Itaguachara 2024 recently. Only 22 years of age. Can we go back to the Maori graphic, please? So we can show the people how many wins and where they were. But wait a second, we're going to see this wave first for the Moroccan.
Here we go. Look at this bowl. So this is what we're here for, these big bowly lefts, and wallop hits that perfectly clean. Nice roll. Straight out in front. He's looking for some more. Will it offer a little reform for him? He's hoping so. Little forward spin. Oh, he's got the reform. And a little roll on the inside. Maybe another one. Combo-licious. He'll be happy with that one. A big move on the outside, and then a combination of moves all the way through to the inside. Right on the buzzer there, just before the horn. Be interesting to see what score he gets there. So he was in 3rd place. He was looking to replace.
It's well, with the heat, it's over. I'm sorry to interrupt you because since we don't have the scores, we were not aware of that. But yeah, heat it's over, and official results is unofficial results because we don't know what happened with this very last wave. Yeah, we don't know. Before that, it was Armide in 1st and Mauri in 2nd, but we don't know. He was looking for a 7.11. And just remember, this is a non-elimination round, and it looks like we are on a recap. Thank you. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, I've jumped into the booth here with Mr. Rob Barber. Glad to be back. That first heat set the pace for the day. A little bit slow at the beginning of the heat, right, Rob?
Yeah, it was, but there's some impressive action. You know, I love to see those lip moves towards the end. It hotted up in the last half for sure.
All right, so let's get straight into the water. Next heat already underway. This is we're closing out this round of the men's division. And we're going to take a look at a wave we already missed while we were on that quick break. Nice Rollo into the carving reverse. And just trying to get a bead on what color we're looking at here. And that rider kicks out. So, yeah, we're sorry, the glare, as you can tell, always a problem here early in the morning. So we're just trying to zero in on which competitor that was.
So that was Blue Aitor from Fuerteventura, so surfing with the Canary Islands. Yeah, Aitor was shredding yesterday. He surfed super good. I had a chat to him after his heat, and he was buzzing. You know, he's the guy we were talking about yesterday. He's a physical training instructor, so a PT. Looks after himself super well, trains hard for bodyboarding. Seems to be a common theme with these top guys, Jay.
Yeah, he looks like one of those Instagram personal trainer dudes that I see all over my feed because I'm always looking for, you know, training and health tips and stuff. And, yeah, he's got it going on out there. And, as you said, ripping yesterday, already a 5.0 on the board with that wave. So a good start for him. Always, you know, we talked yesterday, always a benefit to kick off the heat in the lead with a solid wave because then, you know, it's a mental game. Everybody else feels like they have to catch up to you, right? So, I mean, in my book, that's the way you want to start.
100%. That's the way you want to start for everybody wanting to chase you, but it's where you want to start because your strategy begins from that point. You've got your first score on the board. You can either hear from the judges or have a good idea from your experience of being a competitor what that score is likely to be, and therefore you know what you want to improve on throughout the heat because you're always looking to get 2 scores on the board and then improve on one of those scores, and you should only be taking waves that look as though they've got the potential to improve one of those scores. You agreeing with that, Jay?
Yeah, well, there you go. Some competitive tips from a former British champ right there. Take it and go with it. So speaking of taking it and going with it, we got Red up and running with 2 rolls. Maybe we can get a third one here on that inside backwash section and a couple more waves being ridden out the back. That was PLC, Pierre-Louis Costas, who is the defending champ in this event. He won this event here last year against Tanner McDaniel in the final, so he certainly will be the man to beat here in this event by virtue of that victory last year.
Yeah, he's hot stuff as always. Straight up, blasted that roll, lovely air. Slower roll on the second, he came off the bottom, and then we couldn't quite see whether he got one on the third opportunity, but I would hedge my bets that he did. It's very rare for him to miss a section. This guy trains so hard. I've never seen somebody so consistent at landing maneuvers, whether it's backflips, which he's obviously got such a strong reputation for, or more recently air forwards. He just seems to be able to land air forwards at will.
Well, 2-time world champ, 34 years old, won his titles back in 2011, 2016, and 18 event wins. One of the winningest? Jeez, that's a tough one. That's a tongue twister. Bodyboarders ever in the sport, and he has had an extensively long career, as you saw that first world title way back in 2011. And here he is 13 years later, still at the top of his game, and made it to the semifinals. To the final in the last event in Itaquachara, and there you can see why. 2 rolls and gets that third, actually ducks out on that third section, but PLC, you know, again, wants to get something up on the board there. He does so early in the going here, so good for him, man. The Frenchman on a tear already out here today.
Yeah, he's got so many years of experience winning heat after heat after heat. You would expect him to get a strong wave early on. It'd be very out of character. And here he is looking to back it up, hunting the left. Fortunately, it just backs off. So he's looking to get his 2 scores early. He's got a solid score to start, a 5. Aitor from the Canary Islands has also got a 5. And then we've got Garib Abdel Hafid from Morocco, who's got a small score, just a 1.0. Joaquin Soto from Chile is yet to get off the mark. So, yeah, it's a good start to the heat. We're the first few minutes in and all to play for.
Well, a beautiful day here at Varunala Radugandu, and here we go. Garib Abdelhafid taking off in this right-hander, goes for the backflip. He's struggling in the whitewash, and that one just stuffs him right out the back. And another one right behind it. So this is another rider on this long right-hander, just rides it right out of frame, but we pick him up again as he hammers the roll on the inside. He's struggling, and the board just comes out from under him. I believe that was Joaquin Soto getting his first wave of the heat. So a tough break for him on that one.
Yeah, good effort. It's so difficult when you get a wave that doesn't really cooperate to make it look good. You know, it's such a huge part is the wave selection. So there we go. Nice Rolo for Joaquin Soto. He looked as though he was going to have a lovely bowl to hit there, and it just didn't quite come together. Maybe perhaps his board came out of his hand or something on the landing, but yeah. Okay, I think we're going to throw over to Bego now, who's got a post-heat interview. Over to you, Bego.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, first interview of the day, and no one else that with the person that has the first spot in the rankings. So how are you feeling by winning this heat and being here in the Maldives?
Hello, everyone. So I am here again in Maldives, and I feel really well to be here again. I compete now against 3 good riders, and I pass first, so it's going to make me a little bit more focused and more happy. But it's obviously that I am a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I was gonna dig your brain, about it, because you are coming from Itacochara, your ever first win in the tour, and you are first in the charts. And I want to know if this is stressful for you. How are you coping with that situation? You are only 22 years of age. You're fairly new to the tour. So how are you feeling about that?
No, I'm always happy. I'm not really nervous. I'm as nervous as always. But I really enjoy to be in a championship again. I would like to make as well as possible, but in my mind, I want to win again to make that first position strong.
So you have that feeling about getting the title this year?
Yeah, for sure. I would like to win.
Of course. Well, do you want to say some words in Spanish for your people?
Muchas gracias a todos. Sé que algunos están por ahí en las fiestitas de los pueblos que estamos teniendo ahora en verano. Espero que me estén viendo y muchas gracias a mis sponsors también. Thank you everyone. I love you. Nos vemos en las próximas mangas.
Bueno, felicitaciones y mucha suerte para el resto del campeonato. Congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Yes, the Canarian Barbarian, Armide Salaveras. We did have an incorrect graphic there at the beginning of that interview. Sorry for that. But yes, our World Tour current leader, Armide Salaveras, taking out the field in that last heat. He will advance on to the next round. But this heat, no shortage of action. Currently PLC in second position, but leading this heat, Aitor Ojeda, really by virtue of the fact that he has 2 waves and 2 halfway decent ones. But PLC is going to pick off this little bowly left-hander. Let's see if he can get up to the lip. Of course he is able to do that and pulls off that ARS into the reverse. Going to get this little slingshot left bowl on the inside. Maybe get one more move off, but for sure he's going to move himself into that current and gets one more roll as he goes out of frame there. So PLC is going to love his second wave. That certainly will push him into the lead in this heat, or at least almost certainly.
Good, and white up and riding now. So we've got, Garib Abdelhafid from Morocco. A shorter ride, so bust a roll there. If we're looking at comparisons here with Pierre's wave that he took before, that longer ride with the combination of maneuvers will be rewarded by the judges. You know, it's all about the wave selection for these guys, and I'm going to talk through this quickly. He stalls, waits for that bowl. There's no way he's going to miss that. You know, he's trained so hard for so many years that he'll just do that with his eyes closed, and then smashing a quick reverse there. He went all the way through to the inside and got a little fun wedge on the inside that he boosted another roll on as well. So I'm sure the judges will like that. The scores will be dropping soon, Jay.
And again, sun is shining here today at Varunala Radugandu. It is the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. We got to thank our sponsors, Rob. What do you got there?
Yeah, so we've got the Visit Maldives, the title sponsor, so they're the official destination partner, so we're super grateful for them to supporting this event. That's in association with the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. Then we've got Diragu, the digital partners, followed by Muke Hotel, where us guys are staying. Great spot to stay. Baruzu Catering, One Sports with our online media partner, the official events, who are the event partner, King Sports, who are the apparel partner, Print Lab, the printing partner, and then Mujar's Art Box, who are the merchandise partner.
And let's not forget our supporting partners, the Wellness Club, DTEC, Malay City Council, MNDF, and the local police. Couldn't do it without all of those fine sponsors making this event happen for the third year. And, of course, the Maldives Bodyboarding Association hosting this event. They are so gracious and so hospitable to all of these visiting bodyboarders, all the officials and so forth. And this incredibly picturesque venue with the China-Maldives Friendship Bridge in there leading over to Valana Airport on the other island, Hulhule. And, yeah, it's just, there's a lot to look at out here, but really the focus for us is the wave action, Rob.
It is, and Pierre's stamped his mark on this heat already. For those young bodyboarders watching, for those viewers that would like a little bit more of an insight into it, what is it that Pierre and these continual winning bodyboarders, him being the most winningest bodyboarder, do to achieve this time after time? So live action here, Jay.
Yeah, nice Rolo there for the man in yellow, and that is Joaquin Soto from Chile. He gets a beautiful vaulting roll, and look at this bowly left-hander. Whoa, goes for the ARS and drives around the section. I believe that was Aitor Ojeda.
Yeah, from the Canary Islands.
And he's from Fuerteventura. You've been there a bunch of times, right? Yeah,
it's a sick place. I love it over there. There's some short flight for us from the UK. Great place to get some winter sun and no shortage of bowly reefs over there. But back to the replay here. So, yeah, big vaulting air roll off the lip there. Plenty of flight time with a big clean landing. And then we've got the left here. Lovely ARS through the lip. So Aitor trained on the reefs of the Fuerteventura, so I should imagine he's blasted many of those at the bubble or spew pits. There's some of the hottest spots there. I don't really want to be naming too many spots there. It's not the done thing to do, but those two are definitely on the maps. There's lots of other amazing waves around that island. An island next to it called Lobos has got some really great waves as well. Yeah, I've spent many a time on the northern track, as they call it, trekking along there looking for waves and hanging out, scoring some great waves. I've got a good friend called Alex Allen who goes there time after time. He knows it really well, friends with the locals, and yeah, he comes back telling me regaling stories of perfect pits and epic sessions. So yeah, they've got a really frothing bodyboard community there, Jay.
Well, Aitor, as word has it, now living in Bali, so he's no stranger to gnarly reef breaks. It seems like that's kind of his jam, follow the reefs around the world. And he really enjoys, as you might imagine, training, spearfishing. He's learning some marketing. But right now, marketing this wave to the judges is our man in red. And that is, of course, PLC. Really just, doing what he does. I mean, that's all you can say about him. I don't want to be blasé, but the man is just a machine.
You stole the words right out of my mouth there, Jay. The man is a machine, He is just picking off these perfect waves, and that is such a skill in itself. To launch off the lip with such perfect precision timing, and then the float in that roll is just, we love to see that. The judges love to see that. There's a tetrapod in the background there. You can see that's what the coastal defense is along this coast here, and that's what the riders are jumping off to get into the lineup. But yeah, back to PLC. He's just a finesse product, He's sublime to see him in action.
I feel like you could blindfold him, and he would still surf 100 times better than most people in the world. He has a feeling for the wave and what it's going to do. That's something you can't teach somebody. It just comes with years and years of experience at this level of bodyboarding, and it shows in his riding.
True, but you say you can't teach it, but I believe his one of the main attributes to him is his focus on training. You know,
Yeah.
I've seen him at Sintra when I've been there on my bodyboard trips, and we've just watched him, and he's clearly going out and just doing routines of bodyboarding. You know, which sounds boring, but he's doing a backflip, doing a reverse off the lip, he's doing a spin, working on projecting those rolls, and it's that sort of focused approach to his riding which is delivering these incredible performances. So live action, Jay.
All right, Joaquin Soto on this right-hander. Kind of a couple flat spots on those rights,
Wow.
but it's certainly not that one. Joaquin launching that horrendously huge backflip, and Soto really getting some loft time on that one. He's looking to replace a 1.40. I think we can safely say he's going to do that. Take us through this.
Here he goes. He's got his eyes on the prize. Looks, leans, lunge. Up he goes. Head over heels he goes. So the perfect flip. Lands it cleanly. Ducks out. He's happy with that. The judges are going to love to see the distance that he flew. You know, it's so nice to get such extension from the lip that you can see that gymnastic movement. There was no bogging, there was no getting caught up on the landing. He just smoothly rode out of it, Joe, and that's the difference between quality and some of the ones that we've seen today and other days haven't been so clean.
Yeah, it's so easy on some of these waves to dig your tail when you land a maneuver like that, because there's, I was talking to you out in the water this morning, a lot of chatter, a lot of current running through the lineup that sometimes you don't see on the screen here, but in person when we're out there, there's a tighter shot that kind of shows you the turbulence out there. So it isn't all fun and games. It takes a high level of skill to land a backflip in those turbulent type conditions. And there's a great shot right there to illustrate my point. Thank you for the director to get that shot. You can see there's a lot of cross chop and bump and ripple going up the face on some of these. So, again, high level of skill required out there.
And the other thing, Jay, is it's really hard to compute or to appreciate just from viewing the temperature out in the water. So the temperature out in the water is the warmest that I've ever felt. I've traveled a lot doing what I do, and I'm very grateful for that. But this water temperature is second to none the warmest that I've been in. We're 4 or 5 degrees away from the equator, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's boiling out there. We went through these stats earlier. 18 event wins for PLC, just putting a point on his level of experience out there, and that illustrates why he is still leading this heat. And he's 34 years old, so many years on the tour. So he's seen it all, all different kind of conditions, and warm water, cold water, whatever, he dominates in all of it. But yeah, I would say the water out there is probably closing in on 29 Celsius, almost 30.
Yeah, it's up there for sure.
Yeah, it's toasty, man. I mean, for me, Fiji is about as warm as I've ever surfed, and this is right there.
100%,
Yeah.
I agree, yeah, for sure. So yeah, Pierre zoning in. His target, I know, is to be to have the most event wins. He said that before, and he's clocking them up, banging them out. God, he's a contender for sure for the event win today, and he is proving that with his performance. He's a pleasure to watch. But yeah, the point I was going to make before we got sidetracked, so the water temperature being as it is, the effect that has on your equipment, your board becomes more bendy. So that can have the effect that it's harder to land some moves if your board has that more flex.
And there goes Garib Abdul Hafid having a bit of struggle on that right-hander. Disappears out of frame there. And, yeah, it's you're right. I mean, the water temperature dramatically affects your board, and, that's why, when people buy bodyboards, they need to really, know the anatomy of a board, the different types of cores, what performs well in what water temperature. Because I see it all the time, and what I do for a living is that people buy the wrong boards, right? So you want to make sure you get the right board for where you live.
Yeah, 100%. So just jumping topics there, back to PLC and his mission to achieve the most event wins. The rider in the world that has them at the moment is Guilherme Temega.
Wow.
Yeah, so GT, we call PLC a machine, the original machine. Guilherme Temega, unstoppable throughout his days. I mean, I still back him to do well in most events, you know what I mean? The guy is a monster, and his aggressive approach to bodyboarding events was second to none. He rewrote the books on what was possible to do on a wave as far as I'm concerned. Seeing him in some of the waves, I remember a clip from Sun Lu when he was surfing against Mike Stewart, just incredible combinations. That you know, it was just like packing wave after wave with maneuver after maneuver. He kind of brought that gymnastic approach to riding, didn't he?
Well, you know, we talk about SPF, speed, power, flow, and he was the master of that. In fact, I saw an Instagram clip somebody posted like a week ago of an event at St. Louis, and it was GT just linking maneuver after maneuver after maneuver. I'm tongue twisted there. And, you know, I'm getting stats here in front of me. 24 wins for GT over the course of his professional career. And, you know, one of the big ones was back in 1994. Pipeline was absolutely massive, gigantic, and crazy. And he was charging it like a death wish. He literally, in the interview, said he was willing to die to win that event. So that just shows his level of commitment, just off the charts, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let's not miss the fact that you didn't link maneuver after maneuver after maneuver there, Jay. But, you know, we can let that slide, my friend.
Word after word, I didn't link, that's for sure. But, yeah, I mean, I was fortunate enough to be on the tour at the same time as GT, and he was pretty unstoppable and was really the thorn in Mike Stewart's side. You know, Mike came in with his 9 world titles, and GT kind of rewrote the book on, you know, just cramming every wave full of maneuvers, and then won his 6 world titles, man. Just really stamped his name on the sport.
Yeah, for sure. He was unstoppable through that period. And, yeah, he's just a natural sportsman from beginning to end, isn't he? But we got some action here just in the glare, pulling into, just hooking under the lip there. Pulling out, I don't think that one served up much scoring potential. That was Aitor from Fuerteventura. Here we go. Splitting the peak. So we're following yellow. So that's Joaquin Soto from Chile. Got a roll, and we'll see what happened on the left in a second, no doubt.
So, yeah, coming unglued on that one after his roll. Joaquin Soto, just kind of a one-move wave. Really seems to me, you know, now we're getting down to the point where 2 maneuver waves are going to win heats. And there you see he kind of really had to struggle through that Rolo, and that thing just foams up in front of him. So he ducks out, and it is the 2 maneuver waves that are going to get it. And you see PLC went left on that wave. Nice extended roll, beautiful style on that forward spin. And he's not giving up on this one. He sees a little potential on the inside, and he gets out of that wave. But, yeah, clearly dominating this heat. His high score of 7.0 is the highest score of this heat. Joaquin Soto hanging in second position right now.
Yeah, all to play for. So white up. This is the Moroccan rider. Unfortunately, these rights don't seem to be serving up the goods. I mean, it's easy for us to see it from the land here, but the rights seem to be, we talked about it yesterday, they're bending out to sea a little bit, whereas the lefts are offering these bowls. Pierre is reading that bowl really well, because the cross wave, which is creating the bowl, so it's creating the bend, you have to be quite strategic with your approach to the maneuvers that you do so you don't go off the back of the wave. He would always do a backflip on a section like the one that he just had, that he did the roll on, but he chose to do the roll because he had to play it safe and get his board back underneath him quickly in order to get planing again on that wave, because it was bending so dramatically, Jay.
Yeah, I call that bowing and bowling, right? A bowling wave sort of wraps in to itself, whereas a bowing wave bends out to sea, like you were talking about. Bowing waves are really hard to ride. You lose a lot of energy as that wave bends out to sea, whereas the bowling ones provide the ramps and the barrels, and that's what you're hunting down preferably is the bowling waves. But you add the addition of, at least at the higher tide, the backwash and a little bit of bump on the face, and it just adds another level of difficulty and wave knowledge to what these guys do. And we see a deep peak here on this left-hander, the Padan peak. And what's going to happen here, Rob?
Looking through the glare there, we've got a paddler. So that's blue. That's Aitor from the Canary Islands. Up he goes through the lip. Lovely extension. Straight back in the pocket. Up he goes. Another big boosted roll. And he's looking for a final maneuver. So 3 rolls, yeah, all high-impact rolls. Here we go. Little foamy one at the end as well. So impressive. He's got the skills to pay the bills. I see Pierre taking off on another one there. Wow, reverse roll, no way. See that, Jay?
Wow, so Pierre, he's got a 5.5 as his backup score. He's looking to replace that. Aitor had a good wave, and here's yellow. Joaquin Soto right at the closing seconds of the heat, rolling the bowl, as they say, and another roll right there, and he lands in front of the whitewater. So an incredible exchange between those three riders right at the end of the heat. We're going to come back and find out who did what, but we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us, folks. Well, welcome back, everybody. Jay Reel on the call here with Bego Martinez. Welcome back, Bego. And a lot of action happening out there, as it is every day, but really heating up this morning.
Yeah, we are in the last heat of the round number 2 of the men division, right here at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. Let's hit the water and check that out. Right, so guys and girls and ladies and gentlemen, we're very sorry that we don't have the scores. It's been a problem there. They're working super hard to get that fixed, but yeah, we don't have the scores box. It's getting there. If you go to the IBC World Tour website, you can find all the information there, the heats and results, or you can go to the live, and you will see everything that it's happening in this heat. So okay, one wave here. Let's go for the heat presentation, so we can tell you who's surfing there.
And the bottom turn roll combo working for Clément Lodejo from France. And our 4 competitors in this heat, we have veteran competitor 2008 world champ from Brazil, Uri Valadao. Our Frenchman, Clément Lodejo, who you just saw on the screen. Japanese rider Hayato Inokido, who just ripped the bag out of the waves yesterday. And rounding out the heat, Badreddine El Faji from Morocco. And he gets, oh my goodness, did you see that horrendously huge invert Was that Uri Valadao? This man is unstoppable, man. That was
it was
insane.
actually. Well, I mean, we're getting that heat presentation for you, but yeah, it's a mandatory that we say it. You guys can also see it in the IBC World Tour website. That was Uri. You are completely right. He is in red. Clement Lodejo, he is in yellow. Hayato in blue and Badreddin in white. So as you can see in your screen, these are the stats for Uri's wins. 9 event wins. Check that. He's the king of Sintra, man. He's a 39-year-old one-time world champ in 2008, coming from the beautiful part of the Brazilian country, which is Bahia. And yeah, check that out, the king of Sintra.
Yeah, he really, really surfed well at the last event at Itacoatiara and came back sort of into the public eye. I guess you could say he's really ripping it up this year in the top 5 on the World Tour rankings and has a shot at recapturing another world title some, 16 years later. Let's take one more look at that from another angle. Just fangs it off the bottom and catapults into the air and really tweaks that invert out and finishes nice and clean. And Uri Valadao, I'll tell you what, in this event last year, got a perfect 10 in one of his heats. And I got to interview him. He was in tears. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that, he was it was almost like he was making a return, a comeback in the sport of bodyboarding, and he's kept that momentum going.
All right, so yes, replay for that wave of Uri Valadao, the last one, and yeah, what a great performance.
Yeah, so Uri 2.0 on that wave, but that first wave, an 8.25, that is the highest score, I believe, that we've seen this morning. And his current heat score, 10.25, is the mark to beat. He's the only competitor that has, more than one wave, has 2 waves. And Badreddin El Faji gets the best hair award, I think. But speaking of best hair, let's go down to our man, Rob Barber, with our post-heat interview. Take it away, Rob.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. So Aitor, yeah, we were buzzing in the studio to see that buzzer beater. So talk me through it.
Yeah, it was kind of fun, I was waiting, and I knew it will come because it was already like 10 minutes, 12 minutes without the good one, and I was completely feeling like it's coming. And in the last, minute or seconds came, and I think I did what I have to do, so it was nice, yeah, I'm happy.
Super impressive, man. Yeah, and you beat Pierre, the machine. I mean, he was killing it all heat, and then you just came back. Not many people will say that they've done that,
Yeah, I know, but, I went to the heat just trying to do my best, All the competitors, they are really, really good competitors. Pierre, Joaquin, they are in the top of the tour. So I knew I have to improve my performance, so I did it, yeah. This is nice, yeah.
You did it, for sure. So have you got anyone to thank out there?
Yeah, thank you for everyone, my friends in Bali, my friends in Canary Island, everyone watching the contest, so thank you guys.
Keep it going, bro. So yeah, back to the studio with Jay and Bago.
Thank you so much. You got distracted there looking to someone, I believe. Oh, well.
I think he was trying to think of a compliment to throw in our direction, I'm sure. So Aitor really took it out in that last 15 seconds of that last heat. We saw a 3-wave exchange. We didn't know who came out on top of that, but Aitor piecing together a 3-rollo, a triple rollo wave to move edge ahead of PLC in that last heat. But this current heat, we see yellow, Clement Lodejo with a beautiful maneuver on that wave. And meanwhile, out the back, another wave for another competitor. Right now we're looking at still Uri Valadao dominating this heat with that 8.25, but Clement Lodejo is backing him up in second position. Still yet to get off the ground, Hayato Enokido and Badreddin El Faji, those 2 riders, just 1 point on their first waves. So things getting off to a little bit of a slow start for those 2 riders. They got some catching up to do.
All right, people, and we apologize about the scores. We know that the scores are not there. I'm just going to throw real quick in all languages. Gente, desculpa, a gente não tem as notas porque tem problema técnico. Eles estão estão agora providenciando para deixar isso pronto, mas é isso, a gente vai achar, vai providenciar. Replay there for the last of Uri, so we'll see how much it gets. Gente, se você quer assistir os scores ao vivo, pode ir no site oficial da IBC, ibcworldtour.com, e aí você tem uma área que fala live, ou hits and results. Aí você clica e aí vai ter toda a situação que está acontecendo agora. Bueno, para todas las personas que están sintonizando habla hispana, no tenemos los scores, ya lo sabemos, les pedimos disculpas, lo hemos estado diciendo durante todo el día. Hay un problema técnico, son cosas que pasan. Si ustedes quieren seguir los scores, pueden ir a la página oficial de la IBC World Tour, ibcworldtour.com, y hay una sección que dice Hits and Results, o hits y resultados, o también pueden ir a la sección en vivo, que es una barrita color verde que sale durante la transmisión o entrando a la página de la IBC World Tour. Entran ahí y pueden ver los scores en vivo, con el tiempo y con todo. Es lo mismo que nosotros estamos haciendo acá. Bueno, son cosas que pasan en todos los eventos. En todos los eventos pasan cosas. Y bueno, pasó eso. Nada que hacer. Estamos en vivo. Son cosas así que pasan. You know, every event has issues. It's a normal thing. We are live. We are in beaches. So we have an issue with the scoring system. It's something that's happening. We know it very well. We don't want it. Of course, we should, you know, we would love to bring you the whole thing perfectly, but it's happening and it's getting fixed. So we apologize, and just go to IBC World Tour official website and you'll find everything there.
Yeah, and scores are popping up just fine on the IBCWorldTour.com website. The live scoring is live and working well, and Uri Valadao picks off a 4.5 on his last wave, further cementing his first position in this heat right now. Clement Lodejo also doing pretty well in this heat with a 3.0 and a 4.75. So nothing has changed in the last few minutes. A bit of a lull in the action here. And, you know, time to mention the fact that, hey, the title sponsor, Visit Maldives, that's certainly a good idea, I think, on anybody's docket. Visit Maldives, because look at that. Look at the palm trees, the green water, the warm water. There's so many islands, over 1,000 islands stretched out across the Indian Ocean here with really good surf all up and down these islands. You can go stay on one of the islands. You can go on a liveaboard boat and, you know, just surf off the boat for 10 days if you want. It is really an absolute playground for wave riders here.
I completely agree with you, and I hope to have the chance to surf today, because I have been a bit sick. You can tell by my voice, and I have, you know, I don't have much of a strength in my body, so I just keeping that for work. But yeah, I really would love to get out there and have a go in these beautiful waves, which I love, you know, and I have to tell you that this place is super special. When you dog dive and you open your eyes, it's something else. It's beautiful. It's like fronton, you know, also. You open your eyes and there's a reef. You see, but here you can see a lot of fishes, you know. I don't know if you have noticed.
Tropical fish, yeah. I think if you open your eyes at Fronton, you'll be terrified, because that reef is gnarly, man. It's like just cement with barnacles, right? So out here it's, you know, tropical and little fish swimming around. It is truly a paradise. And, you know, we've all benefited from being here in years past. We've gotten a chance to get out to some of the other islands and explore a little bit around this area. But Male is the epicenter of the country. It's the capital city here, and we are on this island where this beautiful spot, Varuna Ralogandu. Ooh, look at that. A priority situation there where yellow took off. He had to duck out because blue, Hayato Enikdo, had priority. So Hayato taking advantage of the priority situation to block Clement Lodejo in that situation. And really, Hayato needs a wave, actually needs a couple waves as time begins to get closer to the end of this heat.
All right, if you're just getting here, this is the second day of competition in the beautiful island of Male. We would like to thank all of our sponsors. This event is brought to you by Visit Maldives as the title sponsor. the official destination partner. Thank you so much for believing in us, for trusting in us for the third time in a row. And also, it's made in association with the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. And we have Diragu as a digital partner, Mokai Hotel as an accommodation partner, Burusu Catering as catering partner. We have One Sports online media partner, Official Events as event partner, and we have King Sports as an apparel partner.
Good apparel, yeah.
Apparel, I always get that wrong.
You speak 4 languages.
Print Lab as printed partner. We're going to get back to that after this.
All right, live action forward spin here on the takeoff into the roll. Nice combination of maneuvers in. Hayato and Inokido finally getting off the ground here with a decent wave. And he's going to have to hustle back out and try to get another one. Meanwhile, deep peak there for Clement Lodejo. Bottom turns around this section, kind of waiting for the lip to pitch. He finds a little pocket on the inside to ramp off of for a Rolo, and Clement picks off a wave, trying to erase that 3.0, which is his lower of the 2 scores on the board for him right now. That may just do it and further cement his position in the lead. Meanwhile, Hayato Inokido, a 1.0 for his last wave. One more look at this one, Bego.
Yeah, Clement, he loved this place. I remember that this is where we found out about him. And, yeah, I have to say those are my view, those are the styles of rolls that I really like. And this last one for Uri. Uri's just, so smooth on those in those maneuvers. He's got this perfectly nailed, I have to say. It has been doing those maneuvers for how long?
Yeah, I mean, 2008 world title. That's a long time ago, 16 years ago. So he's been at a high level of riding, for a solid 2 decades. Pretty impressive. And, closing on 40 years old. One of the older riders in the pro field. Of course, I think Dave Hubbard holds that title, if I'm not mistaken, at 43 years old. So no slowing down from either of these guys. And you can see just the level of comfort, the level of skill, level of domination Uri Valaral is showing out here today and in the last event, which was at Itacoachara. So love to see that. I'm always pulling for the older guys.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. I'm actually rooting for the new school, I have to tell you, because, yeah, I mean, it's no, I mean, I don't have any preferences. I have to tell you that. That's a fact. I love bodyboarding, a lot, and just love to see new names and new nationalities. But I really would love to see, the classics here as well, It will be very good to see, for example, Armide surfing against, one of the classic riders, let's say band player, or, I don't know, maybe even Jeff Hubbard.
Yeah.
That has been, last time we saw him was in Fronton, not last year, the previous year. So I would love to see that mix, but it's normal what's happening. People, grew old and they have different responsibilities. They're doing different things. They have kids,
Yeah.
and they have jobs. A lot of the riders have different jobs, daytime jobs. And, it's not a secret for anyone that we cannot make a living out of bodyboarding if you have a family per se. You can't really feed I don't know 4 people by only surfing. I mean, if you have a brand, if you have yourself, that you have been working in the business for a number of years, you have been making a living. But how many times you have to plan yourself and say, I need to do something else to bring some more food on the table. It's a difficult thing. So definitely just surfing is not going to feed a family.
Well, the cool thing is the love of the sport. Let's get in this wave from up. He didn't manage to find a section that was Hayato Inokido. But yeah, it is a labor of love, bodyboarding. Yes. There's no secret. There was a time when there was a living to be made. Let's take a break on this and look at Badreddin El Faji, beautiful boosting roll on a bit of a smaller section. He's trying to erase a 1.0 to accompany his 3.65 and further his case along. Right now he's really behind the 8 ball. But, yeah, just to finish that thought, yeah, you got to have a labor of love and love the sport to do this.
That's right. Nice wave there for Badreddin. I'm telling you, he has a beautiful style. I have been enjoying his bodyboarding. So, yes, coming from Morocco, one of those heroes from Morocco that is here in this event. I'm just loving to have them. You know, the second nationality that has more athletes in the men division. We have 9 Moroccan riders in the men division. So, only 1 woman, though. But, yeah, it's growing up. So, 1 more here for Clement. Goes for that backflip, and I think he's going to find something else in a roll. That's a combo that he has been showing and looking very comfortable. Clement Lodejo from Reunion Island. I saw him, remember, last year here. We kind of discovered him.
Yeah.
Because he has a lot of achievements in the nationals there in Reunion Island and in France. But he was not an acquaintance of the World Tour. Take us to the replay.
Yeah, so there he goes, vaulting up into the roof. Beautiful backflip. Flows right out of that move and straight up into the lip one more time for a Rolo. So a good double move combo there for Clement. He's in second position in this heat, and that is going to solidify his chance to advance through this heat. At this point, it's looking pretty elementary that Valadao and Lodejo will be our 2 advancing riders, as our other 2 guys really struggling to get off the blocks here in this heat, just not in the right spot at the right time. But here comes a little deep left peak over here. Let's see if somebody can capitalize on this, and no one in the sweet spot for that one. But there is a backup wave here. Let's see what happens here, Bego.
Right, beautiful wide view, and check that out. Stalling there, Uri Valadão. We're going to get you those scores. Remember, you can see it on the IBC World Tour website. Uri is currently leading with a total of 15.25, an 8.25, and a 7. You know, he is really enjoying his time here. In second position, we have Clement Lodejo with a 10.5. And that you see in your screen, it's, the most event wins that Uri has. And in third, we have Badreddin, and in fourth is Hayato. And yes, check that out. I mean, 9 events wins. It's hard because you see 9 and you say, only 9. But you know how hard it is to win a World Tour event?
I do, because I never won one.
You never?
No, and that's a lot of years. We started the World Tour in 1994, so I had 4 years of World Tour competition. Of course, Mike Stewart and Guilherme Tamaga were the dominant figures at the time, but it is a mission to try to win a World Tour event at any venue, and certainly, amongst the world's top riders. So, yeah, kudos to him for winning as many as he did.
Yep. I mean, he is and the thing that I admire the most about him is that he's super happy person, and he takes us in the same way his victories as his losses.
Yes,
he's never mad. You see, he's a good sportsman, and we shared a boat here last year. We had the chance of being invited to a boat trip here in the Maldives. We would like to thank the Maldives Bodyboarding Association for that, and we shared that boat. It was a dream for everyone, and he was every single day, I promise you, like a kid. Every day he woke up with a smile ear to ear. He was so grateful and happy, and every time we see to eat, he will say, I'm so grateful, thanks God for this opportunity. This is one of my dreams come true. And I will say the same thing. We were like in the rhythm of just being so grateful for having the chance of living that opportunity. So imagine, such a humble person.
Yeah, he wears his heart on his sleeve, no doubt about it. And our Japanese rider, bottom turning on this wave, just trying to find a lip section. Nice roll for him right there. Finally getting a little action going here for this young man, Hayato Inokido, actually 6-time Japanese champion. And he's been at it for quite a while, competing at different levels of the sport. And the deep peak is happening right here.
All right, so Clement on another very beautiful gem of a wave goes for the invert. Nice style as well. So we'll see. Is he going to get the first position? I don't know. And one more wave there. And yeah, we're not able to see who that was, but I think, was that Badreddin? Not really sure. But anyways, Clement. All right, so one more look to the last one of Hayato. Hayato, it's been super quiet in this heat. It's not the Hayato we know, with multiple, achievements in Japan and a long career. So basic combo there, the best one that we have seen so far in this heat for Hayato. And Hayato is looking for a 6.61 to be second, but this guy right here is looking for a 9.51 to take the first position. And we'll see how much he gets for that invert.
Well, of course, top two advance. So at this point, Clement Ladejo and Uri Valadao in good shape. One more look at this one from Ladejo as he bottom turns, eyeballs that lip, and hammers it with the invert. And a solid move from Ladejo for a 5.75. That is his high score of the heat here as we get into the closing moments. And at this point, it's looking like for sure Ladejo and Valadao are going to be the advancing competitors, but hold on.
All right, we'll see. What was that ARS? That's a proper ARS, no doubts at all. That's the Hayato we know. So nice looking wave there. Hayato, he is looking for an 8.01. There's only 1 minute and 17 seconds in the clock. And take us through that one.
Well, yeah, he just had a mountain of speed right here and really gets a little spring right off the lip right when he gets there. Super clean landing with maintenance of that speed. He did not scrub his speed in any way, shape, or form. Found a little section to hit on the end of that wave, and Hayato throws the claim up right at the end. For sure, his best wave of the heat. But was it enough? Was it an 8.01? We will see. Ladejo also picked off a wave in that exchange, a left-hander, and hits the backflip on that foam ball oncoming and stays down in front of the whitewater to get the completion. So Ladejo turning it on here towards the end. He's really been consistent throughout the heat, but he's not stopping as we wind down this heat.
Well, that's right. Well, he's needing an 8.76 to get that first position, but looking super comfortable. It's actually Uri. We're going to wait for that, but yeah, the previous wave was a 6.50. He, lowered a little bit the need, but not enough to take the first position. And actually, Jay, the heat is over right now, and unofficial results is in first, Uri Valadao, in second, Clement, and remember, non-elimination round. So Hayato and Badreddin, they're not eliminated. They're going to have one more chance today at the repechage round that it's happening today. So you guys at home, we're going to leave you with a heat recap right now and then a commercial, and then we're going to come back with way more of the second day of competition at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. Well, welcome. If you're just getting here, this is the second day of competition at the Visit Maldives Pro 2024 edition. This is the third edition, and we are going to start with the junior men division for the first time. We're going to see them first appearance in this event. So let's hit the water so we can introduce you. And of course, we have a lot of action starting things early for these guys because they are, you know, under 18, but they are not under leveled at all.
These hot rats don't hang around, do they? Straight out the block. So, yeah, great to see the frothing juniors hit the water. They've been buzzing around the athletes area, keen to get started. Some of them have already been in the men's division already. I believe that white there was Sami Labi from Morocco, and that's who was surfing previously in about 2 heats ago. So, yeah, energized young people. They've got, here we go, big backflip. As well as ARS, I'd say that was, sorry. And then he comes round nice and clean. So, yeah, dream start to the heat for him. That's one of the best waves I've seen him have this event. Super tidy.
All right. So lots of action. One more wave there, of course, for rider in yellow. We're going to get to introduce you that, but that's the, you know, one of the revelations here, Federico Castelo Branco from Porto, coming from Portugal. And check that out. That's the replay for him.
Yeah, nice through the lip roll. Just got embedded in the white water there. Will he make it? Yeah, pushed through. So fair play. He's off the mark. He's got some scores on the boards. And now there's a set coming, so he's racing back out back.
All right, so first wave of red, which is Jorge Bersal, was 1 point only. And here comes Nu. Nu was so cute to watch him surfing yesterday.
Yeah, a little grom of the event. So cool to see. He's local, so he's got an advantage there, but yeah, he's a micro grom for sure. So bobbling along on this wave, he's got a nice forward spin, maximizing what he can with this frothy one. Unfortunately, it dissipated into nothing, so he's going to head out for another one. But yeah, we've got the heat. First scores come through. So Sami Labi from Morocco, absolute storming start to the heat. That was a lovely move. 6.0 for that one, so above average score. The judges liked it. And now he's taken a good lead to start the heat. That's followed by Federico Castelo Branco, who is in second place. He got a 1 point ride and then a 3 point ride, and then we've got at third place from Portugal, Jorge Bersal. He's got a 1 point, and then Nu Mohammed Irashad. He just had his wave that we saw a second ago, and now we're just waiting for that score to drop. There you go.
That's right. I was trying to see if we got some intel about these kids. Fortunately, not all of them completed the survey that we had sent. But yeah, check this out. This is a replay of the last wave of white. Yeah, just went for kind of an off the leap reverse. I'm sorry, forward.
Yes, poor guy. I mean, it's such a nice move to bust that forward off the top and then come down with speed, but as that cross wave moves through the face of the wave, it's really easy to go off the back of the wave. But here we go, the Maldivian rider in blue, Nu. So he's getting control of his rail edge there, trying to manage these bumps. And then he's looking to bust a move on the end here, goes for the roll, and doesn't quite make it. So we've got a set coming, quite a lot going on here.
That's right. Let's just see. All right. I don't know if someone's going to take this heat. And I know Jay is ready out there with the interview, but I'm not sure if someone's going to, I don't know. It's someone out there. It looks like that left is coming. So sorry, Jay, 1 second. We're trying to not lose any live action. No takers. So go ahead, Jay.
Thanks so much, Bego. You know, I always pull for the veterans, and one of our veterans, 2008 world champion, Uri Valadao. This place really suits your riding. You did so well last year. You had a perfect 10 in one of your heats, and you were just on rhythm today. Did you feel good out there?
Yeah, this place is really special for me. I feel so good here because the water is warm and the people here is good vibe. I love it, this condition too. And I'm super happy to be here my second time and to advance to next round.
Well, it seems like at this point in your career, you're really enjoying every moment of it. You're super competitive, but you are taking a moment to enjoy your travel, your competitors, the waves you get to ride. Is this a different phase in your life?
Yeah, I love this sport, man. This is super fun for me. I have 39 years old, but I keep in motivation, excited to train, and super happy to be here.
I love it. Well, he's absolutely on a tear. I'll give you a chance to thank your family and your sponsors in Portuguese, if you like.
Muito obrigado a toda a família, todo mundo que está em casa assistindo. Eu sei que é madrugada no Brasil, mas obrigado aí quem está mandando essa vibe positiva. E obrigado aos meus patrocinadores, o V-Store, Capaloa, Five, Sudesb e Prefeitura de Salvador também por todo o suporte. Valeu, gente.
All right, parabéns. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jay, and of course, congratulations. Parabéns pelo Uri. He is, he's a super stoked person, very humble, and yeah, no, I mean, it's great to see him advancing in these 39s.
Nice. So yeah, heat position on our return to the water. Oh, wait a second, we've got a rider having a look at this one. This is Red. Nice bottom turn, looking for that pocket. Managed to get a roll. This is Jorge Bazal from Spain. Another roll. Got above the lip line, got a little bit of boost off the lip there, but just didn't make it out in front of it. So one clean move, one unlanded move. The judges will take that into consideration, but the heat positions prior to that score dropping are first place still, Sammy Labi. He set himself up with such a banger of a opening wave with that ARS. So here's the replay.
Yeah, no, I mean, these kids are, of course, always impressing, but yeah, you just gotta try to do something. Probably not the smoothest, execution, but still 2 maneuvers on a wave. I mean, that second one, I don't know, I think that's not gonna be considered, but yeah, good effort there for the rider in red. That will be Jorge Versal.
Yeah. Perfect. So yeah, heat positions, as I was saying, in first place from Morocco, Sami Labi. In second place from Spain, from Portugal, Frederico Castelo Branco. Third place, Maldives own New Mohamed Irashad, Super Grom. And then in fourth place, we've got Jorge Bazal from Spain. So yeah, we're just waiting for another score to drop there to see how that lands. But paddling, Maldivian rider, didn't quite catch that one. But a bit of background about some of the riders that we've got here. Frederico, he is... his home spot is Mindelo. He lives, his favourite waves in the world are Gran Canaria. We've got a bit of action in the water here. So
That's warm.
This is the Super Grom again.
Yeah, I love him. He's so nice. How you interviewed him? No, it was Jay, I think.
Jay,
I think he was 14, right?
Yeah, totally. So good. Yeah, it's a nipper.
Oh, so we had out the back Jorge Versal, just going for a roll there. So nice execution for Jorge.
Yeah, Jorge busted a big round loopy roll there and landed it cleanly. So I should imagine we'll get that on the replay in a minute. But that's going to be a nice score. Noob just picking up another wave on his way out. Made a roll. Good guy. Yeah, good work, fella.
Nice.
So here's the replay.
Yeah, this is last for Jorge.
Oh yeah, lovely. So big extended arm roll, nice and loopy. Out the lofted out the roof of the wave, got above the lip line, and that's what the judges like to see. From that angle, it looks like the perfect technique. So yeah, landed cleanly. Now we've got White. He just had to pull out of that wave. Looks as though he might have done a move before, so we'll wait for the rerun of that one, because that's heat leader Sami Labi. See what he's got in his locker. We've got a set coming in out on the horizon here. You see that dark looming line? So we've just had a bit of cloud cover come over, which most of the spectators will be happy for, because it's been blisteringly hot all morning. It also helps with the vision, for the judges. So paddling, we've got White. So this was the one that I didn't catch much of. Oh, he did do a nice big air roll. So good work. It's always interesting when those riders throw their boards like that. I notice some bodyboarders duck out of the wave with a Hawaiian pull-out technique, and some bodyboarders just throw their board. What technique do you prefer, Bego?
I prefer always the most soft and smooth technique, I have to say, but that's a personal taste, of course. I also like power, but I try to perfection the maneuvers, even though if it's only a few. All right, so one more wave here for rider in yellow. We'll see if he can find a section. He is finding a section and going for a good roll too. And we'll see. We'll see how that works for Federico Castelo from Porto, traveling with his good friend João Rodriguez. You know, they're good.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, they're traveling
Buddies.
together.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's super important. And one more here for Jorge.
Wow, another big roll. He loves those left-hand boosting rolls. Smooth landing, just got chewed up. Oh, that's unfortunate. Looked as though he was coming out, did everything right. I think he might have got caught out by a bit of the backwash and pushed out the back, because everything that he did technique-wise looked pretty silky, but unfortunately didn't quite maintain. And not coming out in front of the white water is something that's going to hinder your scoring potential. The judges are looking for that landing. The cleaner the landing, the better. And the smoother you come out of in front of the wave and maintain the speed, the more impressive it is. So paddling over on the left-hand side peak now, the deep peak as Jay calls it. Up he goes. Nice roll.
All right, yeah, I mean, super busy, these kids. I love to see that these kids are the future of a sport, so it's definitely always refreshing to watch them, you know, surfing that good. So Sammy is coming from the men division as well, so, you know, he is doing a good job, so great job there for the Moroccan. And I wanted to say a few words after this.
Boom, yeah, nice roll. He maintained it with the backwash there to get the best out of that lip, because it was a difficult one to read. Nice reverse, up into a roll again. That roll that he did there wasn't the easiest, because that was like a right-hand wedge coming towards him that he had to roll off, and that's hard because you've got to boost out of the lip, get the nose of the board pointing towards the shore really quickly so that the right-hand wedge doesn't overpower you. So Sammy Labi took that in his stride. He's clearly showing that he's got a level of bodyboarding which is, you know, to be noted. The judges will be awarding him, they've thrown him a 6.15 for that, so he's taken a really commanding lead now. He's got a 12.15 heat score, and he's in first place. We've got second place, Jorge Bazal, who's been busting those rolls. He's got a 3.5 and a 5.85. In third place, we've got Frederico Castel Branco from Portugal. He's got a 3 and a 4.35. And then in fourth place, New Mohamed Irashad, the local hero, super grom at the moment. He's got a 2.25 and a 2.1. But we love the fact that he busted a roll on his last wave.
That's right. Yeah, we're very happy for him. And I wanted just to say about Jorge that he is the current junior Spanish champion, so national champion. He got that recently, and that was, that was from 2023. I'm so sorry. But yeah, Spanish junior champion 2023. And a roll here for the rider in yellow, which is a Portuguese and also, one of the futures. And, I also want to see Vicente surfing in this event. He's so leader and he's very talented. The good thing about the junior division is that you discover new talents, and it's good to have these events in different sides of the world, because they have the opportunity, bring the opportunity to many riders.
Here we go. So Frederico looking for the lip, lines it up, gets that warble and judges it well, punches through the lip. Nice bottom turn coming out of it. He's got another little bowl, and he throws another little roll. Will he make it? It seems to be synonymous with that inside section. The read for the landing is tricky. They've got to get a roll where they get the board out in front of them and get planing as quickly as they can so they don't get left behind. So something that we saw Pierre-Louis Cos and other riders do in the men's division was land those rolls. So something that these juniors could pick up on from there.
All right, so live action here. Nice, very good roll. And one more, of course, double roll in there. He is super active. And that's what you need to do, you need to show the judges that. They love to see it. They love to see how much you want it, and that you're putting all your strength in trying to perform as many maneuvers as possible, and also just, sends the message that you know how to read the wave. So that's something that the judges take into consideration.
Yeah, Sammy Labi really making his mark on this event with this heat, commanding lead, which is only going to be backed up by this ride. Super dynamic roll, lands cleanly with speed, up he goes again, hoists another one, gets a bit of airtime on that one, and then he just pulls out, doesn't need to do any more, kind of gets clobbered by that end section. But yeah, he's probably going to score another, up there in the above average range for that, I'd say. So he has done the hard yards in this heat already. To be fair, there's a question that if you surf in both divisions, how many more waves does he need to surf in this heat? Even though they're young and enthusiastic, there's only so much in the tank, and believe me, having surfed this morning and yesterday, surfing in those temperatures out there is totally different from surfing anywhere else in the world. You're paddling around and you are feeling the heat. It's sort of a little bit more tiring. You've got to take plenty of liquid on board before you get in the water and prepare.
I agree with you, definitely. So, well, maybe it's a good time to say hi and thanks to all of our sponsors, because this event couldn't be possible without them, and it's always important to thank them. So thank you so much to the Visit Maldives for being the title sponsor and trusting in this event for the third time. And I tell you what, almost the whole list of sponsors and supporters that we have this year is the same that we had in the previous years, almost all of them. And I have to say thank you so much, because that's really important, and that only shows that the work of the Maldives Bodyboarding Association, it's actually paying off. And right, so we have the event being sponsored as title sponsors by Visit Maldives and made in association with the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. We have Diragu as a digital partner, Mukai Hotel as accommodation partner, Burusu Catering as catering partner, One Sports online media partner, Official Events as event partner. We have King Sports as apparel partner.
Apparel.
Oh my God! Every time I say that, I remember about apparel. The drink, which I don't like at all. No, I promise. And a roll there. Yeah, it's funny, huh?
Aperol spritz. It's
Aperol
too early.
spritz.
Too early, Bago.
No, I don't drink. Anyways, Print Lab, printing partner, Mujes Art Box, merchandise partner, and we have some supporters as well.
Yeah, the Wellness Club and DTEC, Mali City Council, MNDF, and the local police force. So the police, super grateful to have support from all the local constabulary looking over the event site and keeping everyone safe. But this is a super safe place and a super great location to visit. I couldn't say that enough. I'm stoked to be back here. It's my second visit to the Maldives, and it won't be my last. I can tell you that. It's such an easy jump for me from the UK, from Northern Europe. Couple of flights, you go from the Northern Europe chilly temps to the tropical bliss of the Maldives.
I agree with you. I wish I could come that often, but it's 48 hours for me to get here, so it's definitely a difficult choice for us coming from the rest of the world, so far away from the other side. But yeah, one more wave here for the Moroccans showing off, and I'm gonna tell you the results. The results of this heat so far, it's him, Sami, in first position with 12 and 12.9. In second, we have Jorge Bersal from Canary Islands. In third, we have Federico Castelo. And in fourth, we have Nu from here from the Maldives. And people, this is an elimination round. So only first and second will continue in competition. So, Federico and Nu, they have to, start the engines now, because there's 5 minutes left in the clock. And, with the priority established and 4 people in the water, sometimes 5 minutes, it's, not too much of a time.
No, not enough, but not enough sometimes. But over here we've got Red, Jorge, just boosting a roll. Just comes unstuck there, just slightly mistimed it. I think we can see from that peak over on the deep left-hand side that I was chatting to Aitor, who won his heat against Pierre in the final, literally the final second. And he was saying to me that when you get those peaks over there, it's important to read it correctly and perhaps not go for the backflip, but get in an early roll with plenty of projection, which leads you down the line further so that you can then bottom turn and get your next move in, perhaps another roll, and as he did, a third roll. So, yeah, I think with Jorge, he just got a wrong read on that one, got up to the lip a little bit late, got embedded in the lip and drilled down, and perhaps he could take a leaf out of Aitor's book and punch off with an earlier roll. But that's what it's all about for these Groms, they're under 18s and they are here not just to do well in the competition, but to also learn off the the men's competitors and the women's competitors and see how the top riders in the world do it. And there's no better way to improve than seeing those riders in action, up close and personal, and then mimicking what they do, essentially. What you saying, Bego?
Yeah, no, I agree definitely. And well, I mean, it's just so good to see, the juniors surfing really good, and we'll see how this one unfolds. I just, I was distracted thinking about the conditions of the wave. I see today it's a little bit more bumpy, a bit choppy actually. There's still very good waves. That's weird to see, because if it was a beach wake, for example, with this kind of chop, it might not bring that condition that we like. But when you see a rider taking off, and then you see what they can do, you're like, oh, so the wave is actually super fun. Yeah,
and talking of super fun, look at this left-hander just going out screen. Here we are, Jorge looking to better on his. So he learned from the last roll that he did where he hit it wrong. He's stoked with that. Nice rollo there, and then paddling for the next wave here. Looks as though we've got yellow. So yeah, could be a few changes in the dying couple of minutes. We're down to 2 minutes 45 here. So yellow, Frederico Castelo Branco from Portugal, throwing his hat in the ring. He wants a piece of this action. He's in third place at the moment. He's got a 4.35 and a 4.9. He's challenging for second, which is Jorge Bazal, who's got a 3.5 and a 5.85. All
right, so that's Federico. Federico surfing really good in this event. And, I have to say, just for me, it's the first time that I see him competing. I'm not sure if he was in Sintra last year. I was not in Sintra last year, so it's the first time that I see him. And I'm very, very happy. It's been actually very delightful to see him bodyboarding. I think he has been trained by Joel,
Yeah, I've got a bit of information about him. But another angle of Jorge's roll here. He was stoked to bust that and come out clean and add another score to his account. But yeah, Federico, he enjoys training with his coach. He also enjoys books and playing computers. Here we go. More action. Boom. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow, will he land it? That was sick. Yeah.
No wonder why Sammy's the leader.
Yeah. The claim, no claim. I love that. So the extension of that forearm, putting his chest forward. He is buzzing and we're buzzing. And so we all should be. He hit the lip perfectly, tweaked it and got upside down for a really nice invert air. The judges love the air moves, whether it's an invert, an air reverse, an air forward. Anything above the lip line, the judges are going to reward. And in these wedgie conditions, those sections are out there. Bego, what are you saying?
I'm saying we have a great future for this kid. Sammy from Morocco, just showing off in this event, in this heat, surfing Sammy Labi. Look at that. He is like, I'm here. I'm far away from the foamy. I landed it perfect. I deserve my score. I want a bigger score. And my wonder is, he is super comfortable. He's got an 8.5.
Wow.
So super well done for him.
Sick. And now we've got red. That was roll for red. That's the one we've seen already. So a nice little roll. So you can see the difference there. So that's why Sammy Labi has been rewarded so well. Above the lip. Oh, here we go. It's our Super Grom. Just finishing the heat there. So coming on the last one. But yeah, that wraps up the heat. Sammy, very commanding. One to watch. He's a hot tip for the future heats. So definitely tune in. But we're going to go to the highlights package now. We'll catch you straight after that. Welcome back to the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. We've got round 1, heat 2 of the junior men. We can't wait to check out the action. Let's hit the water.
All right, so the water is happening out there. We got a bit of an overcast over the spot right now. It's kind of a little bit cooler, and of course I say that relatively speaking. So instead of, being 40 degrees Celsius, it's 35 degrees Celsius, but still the humidity way up there. Super hot day out there, and these young riders are going to go at it. From Portugal, Vicente Campos, our local rider Noon Mohammed Idashad, and our Australian rider Jai Taylor out there, one of the few Australians competing in this event. We saw a little contingent last year going at it from Oz, and some waves happened early in the going. Let's check it out, Rob.
Here we go, blue, tidy spin. Hit one off the top there, another one. Wow, good wave choice to start the heat, and then another roll, so another move to finish off, a nice roll. So that's 2 forward spins in a roll, opened his account, steadied his nerves, and got his name on the scoreboard already. So yeah, lovely wave selection, hung out on the left-hand side. That's exactly, that's a nice way to begin the heat. You've said it, you've sort of calmed yourself, you've got your the judges' attention over your way, and you've displayed some good technique. So what are you thinking, Jay?
Yeah, this young Australian, his first stab at the IBC World Tour here in the juniors division. I met his grandmother who accompanied him here. He's from the Sunshine Coast, a little bit south of Noosa, which is a world-famous surfing destination. But little tidbit, the first year we had a full world tour. The first event was on the Sunshine Coast of Australia up at Maroochydore.
Wow.
And, yeah, as I recall, Guilherme Tamaga took the victory in that event. I could be wrong there, but in any case, obviously bodyboarding alive and well on the sunny coast up there, and Jai Taylor carrying the flag for the Sunshine Coast crew out here in the water in this heat today.
Totally, and Jai Taylor is actually a friend of mine. I'm going to go back to that in a second. So here he goes, live action, bottom turning. Oh, he's got the pocket ride, nice roll out of it. This guy knows what he's doing, and you would expect him to forward into a roll, the classic competition combo. So yeah, nice big roll to start, and then some tidy moves on the inside. This guy was the under-16 Australian champion, now he's the under-18 Australian champion, and for good reason. He is, and that is no mean feat, that's a very competitive part of the world, hey Jay?
Yeah, so Jai takes off in this wave right in the pocket there, nice roll. Maintains that speed out of the maneuver with the forward spin into the roll combo. So Jai Taylor getting very busy here early on in this heat. And his first wave coming in at a 4.5, which equaled Vicente Campos. And here we go with Noon Mohammed Idashad.
Yeah, Noon got a little shack there, but then it closed out. So I think he decided to abort mission, head out there and get another wave. But yeah, Jai is friends with Aidan Salmon, my old colleague. Used to work with me in the UK and on my trips, and then he set up his own business, Bali Bodyboarding, and Jai has been spending time working and being on his trips. Aidan doesn't run it anymore, it's run by my friend Grant, but Aidan messaged me before this event to say, you've got to catch up with Jai. He's a lovely young guy, and he might just end up working with you sometime in the future, because that's what he's aspiring to do, is sort of bodyboard guiding and coaching stuff. So that's really cool. And like he said, Jay, we caught up with his grandma, a lovely lady, and yeah, we were chatting about Jai's dad, who's well known for looking a little like Jesus, and he spends a lot of time in Bali shredding on the boog as well. So yeah, booger family, and yeah, he's got good bedrock there to the foundations of a solid bodyboard competitor on the international scale for the future. He's already there trying to prove himself in the junior men's division and doing that, and I think we can expect big things from him in the future.
Well, that Sunshine Coast pedigree goes all the way back to Kira Llewellyn.
Oh, yeah.
Who was the first non-Brazilian to win the women's world title. I believe that was way back in 2015, 2014, 2016, somewhere in that neck of the woods. I'll have to look that one up. I may be way off on that one. But at any rate, Kira Llewellyn, 16 years old when she won that title.
Yeah.
The second youngest to win the women's world title after Alex Rinder.
Oh, yeah.
Who was the youngest world champ ever.
Yeah.
And she's here competing as well. We'll see the women later on today, but for now it's all about the juniors. And a little break in the action right now, Rob.
Yeah, I used to, that was way back in my era, and Kira Llewellyn shredded hard, you know. I remember bodyboarding with her a few times and being blown away. She was at the ISA World Games when I was there one time, and yeah, she just was so solid, such a strong style. But yeah, that sunny coast, it was all about style, wasn't it? All the bodyboarders that came from there just seemed to have that fluidity in their riding, and it was kind of like just a pack that they sort of began that resurgence of bodyboarding style from, or introduction and dawn of incredible bodyboarding style from Australia. Do you agree?
Yeah, they really did set the bar when it came to, you know, riding with style. There's all this movement in bodyboarding about crossed legs, and they'd wear the asymmetric fins just really for aesthetics when they did those maneuvers. So that was a big movement. Speaking of movement, here we got Red moving in on this wave. Bottom turn up into the roof. Nice Rolo, and this this is a good, solid wave for this rider right now. And I'm telling you, folks, in red, we have Vicente Campos ripping the bag out of that wave. But right now we're going to get down to the water's edge where Bego Martinez is going to do an interview for us. Bego, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jay. Well, Sammy Lavi, what a great performance. You're competing in both divisions, men and junior men. And is it hard?
Okay, I'm very happy. I need to best maneuver. Inshallah, next round one. شكرا ولاد مهدية على السيبور ديالكم. إن شاء الله نطلعوا البوديوم إن شاء الله. كنشكر الوالد ديالي من هذا المنبر. Je suis fier de tout le monde.
T'es nerveux, hein? Oui. Tu peux parler français si tu veux aussi.
Parle français bien. Oui, mais allez. Je veux.
No, mais c'est bien, c'est bien. Well, he was just saying, I'm going to translate because I picked up a little bit of that Arab. You were saying that if God's allowed you, you're going to be in the podium. Something like that, right? You said? And that he's super happy to be advancing, and he was thanking all of our sponsors. You want to say something else to everyone?
Okay, I am very happy. Round one, inshallah. Okay, thank you.
Alhamdulillah. All right, congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bego. So good to hear. So cool guy. So yeah, back to the action. We've got Set appearing, peeking up on the left-hand side. The right not in play really today. It's all about these lefts. The deep left, as Jay calls it. Looks as though, even though there's that chatter out the back, the faces of the waves are still nice and clean. There's bowls there to be had, as Jay Taylor showed in his early waves in the heat. And paddling now, Jay?
Here's Jai Taylor on this left-hand bowl, looking for that lip section up ahead. Gets up into the top of the wave and back down with the Rolo. Basic move for Jai Taylor. He's going to kick out of that one. He's off to a good start, keeping real busy. But, you know, I'm kind of hung up on the fact that Bego speaking or understanding some Arabic. What the heck? She's going to add another language to her cachet of languages. But check this one out, Rob Barber.
I love this wave. So Vicente, so powerful for a little Grom, you know. He's so light that as he landed that first roll, he kind of bounced, but then managed to regain his rail and then get another nice boost. And then Jay, he's got a real solid style here, you know. It doesn't look as though he's going to get knocked off his board at all. Punched through that lip, made the landing, and got another solid score on the board. So looking at how things are sitting at the moment, we've got the Portuguese rider Vicente Campos, who is in first with a 10.75. We've got Jay Taylor second with 10 points, so just behind. And then we've got Noon Mohammed Irishad in third place from the Maldives with a 1.4. So he's looking to improve his scores, maybe replace the two waves that he's got, maybe start the heat again for him, the way it might feel at the moment. He's got some skills there. He just needs to get some waves to show what he can offer, Jay. And
just to quiet the keyboard warriors out there, Kira Llewellyn's world title, 2005. I was 10 years off. Geez, my My mental clock is out of whack here. It is a 12-hour time difference. That's my excuse. But Kira, an absolute legend. From the power school of bodyboarding, our current purveyors of that style of riding, I would say, riders like in this event, Pam Bowron and Alex Rinder, of course, and we saw Lily Pollard in the Shark Island event charging. So, yeah, power, style, and grace all in one, package. And we're seeing a little bit of that out here today with these riders. Currently, Vicente Campos leading the heat. 13 minutes remaining in this heat, and our local rider, Noon Mohammed Idashad, needs to get off the ground, has two basically non-scores under 1 point. That's basically taken off and pulling out of a wave. So he's got about 12 and a half minutes to get things underway for himself.
Yeah, Vicente Campos really impressed me on that last wave. To see a Grom of his size, so 13 years old, being able to bust such dynamic moves and come out of the big roll and then straight into another one is super impressive. The future's bright for that one. And up and down there from a rider, I think that was blue. Unfortunately, Joe Taylor pulling out of that one. That set was a bit lumpy. The guys didn't like the look of it. But now paddling over on the left-hand side on the deep left peak, Jay.
Well, here we go. Noon Mohammed, our local rider, just not really having any luck in this case. And that bad luck streak just continues in this heat for him. We have seen heats won and lost in the last 10 minutes. It is possible. Here goes the mini Grom out there. Vicente Campos showing some chops out there. And I'll tell you what, man, these young Portuguese riders really bringing it to the table. We saw Luana Dourado yesterday in the young ladies, not division, but in the women's division, bringing it. And here's Vicente Campos throwing it down.
That's sick, the size of that lip was pretty mutant, especially for a 13-year-old, and he punctured through it, held on tight. Really nice little style on him. I love the colorway on his bodyboard as well. It's like that kind of that old turbo colors from back in the day, and he just looks like a super stylish little dude, So, got a bit of information about him. He's from Praia de Salgueira. His favorite wave in the world is Mindelo. He likes playing games, computer games and things. He's traveled around a little bit. He's been to Gran Canaria, France, the Azores, and the Maldives. The Azores is a place I'd like to check out. He's just aspiring to be world champion, the most common answer. But that's where these guys have got a focus to go. And at his age, he can map it out, If he keeps doing it, it's the focus to be at an event like this at that age, and then have the amount of years that he's got in this division to finesse his riding style and his approach and his strategy. Who's to say he won't be a big name in the future, Jay?
Well, you see a little guy like that, he grows into his body. He already has the skills, but once that power comes in and mixes with the skill, it's a pretty unbeatable combination. And, of course, being at an event like this where the world's best are battling it out, he's exposed to that level of riding. And that's just going to do wonders for his future, in terms of accelerating his learning curve.
Yeah, 100%. He has a coach, he says. That coach, in his own words, is also my father, Rui. So that's great to see his dad supporting him. And that's a big part of the, these Groms coming through. That parental support cannot be overlooked. Going surfing and being back to go bodyboarding with their parents or supported. How many lifts did you used to get to the beach with your parents, and if you didn't get them, you weren't getting there? So, an integral part of the success of most Groms is the support of their parents. That's great to see that he's backed all the way, and it will be an incredibly important building block to his future. And it's the same with Drake Kinghorn. His father's travelled with him, and some other Groms have got their dads with them. And it's fantastic to see. It's a wonderful activity to do together. You surf with your kids, Jay. Do you love it?
Yeah, it took him a while to get into it. But let's take a look at this wave from Noon Mohammed. He bottom turns on this wave, just gets the forward spin as that wave just runs down the reef in front of him. and unfortunately continues with that streak of bad luck. Just 3 scores, all at least 1 point or less. So he's really struggling in this heat, and right now it is all about Vicente Campos with a heat score of 12 points. But I'll tell you what, Jai Taylor not too far behind, needs a 6.51 to move into the lead, but only one competitor will be eliminated from this heat as we get down to the 8-minute and 35-second mark. But yeah, you know, I love to touch on what you said, I love the parental or grandparental support a lot of these young riders have. You know, my kids surf. I love surfing with them. Your kids surf. They're, you know, younger than mine, of course, but they're just going all in, man. That's the dream, right? You want to just carry that stoke and pass it along to your next generation. And it's good to see these juniors are, you know, taking that stoke to the next level.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, talking about Stoke, so just checking back on a few of those details about Jay Taylor. So it was under 16s champion, Aussie champion 2022, and under 18 in 2023. So no mean feat, you know. That I've watched some of those events, the footage that they have online, and the standard of the riding is probably as good as the World Tour on some days. You know, the riders there are not tending to travel as much now, not tending to join the World Tour, but still following the Aussie Tour. And yeah, the technical abilities of some of those guys are second to none, you know. So fair play to him. It's brilliant to see, but it's still he's still being surpassed at the moment, sitting in second place. So speaks volumes for the Grom Vicente. So here we go. This is Noon back again for another wave. Just mistimes the roll there. He got caught out. So he had the forward spin on the wave before, and then he just mistimed the roll on that one. He'll be back out there for some more. But he's chasing Jay. He needs to get a score of 2-wave score of 10 points. So he's got a lot to do. 6 minutes 54 seconds remaining. Could be an uphill battle.
Yeah, it's a tough go when you have several waves that just don't work out for you, like Noon Mohammed Ida Shad is having here today. It sort of puts you in a weird mindset, you know, where you feel like you're so deep in the hole you're not going to be able to dig out. But, you know, he's got the support of the local bodyboarding community. He's, you know, carrying through that stoke of having made it through yesterday. I don't think he's going to give up, but maybe he's going to take a different strategy here and sit on a different peak. Maybe that's his best move at this point. But, you know, he's in a deep hole. He needs more than 8 points on his next wave to have a shot at it with just about 6 minutes remaining.
With 6 minutes remaining, it's not unthinkable you could get 2 waves, you know. We've seen many heats won or lost in these dying minutes. But it's exactly as you say, Jay, it's the mental position that you find yourself in. It's like recalming yourself and sort of restarting, you know. Coaching that I've done before, judging that I've been part of, and seeing competitors and drawing on my own experiences, you just have to try and draw a line under the bad waves that you've had and go, right, it's a 6-minute heat now, not a 20-minute or a 25-minute heat. I'm going to start again, and I'm just going to start building that house. I'm going to try and get those 2 scores. And hopefully the announcers are reading out the scores as they are in this event, so you know the scores that you need to break into that first or second place bracket and therefore progress to the next round.
Yeah, when I started competing, they didn't have computer scoring. It was best 4 or 5 waves, so, and sometimes 6-man heats. So just a totally different structure back in those days. Here we go, taking off on this wave. Vicente Campos dominating this heat so far, and you can see why. Beautiful ARS. Oh, he almost over-rotates the landing, but he hangs on. And he's eyeballing this oncoming section, bides his time with a nice reverse, and another banger on the inside for that closeout roll. And so Campos just really stamping his domination of this heat. Meanwhile, Jai Taylor inverts on that right-hander on the inside. So a nice exchange from these 2 riders who hold down first and second position.
Wow, this has hotted up so much. I love to see that. Campos and that combination there. I mean, this is shades of PLC back in the day. You know, you think about those videos, the video that he put out of his life story, and you're looking at the footage of him back in the day. And I don't give this compliment lightly. I think Vicente has got those skills. That was super sick to see that ARS. Got great rail control to get back up to the lip again. And then, yeah, here we go. So bottom turns, got the nice line. There's the bowl. He's got it. Up he goes, hits it perfectly, clean, slightly over rotates just because of his weight, you know. He hasn't got the weight to get that inside rail back in the wave face. So he comes up to the top, jams a reverse, and then a roll. I mean, what more could the judges ask for in these conditions at the moment?
Yeah, really mature level of riding. Jai Taylor here, you see him bang the invert. Not a super steep section. He does well to make that one look really solid and stylish. And look at this huge backflip. Can he hang on? Whoa, he's just buried upside down. And that was Jai Taylor having another crack at it. And Taylor hanging in second position at the moment. And that was a no-make, unfortunately. I think he's going to hold in second. But here he goes. Take another look at this one.
Yeah, up he goes. That's a lovely section. Just gets embedded in the lip. Kind of gets caught nose first going into the water. So when you flip, you need to land flat. You know, it's really easy not to get enough flip and therefore land nose picker position. If you do that, you're only going to dive down into the water rather than land flatly and slide out of it. I mean, who am I to give this Super Grom tips? But I would say that he just needs to concentrate on getting that board flat on the landing, which would be easier to do on an easier section. That was a tough section to do it on, but he's sensible enough and knowledgeable enough and experienced enough to know that he had to pull some rabbit out of the hat in order to get the score that he needs to get first. So, or maybe that, and he settled for second, and he was just having some fun. What do you think, Jay?
Well, you know, an 8.0 for Vicente Campos, pretty much the nail in the coffin for the other two competitors out there. He's pretty much going to hold down that first position. Jai Taylor now pretty deep in the hole in terms of trying to move into first. Doesn't really matter. He's still going to advance, but he needs an 8.76 to take over first slot. It's really Noon Mohammed Ida Shad that's in a deep hole here. He needs an 8.26 to have a shot at advancing even. So this may be the end of the day here for him as we get down to the 1.5 minute mark.
Yeah, I see something interesting, Jay, as we're looking out. So the next heat have paddled out to the right-hand side, and then the competitors are over on the left, and we've got this left bowly peak coming over. But you notice that the competitors waiting for the next heat are just sat there and not paddling against the current. So maybe the current's let up a little bit. So Blue, Jay Taylor, just ducking out of this one. But yeah, this morning we were on the treadmill, weren't we? Paddling towards the bridge permanently just to stay in position.
Yeah, I think it must be a tidal thing. Maybe as the tide gets higher, the current lets up a little bit. Noon Mohammed Ida shot forward spin and just does a nose dig on the finish of that spin, and unfortunately that's probably going to be the end of the line for him with under a minute to go. The likelihood of him getting back out and getting another wave is pretty slim at this point.
Yeah, I think for him probably that's all she wrote, as Ed has said in another era of bodyboarding commentary back in the day. But yeah, he had a solid effort that spin there. Unfortunately, there's nothing more painful than digging the nose and not quite making it, especially when you've made the full 360 degrees. But yeah, we're down to the last 30 seconds now. A commanding performance from Vicente. I think if he can get more left bowls like that, which there's plenty of out here in the following rounds, he's going to pave his way through a number of heats. Jay Taylor's going to be hot on his heels. He's got plenty more to give. And unfortunately, with 13 seconds left, I can confidently say that Noon Mohammed Irashad will end his journey here, although he's put in a solid display for the Maldivians. I hope he'll be back next year in the event and have another crack of the whip.
All right, so a great finish here for Vicente Campos, really dominating that heat start to finish. Let's take a look at the highlights from that heat. Take a little commercial break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back, folks. The voice of the IBC, Bego Martinez, back in studio with me here today. And we've apologized several times for the fact that we haven't had scoring on the screen. We're working that out, and there is a development, right?
Yeah, well, we will be taking a 5 to 10 minute break in order to set that up. But we are going to check yesterday highlights, which are ready for you. So that's going to take like 2.5 minutes. And, of course, we're going to do Vicente's interview. So let's check the highlights and see if by the time the highlights are over, we can do the interview. And if not, we're going to come back with the interview after that. So stay tuned. All right, so we are ready with the interview and the winner of last heat. Welcome back, everyone, and we're going to hear from Vicente. Meanwhile, we're getting the scores fixed. So, Rob, take it away. All right, so we have an update with that. We're not going to go to the break. Event continues, and as you can see in your screen, we have Drake Kinghorn. They had already fixed the situation with the score. So Drake leading this heat. I'm gonna double check because I think there's 4 people in this heat as well.
And there we go, a little priority situation there. Wise move from Drake Kinghorn, takes advantage of the priority and gets that boost through the roof Rolo. A key strategy move from the young Cali kid, Drake Kinghorn, who works his way to the inside. And 3 riders in this heat. It looks like we're just trying to confirm that. As you guys know, we did miss the very beginning of this heat as we were on that highlight reel package. But right now we're looking at Mohamed Jaresh Jihad in the heat, along with Drake Kinghorn and Sami Labi. So Maldivian, an American rider, one of only 2, Dave Hubbard being the other, and Sami Labi from Morocco. So these 3 guys going to duke it out here in this heat. Already several waves ridden. In fact, 8 waves ridden. At this point, the high score of the heat is 6.25 from Mr. Drake Kinghorn, who is off to a great start. And again, we saw him use that priority to take advantage of getting that good wave that he picked off a 5.5 score on. So good for him.
I was actually counting Drake as the only American present in the event. I mean, mainlander.
Oh, sure, mainlander, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, because, Hawaiians, they call themselves Hawaiians.
Well, in the eyes of the ISA, of course, Hawaii is like a separate entity. But here we go. Rider on the slingshot right-hander out of the frame. Hopefully we can pick that up. Another angle. I believe that was Sami Labi. And question is, what did he do on that wave? The mystery, the intrigue. We shall see shortly as we get things rebooted here, try to get scores back on the screen. But at this point right now, Dre Kinghorn, 11.75 points in the heat, and in second position with 4.25 points, Sammy Labi. Here goes a wave for Dre Kinghorn. Bottom turns up. Oh, rolls right over his fellow competitor, moves to the inside, and catapults another one into the lip. And this young San Diego bodyboarder putting his stamp on the World Tour. He first showed up in Chile last year. And competed at Antofagasta.
He was so excited.
Yeah, he was excited. He sat in the booth, got to do some commentary with Bago. It was like a big deal, and so here he is to try to get another taste of it. His dad accompanied him here, and, he lives maybe, 45 minutes away from me, and they know all too well what a long trip it is. And one more sick look at this wave from Dre Kinghorn. Bottom turns up off the lip and rolls it right there as Sammy Labi duck dives under him and comes to the inside. And you see him really getting that spring-loaded shoulder-elbow combo to do the roll on the foam ball and get the finish there. So Kinghorn off to a rousing start in this heat.
It just calls my attention how much he has improved. He was surfing good in Antofagasta when I met him. But he's definitely surfing way better right now. So congratulations to him for, putting so much effort to get better. And I know we have the interview with Rob Reddy and Vicente, so take it away.
Go, Rob.
Thank you, guys. So I'm here with Supergron Vincent, who absolutely killed it last heat. That combination of maneuvers, including the ARS. How'd you pull that off?
The waves are very good. I'm having much fun. The waves, we can do very much maneuvers. The wave is long to do the good maneuvers. Yes.
Perfect. Thanks very much. And it looks as though you've been training hard. So you must surf a lot at home, yeah?
Yes, I train a lot at home, trying to get better, and acho que é isso.
Good, you love it, I can tell. So hard work pays off, bro. So yeah, is there anyone you want to thank?
Sim, eu quero agradecer à minha família por estar aqui, à minha mãe, ao meu pai, à Luana por estar-me a apoiar, à mãe da Luana, aos meus patrocinadores, ao meu clube e aos meus amigos que estão-me a apoiar em casa.
Love it. This is a big name for the future to watch out for. Back to the studio, Jay and Bago. Where you at?
Gosh, oh my gosh, that's got to be the cutest interview ever. I just want to take that kid to Chuck E. Cheese. I want to take him to Chuck E. Cheese and maybe to the circus. He's so cute and such a ripper. That's like incredible. I love it, man. So it's good to see the next generation of bodyboarders alive and well. Meanwhile, speaking of the next gen, Blue up and riding with a beautiful Rolo. Forward spin to follow that one up. Maybe going to get another hit. Oh, he goes for the backwash reverse Rolo right there. And, milking it for everything it's worth with 13 minutes, 45 seconds to go in this heat. That was our rider in blue, Sammy Labi from Morocco. He was on a tear yesterday, really showing his stuff here this morning as well, trying to claw his way back to move ahead of Drake Kinghorn.
All right, so we are waiting for the scores again because we had them before, and I'm pretty sure I've been told that they have been fixed. So we'll see what, you guys are going to be able to see who is surfing right now. But if not, you can find everything at the IBC World Tour official website, and you can follow the scores and everything there. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and your good thoughts and, understanding that these kind of things can happen.
So, the move is to split your screen and have the IBC website on one screen and the live stream on the other. Nice Rolo for Red. Hits the backwash on the landing, but does get the finish. That's Mohamed Jarish Jihad with a decent wave, our Maldivian rider. And noticed a lot of these Maldivian guys, they really like that right-hander, that deep right off that peak on the far left side of your screen. And there is sort of, let's call it a peanut gallery over there, overlooking that, right, where a lot of the locals hang under the palm trees. There's a bunch of benches over there. And I think they just kind of like hang and cruise, and that's the wave that they can see the best from that angle. So, you know, a little support when you go on those rides if you're a local rider.
Yep. I definitely think, well, I have to go back to that, what you said about that interview with Vicente, how cute he is. Oh, my. And I love the comment that you said that you will take him to Chuck E. Cheese.
I just want to take him to Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh, my.
I don't know how many people listening or watching know what Chuck E. Cheese is, but, yeah.
I think it's pretty popular. In many countries you have it. It's not only in America.
I didn't know that.
Yes. It's a chain. Look at that. Fabian Tazar, Brahimi Dush, Namika Yamashita, and Sara right there. They were looking at each other.
Well, we do have a Moroccan rider out in this heat, and sort of Brahim Adouche is sort of the de facto, I'll say, chaperone for all these young Moroccan riders. You know, there's so many here. We have a number of them competing in several divisions, and he's the elder statesman amongst them, and longtime tour veteran, and I'm sure they all look up to Brahim, so he's here for support.
That's pretty cool. You know, Brahim, all right, so we had a taker there. It was, I don't know, we have someone taking a wave to the left. Who was it? Was it Sammy? Who was it?
Yeah, a bit of a mystery here as we wait for some different angles on this, folks. Just so you know, we are looking at what you're looking at. So we're watching the same live stream you are. Our commentary is, you know, what you're seeing on your screen, and that's what we talk about.
Yeah, I don't know. We are in one single camera right now. I've been told that we have around 8 cameras. So we are in a fixed camera, which is the front one. They might be fixing something. Sorry, people. We're going to get you those waves. But, yeah.
So a bit of a battle here. Sammy Labi clawing his way back at this moment. Both Dre Kinghorn and Sammy Labi have a 6.25 as their high score. So right now the backup score for Dre Kinghorn a little bit better. And here we go. A wave that was ridden by Sammy Labi, and this one was a huge one for him, a 6.25 with that huge sky roll that he pulled off earlier. Actually, sorry, 7.25. So his last 2 waves have been his highest scores, and that did, in fact, move him ahead of the young Cali kid, Dre Kinghorn. And Kinghorn now needs a 7.26 to regain the lead in this heat. Of course, top 2 advance through, so it's really Mohamed Jarish Jihad's heat to win or lose at this point. He's going to have to pick off, basically replace his 2 waves that he has. His 2 high scores are a 3.5 and a 3.15. He's going to have to get rid of both of those if he wants to have a shot at moving Kinghorn back into that 3rd position.
All right, so Sammy, I was just so impressed. You know, he's 17 years old, and he's competing, he's double tasking as many juniors, but he is doing a great job in both divisions, and definitely one name to remember from Morocco. Sammy Labi just came from an interview, and doing a great job. So we're very impressed with him.
Dre Kinghorn, a twin, by the way. He has a twin brother named Tanner,
right,
who's a really good surfer. Stand-up surfer. In fact, you know, they both can do both really well. But Tanner is focused more on the stand-up side of things, and Drake holding it down for the family in the bodyboarding world out here. Of course, as we mentioned, his 2nd ever World Tour event, and hopefully not his last. He's having a good showing in this heat and trying to get back into that 1st position. So right now, standings remain the same. Sammy Labi in 1st, Kinghorn, Drake Kinghorn in 2nd, and Mohamed Jarish Jihad in 3rd position. Here we go.
All right, nice looking one for Mohamed. Also, doing a very good job. And, you know, Maldivian bodyboarding future is warranty, I'm telling you. We have a lot of people that it's improving this year, and every year the number is raising, and it just makes a lot of sense. I wonder, you know, there's so many waves in here, and I'm pretty sure pretty soon we're gonna have a movie of because also in Maldives, what you have is really good photographers, filmmakers, editors as well, because there is a lot of people that works with tourism.
Yep.
And they are they're super, and I think the quality of life here is super high.
Yeah.
They have good jobs, and I don't know if I'm wrong. I'm sorry about them. Maybe I'm going to ask my colleagues, Maldivians, if I'm wrong, but we're going to get back to that idea after this wave of Mohammed with an invert. What a great performance from this Maldivian. I'm going to get to see if he, and Drake.
Wow, quite an exchange here from these two young riders. Drake gets another roll on the inside, and that follows up Mohammed Sharish Jihad's wave. And Mohammed really needed that wave. He needed that one to get off the ground. 6.5 minutes to go. We'll see what kind of score he gets from that one as he tries to replace the two scores that he already has. Take one more look at this wave from Drake Kinghorn. Roll around the bowl and back down in the whitewash there. So those two riders going back and forth here, wave for wave here in the closing moments of this heat.
Yeah, look at that. It's actually very glassy. It has, it looked a little bit choppy, but I was walking to the bathroom and I was checking the wave, and it's super glassy. Actually, behind the bridge, it's crazy glassy. It make me want to feel to go surfing there, but I think it's super shallow. I don't know.
There is actually a right over there.
Yeah,
on the other side. Yeah, you can ride. I rode it a couple years ago.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, but it's forbidden.
I drop-kneed it. Huh?
Remember, someone told us that it's forbidden.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
But we did it anyway. Sorry. Am I going to get arrested here? I don't want to get arrested. But that was 2 years ago. Yeah, there was a really big swell, and there were waves. You could actually take off on the other side of that bridge, kind of a chip-in type wave. But a little further to the right out of frame, there was sort of like a peeling, soft right-hander that you could actually ride and do a couple maneuvers on. And it was super crowded here at Varuna La Ralugandu, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that. So I just paddled over there and caught a few drop-knee waves. And, the locals say before this bridge opened in 2018, the wave, you could actually take off over there and ride it all the way through this lineup on the right swell and tide and so forth. So, yeah, I think the bridge did have some impact on the wave here.
All right, if you're just getting here, second day of competition, this is the day where we are having all the divisions of the IBC World Tour that are left. We are right now with the juniors, and we are going to continue. We're going to finish this round, and then we're going to continue with the men for the repecharge round, and closing the day with the women for the non-elimination round of the women.
Yeah, so plenty of action to come, folks. We are right around 10:37 in the morning local time. Hopefully it's a nice morning, afternoon, or evening wherever you may be tuning in. And if you're watching this, 2 days from now, 1 year from now on the live stream, you're just watching it to remember the epic 2024 Visit Maldives Pro event. Glad you're tuned in, whether it's live or not. And speaking of live, huge maneuver there from Sami Labi, and he is in the lead of this heat and just cementing that lead position here with 3 minutes 30 to go.
You know where he's coming from? Do you know that wave in Morocco that it's very impressive, that it's called Sharatan?
I have heard of that, yes.
Now I understand why he surfs like that. Sharatan is a very impressive wave. All right, so one more wave there for the rider in blue, Sami Labi, coming from a place that it's very that's perfect for bodyboarding, but it's actually it's not a place that you can go and visit because it's a military base where this wave is located, so it's forbidden. You have to have some special permit, I believe, or the locals are the only ones that can surf there, but the wave is very good. It's kind of wedgy, but it's super shallow. It's a beach break, but it behaves like a slab, or a wedge maybe. And so there are a lot of good bodyboarders from there, of course, including Anas Haddar, one of the best bodyboarders of Morocco. So yes, Sharatan, just bringing the goods.
Yeah, so we had a rider take off on a wave heading right. This wide shot, kind of hard to determine who that was or what happened, so we'll try to pick that up as we can. 2 minutes to go in this heat. Standings remain the same. Sammy Labie in first position. Drake Kinghorn in second. And here goes Kinghorn right now, a little chip-in left-hander. See if this one bowls up in front of him, and it looks like it's going to stand up with that closeout foam section coming at him, and he hits the roll and just gets stuffed out the back. That one has claimed many victims through the morning here because it just wedges so hard at you, and you really almost have to project into the flats, like straight towards the beach rather than down the line. Otherwise, the thing just wedges under you, and that little side section can't push you back onto the wave. So Kinghorn coming unglued on that one.
Right, so I wanted to, tell you a little bit about this event. This year we have $60,000 as a prize purse, and that's going to be a split in 30,000 and 3,000 points for the man. What else? We're going to get back to that idea. Sammy Labie is just having so much fun here. He's probably just, enjoying every minute of it. And, of course, he needed to find something different. And then the reverse of the leap, not the, smoothest one, but still nice to see a, variety of maneuvers and a new maneuver there. And that's pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, he got kind of hung up going backwards there and did the little fin flick to whip himself back around. Not really a big deal. He's not going to replace that 6.25 or the 7.25, which are his two best scores on a wave like that one. So no harm, no foul for him as we get down under the 30-second mark. It's looking like he's the de facto winner of this heat and has been dominating the heat since the midway point, and Drake Kinghorn just trying to hold into that second position. At this point, Mohammed Jarish Jihad needs a miracle. He needs an 6.61 to advance through.
But the heat is gone. And the official result is Sammy Labie in the first position and Drake Kinghorn in second. Congratulations to Mohammed for a good performance as well. We're going to hit a heat recap and a commercial break. I'm going to be back super soon. Don't go anywhere. Well, if you're just getting here, welcome to the second day of competition at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, an event that is celebrating its third edition. And we are more than happy to be back here for the junior man, the woman, and the man divisions. And let's hit the water because we are right now in the round number one, heat number 4 of the junior man division. And we have no one else than Ethan Perez from the Basque Country already with a 6.5. And Jai Taylor from Australia. I believe he's an Australian national junior champ.
Yeah.
That's all?
2023 under 18 junior champ and 2022 under 16 junior champ. So, yeah, pretty well decorated young bodyboarder. Those titles do not come easy. I was mentioning in the last heat, the battles in those contests, the standard are right up there. So, fair play to him, but he's sitting in third place at the moment, so only a minute and a half, or just under 3 minutes gone, and high action already. So Ethan Perez from the Basque Country has a 6.5, and now Jay Taylor is looking to rectify his third place by adding a score. So up he goes. Nice Rolo. Unfortunately, that wave. Oh yeah, he made it. Good. So the camera tracked him. He made it out of that one. Looked like a tough landing. He got up there quite vertically, which can sometimes make it hard to land, but he connected with the lip and came out of it smoothly. So he's got his 2-wave score now, so cracking start for him. I should imagine that it'll head up there towards the top of the leaderboard now, but we've got Ethan Perez there from Spain, Jorge Silva Marquez from Spain as well, and then Jay Taylor from Australia. So stacked heat, Bego.
Definitely. You know, the juniors, I always say the same. Maybe I can sound a bit repetitive, but they are, young in age but not in level. They can definitely impress us at all times. I just love to see when they're double tasking and they're doing great, such as the Moroccan. And here is the replay of the last wave of red with a through the leap roll, very well executed. And one more look to yellow, another roll there. So yeah.
Yeah,
nice exchange, huh? And one for blue.
And blue, yeah. So this is the one that I saw a second ago. Looked as though it landed in the V, but pushed through it. So it was, bogged in the white water for a little while until he reappeared. And then, sort of pulled the maneuver. Therefore, will receive a solid score for that. So here they are. The scores are dropping as predicted. That sends Jay with his 2 scores now into first place. So a fantastic start to the heat for him, especially being that one of those scores is a 5, another score is a 3. That's leaving second place Ethan Perez from the Basque Country. He's got a single score of 6.5, so solid start. And then Jorge Silva Marquez from Spain also, he's got 1 score on the board, 4.25, and he's sitting in third place. So all of these guys proving in under 5 minutes that they've got the arsenal of maneuvers to progress through to the next round. It's just a matter of who gets the waves. And as we've mentioned already this morning, that wave selection is the key because they're looking for either one big move or a decent move with a series of moves to follow.
Oh, Jai, I like that early start, a couple spins, one more. And the Australians has a quote. And he keeps going. Wait, they have a quote saying "spin to win." Yeah, but pretty much. I think that's Aussie, right?
Yeah,
the spin to win thing.
Yeah, we hear it a lot in Europe as well. So,
but who made it? I believe it was them.
Probably.
We're gonna get back to that idea after this interview with Jay Rio and the man of the hour in the junior division, Sami Labi. Go ahead.
All right, Sami Labi, little rough on the French and English. He's going to answer in Arabic. So, Sami, an excellent second half of the heat. You can answer in Arabic.
انا فرحان بزاف حيت دزت السيريا عاوتاني واخا كانت صعيبه شويه ما تمكنتش في الماتش الاولين ندير دي بون ريزولطا والحمد لله تمكنت باش ندوز وشكرا.
And you want to thank your sponsors, family?
Okay, thank you for Federation Morocco. Thank you for my family and the next round inshallah.
Excellent. Great job and congratulations. All right. Well, back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks God I understood something because, I was in Morocco and I was trying to pick up some Arab. I took a few notes. I'm crazy about languages. And I think he said, I mean, of course, he mixed the French there. So he said, bon resultat, alhamdulillah, which means gracias a Dios. So thanks God. Thanks God I got good results. So, all right. He has been surfing really good. So Morocco has to be proud of him. Right. Jai, is it Jai? Because it's with an I. So I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it Jai or J? Either way.
We need to clarify that.
I think it's Jai. I don't know.
I spoke to his grandma, and she was saying that his name's Jay, but it's spelled J-A-I, I'm sure. I'll double check that, but that's where I've got Jay from. So.
No, the spelling is right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying about the pronunciation.
Okay.
I don't know if the pronunciation for J, is it
J real
is it J or Jai, because it's with an I. Tyler.
Let's go with Jai.
Yeah, that's a way to pronounce. I mean, if it's got an I, it's got to be Jai, right? I don't know. What do you say? You're the English one.
I'm going with Jai. Let's do it. But I'm also going with a set.
I thought
There's
the same,
a deep left-hander popping up here, and red, Ethan Perez, bottom turning, and now he's going to stick with the white water there and let this bowl up. Will it deliver what he's looking for? He's looking for a ramp. He's moving towards it. Oh, yeah, lofts a little roll there. So, interesting that one. He was. It doesn't always show. I mean, it shows that the biggest waves aren't always the best scorers. If you're on a big wave, you really want to be maximizing the maneuvers early on, and that wave didn't wall up for Jai. Sorry, I've got Jai on the brain now. For Ethan Perez, he had to stall. He had to track back to the white water, wait for the wave to form up, and it only really sucked up on the inside to give him the inside roll on the closeout. So the judges will take that into consideration. For those not familiar with bodyboard competitions, the judges are looking for a series of different things. They're looking for good wave selection. So, big waves often result in big scores when they deliver the sections to do the maneuvers that are going to result in those big scores. They're looking for style, they're looking for speed, they're looking for flow, and they're looking for a nice range of maneuvers as well. So, yeah, these are all things that these competitors are well versed in. They're looking for these opportunities to display their wares, to display the techniques that they've been training to deliver. And unfortunately, I don't think Ethan Perez will get a super high score from that, but it's enough to put him into first place. And we're looking at him now having a 9.85 score. Taylor is second with an 8.5, and then Jorge Silva Marquez with 4.25 in third place.
Well, Ethan Perez is super dangerous. He is a very good rider, and of course he can, post big scores. And here's the Aussie boy once again stalling there. Is he gonna find? What are you laughing at?
You didn't say Jay or Jai. You said
the Aussie boy. It's all right.
You dodged the name.
I didn't. I just wanted to, bring some variation. The Jai boy.
Yeah, Jai boy.
Jai Tyler.
We're going with Jai from now on.
Would it be Tyler?
Taylor.
I'm joking.
Jesus.
I just love Aussie accent. I have to tell you, people, if you're tuning in from Australia supporting Jai, I really love your accent. I love it. And I love your accent too. I mean.
Thank you. And I love your language skills. It's so impressive. Even in, being able to understand Arabic is next level. So respect. I wish I had half of those skills. So here we go. A little set breaking in the middle now. So as the tides come in now, we've moving onto the high tide. So coming up to mid tide, moving towards the high tide, makes these peaks shift a little bit. We've got red paddling for this one, so Ethan Perez, bottom turning on a nice left. Up he goes towards the lip, he's eyeing it. Wallop, yes, nice little invert. So little board invert, threw his leg up there for the little mini scissor kick. The judges will appreciate these nuances as you hit the lip. The style of air that you do can vary considerably, and therefore the points that you can get vary considerably as well.
Yeah, look at that beautiful wave. For those that think that, Barunula, it's not so much of a bodyboarding wave, which I don't know where they get that from, because we have seen amazing performances. There you go. I've seen everyone taking every opportunity and, squeezing this wave. And definitely it is a bodyboarding wave. And from all that I know, Maldives, it's got a lot of breaks, but in regular basis when these brakes are, working in the normal size. They're not so much of bodyboarding waves. Of course, you can find barrels and sections, and they're mostly long, waves with some sections, of course. But as far as I know, this one right here is the best wave for bodyboarding in the Maldives. I don't know. I don't know all the waves. I've only been to gels, sultans, and cokes. What about yourself?
Well, I've been down to the southern atolls, as I mentioned yesterday, and I found some incredible waves down there. I mean, it depends what we call bodyboarding waves, because you can have epic sessions on point breaks that have barrels, can't you? You know what I mean? It wouldn't be perceived as a bodyboarding wave per se, but you can have amazing sessions there, can't you? So I guess if we're talking about wedgy beach break style waves, then I shouldn't imagine, or I haven't seen footage or heard stories of many other waves like this, and I wouldn't associate this type of wave with the Maldives from my memory of the place. But knowing that there's a wave like this here suggests that there could well be waves on one of those over 1,000 other islands,
Yeah, the thing, of course, there are so many waves that we don't know, and the locals have told me that there are waves that they don't even know, because there's so many atolls and so many different islands within the atolls,
Yeah.
So definitely there's a lot to know about the Maldives. But from the closest ones and the most popular ones, the ones that are from this atoll or, I believe, I've been told, I'm sorry if I'm not right, this is what I've been told by the people I know here. So I understand that this is one of the best for bodyboarding.
Okay, got it. Well, it's super fun. I can testify to that for sure for my last couple of sessions out there. But on to Ethan Perez. So, wow, nice, big, punched through the lip roll. Will he make it? He's battling hard. He knows he needs to. Just goes to show. I mean, this is a rider of really high caliber, and hit that lip pretty sweet. Pushed through with his arms straight and got the extension, and just still didn't come out. So that just goes to show landing the maneuvers today isn't necessarily an easy task, and these riders need to bear that into consideration. They need to be focusing on getting out in front on those landings, or it will heavily affect their scores. But that said, Ethan still leading the heat. Jai Taylor sat in second place with an 8.5, and Jorge Silva Marquez is still in need of a second wave really. He's had a second wave, but it was a 0.35, so literally a paddle and a pull off. To get a score that low, you literally do nothing, so he must have decided to pull off immediately. So he's got a 4.25 essentially, and needs another backup wave. So with 10 minutes and 32 seconds to go, the action is still hotting up, so there's still a battle to get through this heat, and Jorge Silva Marquez is well and truly still in the game.
Yeah, this is a full elimination round, so only first and second will keep advancing. And, if you allow me, I'm just going to throw a quick update in Spanish because we have two Spanish competing in this heat. Para las personas que de habla hispana, estamos en el último heat de la ronda número 1 de Junior y vamos a hacer, después de esto, la categoría masculina profesional. No, hay una modificación, vamos a mujeres para la ronda número 3 y la ronda número 3 de hombres es lo que va a cerrar el día. Esto es lo que está planificado, o por supuesto se recuerdan que todo puede cambiar. Una ola aquí para Jorge Silva, vamos a ver.
Nice roll from Jorge Silva Marquez. So kind of heard what I was saying there. He's still in the game, just needs another ride, and that'll give him a nice backup score. Solid roll. He's got the skills there. You can see it. He just needs the wave to display them on. And that was a clean landing, and we've got a nice set coming in. We've got red, Ethan Perez, and blue paddling for the left-hander. But here we go. Here's the rerun.
Yeah, beautiful round roll and well executed. So we'll see, Jorge is looking for 6.96 to take that. Actually, he did. No, I'm sorry. I was watching wrongly. 6.96 is what Jai it needs right now to keep in competition. Remember, in this heat, only first and second will continue and will advance in competition. And Jorge is in second right now, changed the situation, and he's looking for 6.51 to get the first position. So not impossible for Jai, but it is a big score we'll see. I mean, he has a 6.30, so, it's close.
Yeah,
What
for sure.
I mean, just thinking about that, he already achieved something like it.
Yeah.
So he's completely capable to get that 6.96 and 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Still wide open.
There's only 3 people in the water, so 3 priorities. It's not that bad.
Speak of the devil, Ethan Perez paddling for this one now. So all the way from the Basque Country, he's got those ARSs on lock. He was stoked with that. Hit it a little bit late, nonetheless pulled it, and now pulled a little foam roll on the inside. Isn't done yet. Another little foam roll. So yeah, he's compounding the scores that he's got, stacking up another high score, I should imagine, for that one. And there we go, it's dropped already. So he's got 13.5 now. So yeah, he's in a commanding position.
All right, so yeah, I wouldn't call that one an ARS myself. I don't know. This is the eternal discussion. But I saw the back of his board all the way till the landing. But that was a nice maneuver for sure. I mean, and I tell you what, this division has $10,000 up for grabs and 2,000 points. And one thing that you guys have to keep in mind, that sometimes it's not just about the money or the glory of winning an event, but also it's very important to try to gain as many points as possible, so you try to be in the top 8, so next year you get the benefit of being seeded. So Jai, I think it is. Yeah,
lovely spin takeoff, then up into a roll through the lip. And yeah, just pulling out that one. Very Australian maneuver. Definitely sunny coast based. That spin takeoff, super nice when done properly, which he just did there. Take off, and with the momentum that you gain from your paddling before you drop down the face, tight spin, then you drop down and go straight into a maneuver. So for you contest savvy individuals, it's a good way to grab points early. But here we go, Jorge Silva Marquez, in and out. Didn't like the look of that one and wanted to get back out there first, because the benefit of getting back out there first is that you get priority number 1. That means that you get first dibs on the next set that comes through, and any following set, as long as you don't paddle for a wave. So with 6 minutes remaining, this priority situation becomes more and more important, especially when a heat is as close as this, because first place Ethan Perez with 13.5, Jai Taylor with 10.15, and Jorge Silva Marquez 9.25. This first and second and third place could, as Jay Reel would say, flip-flop between them. They could go first, second, third at any stage now with any more waves that which they get. It's going to be a critical decision who takes the next wave in regards to the priority, and then the following actions that occur are going to determine whether there's a shift in the first, second and third rankings as we come into the last 5 minutes. So let's hope they keep their head, but we don't mind seeing buzzer beaters. It's exciting stuff.
No, definitely not. All right, so one more here for the Australian junior national champ. Goes for a round roll. And yeah, I mean, looking right now for 6.51, and he just, achieved at least to get into the second position and, finding a spot to continue in competition. We'll see, because the scores are tight.
Yeah, super tight, super tight. That's not going to be the score that's going to change his position, but he had to go for it because he didn't have priority, so he may as well take the wave to try and see if it had a score that was going to serve up what he was looking for. So back he goes, 4 minutes 38 seconds to go, all to play for still. And these guys have, they've all got a battle on their hands. Ethan Perez from the Basque Country. There's some waves down there that have got similarities to this wave for sure. There's a fantastic wedge wave down there. I'm not going to name the name, but it's a spot that I kill myself that I've never been there, because it's not too far from where I live in the UK. I've spent some time in northern Spain and the Basque Country, and I love the waves down there. But this wedge in particular, my colleague, Matt Maeve Davies, who lives in Portugal, he travels to this spot from time to time, and it's an awesome wedge, and I know that that's where Ethan Perez has honed his skills, and that's why he's so good in these wedgy, hollow conditions. So he's trained hard. He does competitions regularly. He recently won a local competition, taking the Open Division first prize and the Under-16s first prize, so respect to that. He can double handle, as you say, Bego. He can enter both divisions and has got the energy and skill to take both titles, which is respect to him at his age. So here we go, paddling in yellow. Jorge Silva Marquez. Boom, lovely roll. Nice, clean roll into a forward spin. Now another opportunity on the inside, needs to close the deal. Oh, it's very unlucky there, super unlucky. But the big points were earned outside, Bego.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking for a 5.80, you know. The inside waves are definitely not delivering that unless they, you know.
I think if he'd have, it's the time of the heat where you have to make a decision of whether you go all in or not. And if you have a look here, perhaps an ARS might have worked.
Yeah, well, that wasn't much of an insider, but yeah, that was a roll. I don't know. You never know in reality. Actually, 5.81. We'll see. I got my second thoughts. I'll wait for the judges. I'm no judge. I'm telling you.
But for our viewers out there who are trying to work out what these judges are looking for, I think the judges would give a much higher score if he'd done an ARS on the outside there, or even a backflip. And I think landing the inside roll would have made a small difference to the score as well. But here's Jai, forward off the lip, gets hung up. He'll be killing himself about that. Now paddling. We have got, it must be Ethan Perez.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that was an ARS, but he didn't land it. Oh, he did. Oh, my. I'm sorry, Ethan. That was nice, actually. Yeah. Well, yeah, actually, last wave of Jorge was not enough. He got a 4.10. So not enough. He got a little short. Still looking for a 5.80, and still the Australian, it's in the second position. And Ethan, no doubts, he's going to keep that first position, I believe, is that. Look at that.
Yeah, up he goes. Spots the section. Nice ARS. Kind of bogs on the landing, so he's lucky to make it. So going back to the thing that Jay and I were talking about earlier on, as you land, your board just bends so much because of the water temperature here. That bend is where you can find yourself bogging a little bit. I mean, your board will recoil back to its original shape, and that recoil gives you projection, so it helps you spring back round and drive down the line. But the initial landing, when you land heavy like that and your board flexes a lot, it can really bog you down, and that's what he did. But he did well to maintain it. Now here's Jai. Here we go. Just didn't quite make that. He went for the backflip there and again landed a little bit nose picker-esque, as I identified in the earlier heat. He just seems to be coming in at a little bit of an angle with his nose rather than landing flat. So perhaps he needs a little bit more of a bowly section to allow him to get that projection to make a backflip like that. So he knows that he needs to get a good score because he needs to protect his third place. But he's, 30 seconds left. Jorge Silva Marquez is the guy that can make the difference. We've got a set coming. Is he going to get on to a wave and get the score that he needs? So paddling over on the left-hand side. Here we go. Jorge going down to the wire. 15 seconds to go. Bottom turning. Has he got what it takes to get the score that he needs? He's looking for the section. He knows he needs to go big. And he fancied the reverse. We all know what he was thinking. The reverse, pop air reverse or air reverse was going to get you a score. Maybe the judges would have liked it if he'd have nailed a nice clean off the lip reverse. Unfortunately, he ended up doing neither. But we know what he was thinking. A roll wasn't going to do it. A re-entry or floater wasn't going to do it. But a reverse was the option to go for. Didn't quite make it. But that's this heat coming to conclusion. We're going to go to the we're going to watch the highlights package now, and then we'll catch up with you soon. Hey, welcome back to the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. We're on the junior men's and we're into Heat 3, Round 2. I'm looking forward to calling the action with my work experience grommet, Jay Reel. What have you got for us, Jay?
Grommet, yesterday I was 112. Today I'm a grommet. I love it. Straight to the water, folks. Action is already underway. We have our 3 competitors out there doing battle, and we're about 2.5 minutes into this heat number 5 of round number 1 of the juniors. And this is what we missed while we did that transition there. Red going up to the lip, a crumbly kind of fat section, gets a roll off into the forward spin. So continuing that flow to the inside, he's on that way deep peak and somehow gets another spin roll combo on the inside section. So really getting it done where it shouldn't have been able to be done. Was Milo Larrier from France.
Love that. So, yeah, we've also got a score on the board from Vincent Campos. So here he goes. Nice reverse off the top there. Bottom turn in such a mature style. And he's managing this backwash. Wow, that punched a little roll there. Super cool. So, yeah, he's got a 4 for that ride as well. So he immediately goes into the lead. The maturity beyond his years is fantastic to see a 13-year-old with that style and with this common sense to get early waves in the heat.
All right, so our 3 riders out there from France, Milo Larrier, Mohamed Azan Ahmed, who is our local rider from here in the Maldives, and my Chuck E. Cheese buddy, Vicente Campos from Portugal. So, yeah, man, when he finishes this heat, we might stop down and play a few games of skee ball and get some pizza. Only you people who've been to Chuck E. Cheese know what I'm talking about. But, yeah, this guy is diminutive. That would be the best word to describe him out there. And maybe that small stature is assisting him. Right now, he's the only rider with a couple of waves, actually just a few waves, 3 waves ridden in this heat, but he has a 4.0 as his high score at the moment, and he's just trying to carry momentum from that prior heat onward into this heat and, just keep the train rolling right along for this young Portuguese rider.
Yeah, for sure. Diminutive in size, but not in skill, He's been so impressive so far. I'm blown away. I didn't think there was any bodyboards in the world that were this good. I mentioned the PLC reference earlier on that he had these skills at this kind of age, but this is epic to see. And I know that, here we go. I know that he's from the north of Portugal in Porto, and I have a good friend, a colleague, in fact, who works with me on some of my trips, Joao Vega, and he runs a lot of bodyboard coaching up there for bodyboarders that are looking to take their riding up a level. Seems to be a very common thing that riders get to a good level of bodyboard and keep on getting coached. They work in groups, do drills, and they can get a lot of photo and video analysis and things like that. They travel around the country to follow swells, and it's showing with this young man that it's paying dividends.
Well, yeah, Portugal super strong in the wave riding world. Of course, one of the world's epic big wave spots, Nazaré, the home of, some of the biggest waves ever ridden, and actually a really good bodyboarding spot there at Praia Norte. When it's smaller, it's approachable. You can, paddle in from the beach. You got A-frame peaks up and down the beach. In fact, as I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ian Campbell took his last world title at that very beach.
Did so, yeah, did so. I've seen the footage many times. I've been carried up the beach and presented with his world title there, epic times, 2017 that was. So he, I couldn't, just getting onto the Nazaré subject, what an amazing beach break that is, It's totally well known for those monster waves that surf up every winter, but as a bodyboard spot, crikey, I've had some really fun sessions there. And another one of those, you can tell a really good beach break when it only needs to be waist high and it's still fun. It's got such good shape and punch to it.
Peaks and power and wedges. Right?
Yeah, exactly. And as a result, it's just churning out amazing bodyboarders, isn't it? And as we chatted about yesterday, Maxime Casillo lives down there. Even though he's French, he spends half the year down there training as a training wave. I don't think it could really get much better because it holds so many sizes. Lefts and rights, bowls, wedges, it's got it all.
We go all the way back to Vasco da Gama to go deep into the history of Portugal and its involvement in the ocean. So the ocean's certainly a critical part of life there in Europe, in Portugal to be exact, and surfing and bodyboarding is no exception.
100%. So, yeah, but let's not take our eye off the other competitors in this heat. So we've got Milo Laurier from France and Mohamed Azan, who's from the Maldives. So, as ever, a multinational contingent in this heat. Looks as though the ocean's gone to sleep a little bit for the first part of this heat, which makes it even more of a reason to get early waves. You know, we've talked about this many times throughout the event so far, how it settles you and how it calms you and how you kind of can set your points for the rest of the heat so that you can then build on those. But I think the main reason that we've overlooked so far is that the conditions can just completely change, Jay, can't they? 25 minutes.
Yeah, it's, you know, tide, wind, even swell direction. You know, we've seen a drastic change from when you and I were out there several hours ago this morning. So, yeah, it's an ever-changing, evolving thing, but that's the case pretty much with any lineup around the world. And, you know, the more time you spend in the water, the more you adapt, you know, to those changes quickly. And you have to. If you're competing in wave riding sports, it's pretty much a necessity. So, yeah, these three riders, they may be young, but they are learning the nuances of the sea here in the Indian Ocean, adding to that knowledge base for all of them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's you certainly have to recognize when the conditions change during your heat. So maybe the wind might change, the tide moves, and therefore the peak stops working that you were planning to surf. Or from there, you know, you might have to make a judgment on whether what you were seeing from the beach still looks the same when you're in the water because of a variation. So anyway, just while we've got this lull on, we're going to go over to Bego, who's got a post-heat interview. Take it away, Bego.
Thank you so much, guys. We're Ethan Perez from the Basque Country. It's your first appearance this year on the World Tour and your first time in Maldives, so how are you feeling?
Yeah, it's my first competition in the tour of this year. My first competition is in Maldives, and yeah, I'm so happy to be here because it's difficult nowadays to do the whole circuit because I don't have any economic support and I have no enough money to go to Chile or something like that.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It's hard, but you're doing great. So I'm pretty sure you're gonna go to Fronton this year.
I don't know. It depends on the result of this competition. And also I am studying, so I don't know, but maybe, yeah.
So how's the community in the Basque Country, the bodyboarding community?
Yeah, it's a great community. We can see in the Basque circuit that it's high level, very high level people like Alex Ubranga, Alex Udurzola, my uncle David Perez, that is a legend, or Gaiska Iguren also. And yeah, so happy to be part of that team of the Basque.
You want to say some words in euskera or maybe in Spanish for your people?
Yeah, in Spanish, please. Gracias a todos los que han hecho que yo pueda estar aquí. Feliz de haber pasado. Quería agradecer sobre todo a mi familia, a mi padre, a Pi Pérez, a mi tío David Pérez y a más familiares. Y también a Gaiska Iguren, que seguro que me estará viendo ahí, a otro entrenador mío. Y también agradecer a mis patrocinadores. Gracias a todos.
Aupa, Ethan, Sorionak, and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Yeah, love it. And, you know, Ethan Perez from the Basque Country, an interesting part of Spain there. It's sort of like on the border between Spain and France. They sort of have their own culture, you know, and I think a lot of the Basque people consider themselves, you know, different than the Spanish. There was even a movement to become a separate nation at one point over there. And it's a pretty cool, unique culture over that way. You've spent some time there, as you mentioned. I have as well, many years ago. So,
yeah,
cool to see that crew charging out here.
Such a beautiful part of the world down there. You know, the Pyrenees and then the coast with so many beach breaks. And then there's, you know, the jewels in the crown like Mandaka and the wedge that I mentioned earlier on. The amazing variety. And through the summer there, they still get swell. But the winter, it's pounding. You know, there's big waves called Menacos. And there's a really fun beach break. I was in the Junior European Champs many years ago at Sopolana. Super fun wave. That's where I got introduced to it. I must, you know, I'm kicking myself that I don't go down there more often because it's pretty accessible. It's a hot spot for bodyboarding for sure. Keep it on the radar. But yeah, just looking at the heat positions now. So the 13-year-old from Portugal, Vincent is still commanding the lead with 5.65. He just, he's just looking to improve on his scores now. He's sit there in a comfortable position. Then we've got Milo Laurier, who is in second position, with 4 points, and then we've got Mohamed Azan with 0.85 in third. But just a little bit about Milo. He's actually from Reunion, so one of the bodyboarders, a bit like Anne-Marie Laverne. It's such a hotbed for bodyboard production over there, you know, but he surfs for France because that's a French territory.
Yeah, the wealth of waves down there. We touched yesterday on the shark issue that existed somewhere around 10 years ago that caused Anne-Marie Laverne to relocate. You know, he's now living in the Canary Islands, has built a life in Galdar, which is, of course, the central location there for the final event on the IBC World Tour, that coming up in October. Man, thrills and spills in that event, and Anne-Marie Laverne that's his backyard. But yeah, Reunion is still in his heart, and a long history back to the days when you and I competed at the international level. We used to have events there in Reunion, so the bodyboard talent pool is very deep back there.
Incredible riders, riders, yeah. And he's saying that his favourite break is Tortue. Do you know that spot? I believe it's Turtles, we call it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's...
Is it?
It's right next to Saint Lou,
yeah,
as I recall.
As you look out to sea, it's over to the right, isn't it?
Yep.
It's kind of like the edge of the bay.
Yep.
Paddling, speak of the devil, Milo. So here he is. He's got a nice left-hander. A bit of spray in the face for his competitor. Sets him up for the roll. Doesn't quite make it. And you can see by the shake of the head, the body language said, I wish I'd stayed on it and got that air bowl. Super unfortunate. But nonetheless, he got to spray his competitor in the face.
Well, you know, I think that little check turn, he was hoping for a lip section on the outside, but the check turn made him scrub all his speed. Meanwhile, our local rider, Mohamed Azan, gets the forward spin. And again, you know, these guys I mentioned, they love that right hand, or the local riders, and he gets the roll off but can't quite hang on. So Mohamed Azan struggling a little bit here through that wave, and we'll see if he can get back outside with about 10 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. He holds down third position.
Yeah, good technique to get into that wave. Head down, chin against the deck of the board, pressing it flat. Nice forward spin, sort of slides down to the bottom of the wave, but gets back up on his rail and then nicely hits the lip, but unfortunately just goes into the trough. I don't think he made that one there. He came out the back. So unfortunate, because the points in that ride were going to be given if he landed that roll. You know, the forward spin was negligible. How many points the judges are going to give that? It's not a lip maneuver. He kind of wasn't in huge control, but taking nothing away from Mohamed. He waited for a nice ride, and he's got another wave score on the board now.
Yeah, so here we are just about the 10-minute mark in this heat. And, the current standings haven't really changed yet. Campos, our young Portuguese rider, in control of the heat at the moment. By the way, just turned 13 2 months ago.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's a young 13, if you want to call it that. His favorite waves in the world, Iquique and Fronton. Certainly no joke. Those waves are not at all beginner or even novice waves there, and he digs it. He loves to hang out with his friends, play a little football or soccer, as we call it in America and Australia. And, I mean, what European doesn't play football, right?
Exactly.
It's like a religion over there.
Yeah, for sure. It's a little bit of a sore subject for me at the moment. After England didn't win the final of the Euros. We lost against Spain, but we did well to get there. But unfortunately, we're second again. So moving on.
Here we go. Football talk with Rob Barber.
Here we go. So the Grom at the moment. Wow, up he goes. Busting a nice roll. Back in the pocket. That was a decision beyond his years, you know. He could see that was going to run. Oh, where is he? He could see that was going to run away with him. So he wanted to get up to the lip early. To potentially get back down and maximise his scoring potential by busting another move. Unfortunately, it just ran away from him. Nonetheless, one move. The judges will add it to his score. There we go. So, just Changing the subject a little bit, just got a message from my good friend Aidan Salmon over in Western Australia, who confirms that it is Jay, not Jai.
Oh, man.
The debate
I
concluded.
stand corrected because pronunciation is a pet peeve of mine. So thank you, Aidan, for correcting me, and I apologize to the Taylor family for mispronouncing his name the whole time. My name's Jay, for crying out loud. I should be saying that right.
Sorry.
Right?
It is.
Oh, hold on. Jai. So,
It is
I'm
Jai.
reading your text right
It
now.
is
Okay,
Jai.
yes.
It is
See,
Jai.
I was right.
Damn it.
I was right.
I snatched victory when I should have held back and checked the detail.
I was conceding to you.
Exactly.
And now I'm reclaiming
I was
victory on
actually
that.
enjoying that moment.
Thank you, Aidan. Yes.
Thanks, but no thanks, Aidan.
Spot on, man. Yeah, baby. I could have sworn his grandmother told me it was Jai.
And I thought, yeah, well, there we go.
He's advanced through in the last heat. So good. We get to make sure we call his name correct the next time. Speaking of correct, a correct-looking wave over on this left-hander. I'm the king of the segue right now. That's the thing. Oh, and Vicente Campos cannot quite claw his way into that left-hander, but he is holding a firm lead on this heat. Well, I don't even know if you call it firm, a 4.0 and a 3.6. A low-scoring heat as the juniors division goes so far. This perhaps the lowest scoring heat, just a 7.6 heat score for Vicente Campos with 6 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Not super crazy, but maybe things are going to turn up here.
Here we go. He's keeping super busy. He's seen a nice left-hander that he fancies. Oh, here we go. Fancies a look. Ah, wow.
Whoa.
So the drawback of being 4'3" and probably 3 stone is that even if you rip on a bodyboard, if you hit a bit of chop when you land, you're going to get bounced. And so far, he's been so impressive with the way that he's made nearly every maneuver. But that wave, he just got above the lip, projected onto the into the flats, and then just literally got bounced off his board, got manhandled by the wave.
And when he got flipped over, let's take one more look at this. He goes up to the lip right here, just bouncing around in the chop, gets the roll and gets flipped over and almost pulls it. He almost pulled that, that sort of
double roll.
It was like a barrel roll on a kayak or something right there. The kid almost made it happen right there. But
some Eppo vibes going down.
Yeah, and there's a super deep left peak right there.
Yeah.
And we see red up and riding Milo Laurier from Reunion. Quick in and out of this one. And, he's a rugby player on his free time.
Yeah, fair play to him. Fair play. So he'll be towering above young Vicente. But but yeah, you could see his facial expressions there on Milo. Did you see that? He dropped in, was expecting it to bowl up, and we've all been there before when it kind of just backs off, you know. Yeah. For it to happen in a heat, the war cry went off there. I could see he was like hurting. He knows that he needs to solidify this score so that he can manage to get through the heat, because Mohamed Azan is, hot on his tail. It's plenty more time. 5 minutes to go. Mohamed Azan has got it in his locker to bust out a move in this final 5 minutes and get that second place. So whereas first place has got a couple of decent waves, a 4 and a 3.6. We've got Milo with a 4 and a 2. And Mohamed Azan with a 0.85 and a 2.4. So literally just replacing his 0.85 with an average score. We'll see him proceed through this heat. So all to play for.
Yes, indeed. 4.5 minutes to go. Vicente Campos in control at the moment. Anything can happen here in the closing moments of this heat. We're in heat number 5 of round 1 of the juniors. 8 heats in this round. And then we will progress on. It looks like, based on my estimation, we'll finish somewhere around 5 p.m. local time. Right now around 11:30 in the morning. So we're approaching the midday point. And, of course, the high tide will become a factor here as we get closer to that high tide. I think somewhere, I'll have to look it up, but I believe somewhere around 1 p.m. And things get a little wonky at that point.
They certainly do. They certainly do. But these competitors know what they're dealing with and dealt with it very well. We've still got some really high-scoring heats during that stage of the tide. But here we go. Mohamed Azan fades his takeoff. Poor guy, didn't get what he was looking for. So the riders are looking for a shaped wave which is a little bit like a quarter pipe on a skateboarding ramp. They want a nice vertical section that they can cleanly launch off. And Mohamed Azan then stalled with a fade, so he kind of went right to then come back left in the hope that the wave was going to form up and deliver that section. Unfortunately, it didn't. Now we've got Vicente just taking off and jamming a roll. It's not going to affect his score. Back to you, Jay.
Yeah, it's Red picking up a wave on the inside. Milo Laria gets a roll of his own, and this one very similar to Vicente's wave. But the question is, will it matter in the scheme of things? Maybe, because Milo Laria, a 2.0 is his second score, and he's just trying to erase that score. Take another look at this one. Forward spin into the roll. So a nice flowing combo, but kind of a smaller, fatter wave. But I'm sure that's going to replace his 2.0 and just kind of put him a little more solidly in the second position. Mohamed Azan, he's going to be chasing down a 3.61, so it's certainly within reach here as we come down to the 2-minute mark. And in terms of priority, it is his. So it is all him. He has a shot at getting a decent wave. Doesn't even need that much of a score, just a mid-range score. And he can advance ahead of Milo Larie. So let's see what happens here, folks.
Totally. It's going to be another nail-biter. Will the Maldivian rider come good? You know, he knows his break better than the other guys. He knows he's got 144 remaining, and he's got priority. So the weight is on his shoulders. It's him who is going to decide his own destiny, and that's preferred for sure. There's nothing worse than not having priority and wondering what your competitor's going to do and how that's going to affect your position in the heat. So he's got priorities in a really good situation as far as that's concerned, but what he needs now is... here we are, former President Igo Soli just coming to visit the contest site. Ibo Soli, sorry about my pronunciation there. So he's coming out to check out the bodyboarding scene, see what the action is unfolding, and see what's going to happen in the last minute of this heat. So it's fantastic for bodyboarding to be recognized. You know, we're super grateful to Visit Maldives for supporting this event and for us getting so many important and interesting visitors to the event site. It's great to see that bodyboarding has been recognized as such an important part of the sport and recreation of the Maldives. You know, it's a really great thing that hopefully could see other countries recognizing this sport as well. You know, in the last few years while the event's been on, it has seen such growth in the bodyboard communities, pushed by the MBBA, the Maldivian Bodyboard Association. Those powers have come together, and Mohamed Azan just paddled for that one. That could see him lose priority. Let's see, 10 seconds, that was his chance. Unfortunately, he didn't quite catch the wave, and that is the final hooter, which signifies that those standings are going to stay the same. So the young man of the moment from Portugal, or boy of the moment perhaps, Vicente, has moved into second place, and the win was taken by Milo Laurier, I think that's that pronunciation right. The judges liked his final wave, his spin and his roll, and it helped him take the win. So third place, our Maldivian rider, Mohamed Azan. Good luck for the future. We're going to wrap it up now and go to the highlights package.
All right, back in studio, we progress on with the junior men's rounds. Bego Martinez back in studio with me. And Bego, the action never stops, even if we do. So let's go straight to the water and see what's happening out there.
All right, yeah, we have heat number 6 of round number 1. That's all. For the junior men division, we have Federico Castelo Branco, Kevin Perez, and Ian Ahmed from here from Maldives. It's going to be another cracker of a heat. And remember, we're going to jump to the women division after this one. After this division, I'm sorry. And check that out, sun's out. We have the former president of the Maldives sitting on the room next to us, and the former first lady as well. So very, very honored to have their presence here. And actually, I was just talking about him, and he just came here. Thank you so much for visiting. It's a pleasure. Former Maldives president. What an honor, huh?
It is an honor. In fact, he was here the first year of the event for the opening ceremony, and it's so great. I mean, I'm thinking about how many countries does the president come to a bodyboarding event? That is really humbling and encouraging, to see that bodyboarding is so important in this country, and this event's such a big deal. And it really is. 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and we are, again, on day 2 junior division here with heat number 6, and already 3 waves ridden in this heat, 3 basically throwaway scores for these 3 riders. And making up this heat is our local rider, Ayan Ahmed, also Kevin Perez from Spain, and Federico Castelo Branco from Portugal. So a truly international lineup making up this heat. And Kevin Perez looks like he got a pretty good tan there on the graphic there. Maybe a little too much time in the sun. That's a joke. You can laugh a little bit, Bego. Sorry, we need a picture of Kevin.
I was
obviously. You didn't know what I was talking about.
All right. So, yeah.
Yeah, so these guys out there all with a wave under their belt. Again, throwaway scores for them at this point. So, they can kind of, at this point, mentally say, okay, well, now it's a 20-minute heat. So let's start over, regroup. And, we talked about conditions constantly evolving out here. And right now it's weird, as the sun comes and goes behind the clouds, it has a different vibe out there. It has a sort of a bumpy, lumpy, wonky look to it at the moment, with a little bit of ripple on the face. That always makes things challenging. And this wave, much like a beach break, a bit unpredictable. When you take off on the wave, it can look good and then sort of hit a deep spot and sort of peter out, if you will. And it's definitely challenging the wave knowledge of these riders.
That's right. All right, if you don't know, we're going to continue with the junior division, which is one more round number 2, and that has 4 heats. And then we are jumping to the women for round number 3 of the women division. And then we are going to go to the repertoire of the men division. That's what's happening today. So another full day of action. We are trying to use the swell that it's here, because we're not really sure what's going to happen in the upcoming days. So wave here for Federico Castelo. We'll see. Nice one. And a roll. And, yeah, I think that's for sure going to be the first valuable score of this heat, because, it's the first landed maneuver.
Well, Federico Castelo Branco, 15 years of age. Favorite wave, Super Tubos. It's in the city of Peniche on the Portuguese coast. Really good spot. You've probably seen a WSL event there, surfing. Great wave. He actually has a coach, Rui Campos, and is the vice champion of Portugal. That means basically he got second position in the national championships. His biggest dream, what do you think? Do you know this?
I don't.
Normally you would think these young guys world champion him.
Oh, right. You do. Oh, this is what I do to you.
Did you do this to me? It's a quiz. So Federico's biggest dream, to surf a huge wave.
That's amazing.
Well, there you go. And he lives in the country with some of the biggest waves ever ridden
He can get that.
So it's right there in his backyard. Will he do it? Well, he's only 15 right now, so yeah, potential is there.
All right, so we'll see what happens. So it looks like Rob is ready with the interview, so go ahead, Rob.
Did it go for you?
Bonsoir à tous. Là, très content d'avoir gagné ma première série ici pour ma deuxième participation sur une étape du Tour. Du coup, voilà, content. Les vagues, c'était pas évident, mais je suis quand même content d'être passé.
Good. Très bien. So, what do you think of the waves and what do you think of the Maldives in general?
What
do you think of the waves here?
Les vagues, c'est quand même compliqué, mais si tu tombes sur la bonne, c'est vraiment cool. Il y a moyen de vraiment scorer. Là, j'ai eu un hit quand même plutôt difficile. Enfin, j'ai pas eu trop de bonnes vagues, mais après, la vague est quand même similaire à Boucan-Canotte à La Réunion, donc c'est cool.
Perfect, thank you. And is there anyone out there that you'd like to thank?
Voilà, je vais remercier ma famille, mes parents, merci à mes sponsors OGM et Science de me supporter, et voilà, thank you all the guys.
Good work, keep it up, keep going through the next rounds. Back into the studio with Jay and Bego.
Well, you know what? Finally, Rob Barber found someone as tall as he is.
All right.
That guy was a junior rider. Speaking of junior riders, blue, Federico Castello Branco picked off a wave while we were gone, and that gave him a 4.5 wave score for that one. That moved him into first position with a total heat score so far, 7.75. And the time right now, about 16 minutes to go in this heat. The other two riders, Ayan Ahmed, yet to get a decent score, but Kevin Perez trying to change that situation with a roll on sort of a softer section, and he ducks out. Meanwhile, right behind him, Ayan Ahmed, our local rider, gets a little stuck there behind it, and his edge gets released from the wave, but he does well to regain it and get that roll off. So Ayan Ahmed getting his second wave, and now we're going to have a battle at this point for second position.
Yep. I mean, first and second, it's the only positions that will continue in competition, so that you have to leave everything on the field right here. It's it's now or never, and traveling from so far away. All of them, but Ayan, I think it's Ayan. Fasil, can you tell me how you pronounce that name? Ayan Ahmed? He serves really good. I remember him from previous years. Last year, he was, more impressive. But yeah, Ian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fasil, our director for Slow Tape. Big shout out to the Slow Tape team for their work. They are the supplier of the streaming here.
Yes, indeed. Doing it right here, getting multiple angles on all these waves, and they've been with us since year one, making this webcast happen. And we thank all of you, wherever you are in the world, for tuning in and watching the action here at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, as the world's best do battle out here. Critical event on the World Tour here as we are past really the midway point of the tour. We've had several events. We started in Morocco back in February. We had the women's only event in Brazil as event number 2. And let's pick this wave up for Ian Ahmed as he finds this bouncy right and tries to get up to the lip, but that one's not having it. So he gets out the back, ducks out, heads back for another opportunity out there. And, critical points in this event. Of course, we have $60,000 in prize money distributed amongst those three divisions, with $30,000 to the men, 20 to the women, 10 to the juniors. And, we saw that interview earlier that we had that rider say, hey, I need money to continue to go to Frontone, the rider that you interviewed.
Ethan.
And Ethan Perez, and really his result here could, in fact, determine whether he gets enough money. And that's kind of how a lot of these riders live. It's like event to event. They get money, they use it to get to the next event, and so forth. So I'd mentioned labor of love this morning. Certainly is for a lot of these riders.
Yeah, I felt like we left that conversation there and on the floor. And it was super, super interesting because, it is a labor of love, including us. We are all here not for the money. We do this because we love this sport, a fairly small sport, and it doesn't matter, we're happy doing it. Kevin Perez, not really able to, perform anything on that wave, but yeah.
So the interesting thing with Kevin, he had first priority. The rule with the priority situation is once you paddle for a wave and get under the momentum of the wave, you then lose priority. We saw that just happen with Kevin Perez, and now Federico Castelbranco overtakes that first priority position. Kevin Perez moves to the back of the line, and Ian Ahmed in second priority. Priority definitely can come into play, and for those of you unaware of how this works is you have priority. That means you get first pick of the wave. Doesn't matter if you're on the shoulder, at the peak. If you want it, you go. You can even drop in on somebody if you have first priority. We've seen that happen already, and thanks for the graphic on the screen, Director. We see riders establish that priority by being beyond or to the side of the takeoff zone under the direction of the head judge and priority judge. And, we've seen some riders already use that to their advantage. And giant Rolo there from Federico. Wow, Bego, that was amazing, huh?
That was super good. I mean, it's just so nice, you are impressed, but at the same time, when you have been watching them surfing for a while, I mean, we have seen Federico already in a couple of heats, and we already know what we can expect from him, Very consistent rider, super young, coming from a good school, a very good place in Portugal. So, yeah, traditional bodyboarding, so definitely one name that we have to watch. It's great to have, two very good juniors from Portugal, Federico and Vicente. They're showing lots of skills, and it's these kind of things, because believe it or not, this event is considered as a close event to Europe. I mean, everyone has to fly at least 10 hours or 12 hours to get here, but this is actually very good for them. All right, so one more look to that massive roll for Federico, and we're waiting for that score, but I'll tell you what, that's going to be a good score for him.
Yeah, no doubt, as Bego said, waiting for the score to pop through. Bouncy landing on that one, but he holds on for dear life and pulls it off, and Federico Castelbranco steering the ship in this heat. One more look at this one. Fangs it off the bottom, right up into the lip. Beautiful timing there on the roll. Bounces with the whitewash on the landing, but hangs on and gets the finish on that wave. And that's exactly what the judges want to see. They want to see the big outside move. And right now, following that up, Ian Ahmed, bottom turns up, and the wave just pinches and flattens right there as he gets to the lip. And unfortunately, he can't maintain that momentum on the wave. And Ian Ahmed yet to get started here, and we're now down under 10 minutes, and Ahmed's got to get things cooking here. He needs basically 2 more waves, but it is within reach. He needs a 3.26, and he can move ahead of Kevin Perez, but it is all about the Portuguese rider steering the ship in this heat. He's in the lead, a 7.0 on his last wave, and here we go.
All right, so one more wave there for this is Kevin Perez. Kevin, that only has a 3.75, really needs to, start bringing more scores. And, that was actually good for him, just step by step building his scores. I'm just going to the site to check what he needs. We need to see the needs. Maybe the director can show it to us. It's important to try to keep the needs there all the time, so we, can tell.
So our viewers can follow along, but we will read it off until we can get that on the screen and kind of keep you abreast of what the situation is in the heat. So juniors round 1 continues on here, and we've seen some heroes and zeros out there, folks, but here's a replay of this right-hander for Kevin Perez. Bottom turns into the lip, nicely timed, gets the roll. Can he get the second move off? Unfortunately not, so he dips out. And another rider up on the outside. This is red, Ian Ahmed, working over this right-hander with a solid Rolo. Gets some serious hang time on that one, so he's got to like that. And the local fans over there in that peanut gallery zone I mentioned earlier, I'm sure they're going to like it too. He needed a 4.01 to move ahead of Kevin Perez. Was that enough? We shall see as the scores drop. 7 minutes, 50 seconds to go.
That's right. Well, one more look here for the last wave of the rider in red. And yeah, those rolls, these kids are just performing perfectly, those rolls. So we'll see. Good battle, super tight.
It is. That second position is really the turning point. It's the make or break point. You don't want third, because third and you're done. First and second, you're through. So it is really hypercritical, and it is a battle between Ian and Kevin at this point for that second spot. 7 minutes to go. Priority may come into play here. Federico, who is steering the ship on this heat, in control with first priority, and it is Perez who has second priority. So he does have a little advantage there over Ian Ahmed. But there is ample time left in this heat. And once again, the conditions look to evolve. It almost looks like the wind just switched offshore. So we do have some variable wind conditions out here today impacting the surface conditions. And a bit of overcast and occasionally sun. So, it's ever evolving, folks. And here we go. Here's a shot for Kevin Perez, rolls it up off the top, and he dips out. So he's trying to get a little more distance between him and Ian Ahmed. Can he do it? Bego? I'm hanging on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I don't know. It's super tight. I just love these heats when they're like that, very active. And I mean, that's a roll. That's a maneuver. I just love that, equality in level. Check those scores. I mean, 11.5. I believe Federico is a little bit more comfortable in the first position, but, Ian Ahmed and Kevin, they have the same score. And look at that, the pleasure of having the former president of the nation and the former first lady of the nation sitting there checking the action. The action, right.
And look at that, some of the best riders in the world. Brahim Madouche, PLC, all sitting up there. It's like a little, international summit of bodyboarding right there in the grandstand overlooking this heat. And let's take one more look. We had an exchange between a couple riders right there. And currently it's looking like Ian Ahmed has now bumped Kevin Perez into third spot. Perez now needs a 3.76, a very attainable score. But right now, Ian Ahmed trying to distance himself with this right-hander. He's got tons of speed here, waiting for the pitching lip. Does a roll, kind of gets pushed down into the flat, so not a super high-flying maneuver. He's got to replace a 2.75. And let's take another look at this one as he drives across the inside section here, looking for that lip, and the wave just kind of flattens out right there with a little bit of backwash, but he does well to, complete that move, and he does hold on to that second spot. We're down under 5 minutes to go. Perez has to get busy, and he has second priority to Branco. So can Perez take advantage of that second priority and get one more wave? And I think at this point, that's about all he's going to have time for.
All right, so last 4 minutes, and check that out. Offshore, beautiful, clear waters, but not really delivering that section that Federico probably was looking for right there. Yeah, this is the thing here. You never know what's going to happen with a wave.
Well, Federico had first priority there. He used it potentially to keep his fellow competitor off the wave. He doesn't want to get bumped out of that first spot. And the other two competitors are definitely well within their capabilities to bump him out of that spot. So this heat is definitely not a runaway like we have seen some other heats. Branco, 11.5 points, not that far ahead of second position with 8.5 points with Ian Ahmed. So this one could really come down to the wire. We could have that last-minute heroic wave for one of these three competitors to solidify one of those top two spots as we get down to the 3 minute mark, Bego.
Oh my God. Tense moments, super intense moments for Maldives. And for someone so talented as Ian, and for someone that coming from so far away like Kevin, so intense moments here. I think Federico's going to keep that first position, but it's all about the second.
It really is. And, the conditions, you mentioned a minute ago we had a clip of a wave with the offshore wind. It really does look like the wind has gone offshore at this point. So we have, it's basically like an easterly wind at the moment. So looking super clean out there. And we've talked a few times about the ever-evolving conditions here at Varuna La Ralogandu. Sometimes you get these squalls that move through. You may get rain out of them or not, and they just clean things up. And, man, it's looking really groomed out there at the moment. And here comes a little peak shaping up on that Padan Peak, and blue, Federico, he has first priority. He's going to take advantage of that. Nope, he has a look at it. Does he lose priority? I don't know. Kevin Perez clawing into that one. When you don't have first priority, you do not lose priority by paddling. And Perez, third priority right now, so he's really in the hole. Under 2 minutes to go. Perez desperately needing a wave. All he needs. Oh, here he goes. He's going to pick this one off. This is a critical wave for him, possibly his last wave. He does get that roll off. He's trying to erase a 3.15 with a better score. I'm not sure that's going to do it. I don't know.
Me neither. All right, so one more look to that last wave. Good effort, good performance, actually. Raising the hand. Oh, wow. What's going to happen, Jay? Last minute.
Well, Perez is now in dire straits, folks. He's going to get third priority since he just had a wave. Can he get back out there and get one more shot at it with third priority? I don't know. It's pretty unlikely at this point unless a miracle happens. But we've seen that happen in some prior heats. So Perez really biting his nails out there, hoping for another shot. Meanwhile, Ayan Ahmed, let's see what he can do on this wave. Trying to erase a 3.5. He stalls there, waiting for the lip, spins up under the hook, pulls off that spin, but he does not get the lip move, and kind of a non sequitur wave. Will he replace a 3.5? I'm going to say probably not. So with about 15 seconds to go, he's just going to try to hang on to second position. If I was him, I would have sat out there and made sure Perez didn't get another wave. But Federico Branco gets a final wave here to seal the deal on his first position, and that heat ends, and Federico Castelo Branco, the Portuguese rider, takes the victory. Yeah, so let's cut away to the heat highlights, and we will be right back. Stay tuned.
All right, welcome back, everyone. This is the second day of competition at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and we are about to start the next round for the women division, and it's going to be amazing. So let's hit the water and see who do we have. Welcome back, Rob.
Hey, good to be back. Here we go. Got some action. So yeah, we've got riders from Europe and from Japan, and we've got a good combination of skill sets here. So we've got Mariana Rosa from Portugal, Joanna Schenker from Portugal, southern Portugal, Namika Yamashita from Japan, and Alexandra Rinder, who surfs for Austria, lives in the Canary Islands, I believe. But here we go. We've got a little recap, little replay coming up. So there we are. The girls sat out back waiting for the action.
Right, that was Mariana, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Mariana Rosa, yes. Well, this is a non-elimination round, right? So we will see, we are seeing the best, the ranked ladies in the red and the yellow jersey. That's how you recognize the seeded athletes, the one that are coming from the rankings of the seedings of this event. Can we see the seedings of this event so we can present that to everyone? This is the non-elimination round. We are seeing a top athletes in this division.
Yeah, Joanna Schenker seeded into this round, and then Alexandra Rinder surfed very impressively yesterday. Mariana Rosa did well yesterday as well, and Namika, she's new to me, but I'm looking forward to seeing her skills. So Joanna Schenker from Portugal, down there in the Algarve, Namika Yamashita from Japan, Alexandra Rinder, Austria, and Mariana Rosa. So these girls are meaning business, you know. It's time to see what they've got. I was surfing with Joanna Schenker yesterday. No, not yesterday, the day before, the day that I arrived, when the swell was probably twice as big and she was surfing really well. We had a chat about the water temperature. We were saying how we'd both come from Northern Europe, been wearing wetsuits, and now we were sort of, in short-sleeved rash vests, and that the water temperature is phenomenal, like so beautiful to surf in. But for us, it kind of, you feel yourself rubbing against your board more. Is that something that you've ever experienced, Bego? Where you ever go for, oh, here we go, we've got live action. So, yeah.
Rashes?
Yeah, yellow, just a bit of an in and out there. Yeah, you have you not had that before? You surf in a wetsuit, you don't get any rash.
Wetsuits, no.
No,
without it.
But if you go, your skin isn't used to being rubbed against your board, particularly on your elbows, and a little bit on your stomach, and then you're kind of getting used to that. But that wouldn't be a problem generally in tropical water, but because it's so hot, you kind of find that you just pick up these little rubs a little bit more.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a very, very small price to pay for bodyboarding in a tropical paradise. First world problems to the max, and certainly something that's easily resolved. So yeah, it was great to see her ripping and Alexandra ripping as well. So here we go. We've got some information about Joanna on the screen. So she's 36-year-old. She was the world champion 2017. She's won Sintra before, and yeah, quite a few accolades. She's got a professional career in bodyboarding. She does modeling. Here we go. We've got white up and riding. Makes that one, so that's good to see. Mariana Rosa. So the wave kind of backed off a little bit, didn't give her much of a lip to punch through, but nonetheless she made the most of it and made the all-important ride out in front of the white water. So at this stage of the heat, 5 minutes just gone, 19 minutes and 40 seconds to go. That's Mariana with a couple of scores on the board, and Namika, same, she's got one score, and we've got the more seasoned competitors, I'm going to say, Joanna and Alexandra, perhaps recognizing that so far we haven't had any high-scoring opportunities, any waves to deliver those good scores, therefore deciding to bide their time. And as a result of biding their time, Alexandra has got priority number 1, and Joanna has got priority number 2, so in a great position to be able to get the good waves when they show up, which shouldn't be long, Bego.
All right. No, and you know what I'm liking? Look at that. The conditions are getting way better. It's glassy and kind of offshore right now. So the ladies are getting a very good moment to compete. And you know what? It's only a non-elimination round. So first and second, they will be getting the benefit of skipping one round. and the third and the fourth will go to repechage, which is not happening today. And we're watching a very busy Mariana Rosa that we probably, has been the results of analyzing her performance from yesterday, that she waited probably too long. But I mean, even though she was able to advance, I'm pretty sure she said, all right, I'm not going to do that again. And it's showing, she started early this heat with a 4.25, and she, is keeping busy.
Oh, 100%. With the YouTube coverage, and you've been able to watch the replay, all the competitors will return to their rooms later on, or somewhere cool, a chill place to have a coffee, and watch the footage and analyse exactly what went right and what went wrong. Some of them will do that with a coach, and just work out what their strategy was and how it needs to change in order to perform better. So anybody, a boarder out there who's looking to improve their competition results, wants to get into competition, these videos on our IBC World Tour YouTube channel are absolutely invaluable, because you can see the mistakes that the bodyboarders make, and you can also see the positive performance. So without further ado, we've got Jay, who is waiting to do a post-heat interview. Over to you, Jay.
Liquid sunshine out here in the Maldives, and I'm with the prior heat winner Federico Branco. And Federico, difficult to find high-scoring waves in that heat, yes?
Hello everyone. Yes, very difficult. I try always to keep searching always, and do my best.
And you did really well. Obviously, you maintained the lead throughout that heat. You had a late charge from Ian, the local rider. Could you hear the local fans cheering for him?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, that's good. That's really sportsmanlike of you. Now, I read your bio, and you said that one of your big dreams is to ride big waves. Is that right?
Very huge waves like Nazaré. It's one of my biggest dreams to compete in this sport.
And you're 15 years old, is that right?
16, yeah, but yeah.
Okay, now 16. So are you going to do the Sintra event?
Yes, I'm thinking about it. It's a very good event. The waves are fantastic, and normally the waves are huge.
Okay, well, we'll see if we have huge waves at the Sintra event, which is coming up soon. But did you want to thank your family, friends, and sponsors?
Yes, I want to thank my family and Joel Rodriguez, and to my old sponsors.
All right, I'm going to come back into the dry studio, but congratulations, parabéns.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to you guys.
I'm loving the fact that both of them have, we are sporting the event T-shirt, and they have, the same image. So congratulations to Federico.
Yeah, good work. Jay pulling the British vibes there with the umbrella in hand, so sheltering from the rain. A little tropical downpour that will pass quickly, but yeah, it looks as though it's cleared already. We had some action during that interview that we'll catch up on in a second, no doubt. But currently, we're looking at the following heat positions. So, oh, wait a second. Here we go. Cut to the replay. Alexandra Rinder in blue, bottom turning, hits the lip. Oof. Lovely roll. So nice and powerful. She loved it. She claimed it. The judges would have a perfect angle of that right in front of the judging tower. Lofty roll, great connection with the lip, floated down, and came out really cleanly. So she's immediately gone into second place with a 7-point score, well worth waiting for. So the strategy to wait has paid off, which is ironic, being as Mariana Rosa's strategy was clearly to catch lots of waves. I mean, she sat in first position, but at the moment her scores are 5 and a 2.75. So the 5, very, very reasonable score. The 2.75 she's now looking to replace. So that's her strategy now, to wait for a wave that's going to deliver the opportunity to get a higher score than the 2.75.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm telling you, the waiting strategy, it's super good, but you have to be certain that when you take a wave, you're going to do what you have to do, you know? And the thing is that you never know what's going to happen. So it's super non-stable, I will say. And, you know, in the case of the best riders in the world, you know, the most experienced, and that's the case of Alexandra Rinder, because she has 2 world titles, not for nothing, you know. Yeah. She actually still is the youngest person with a world title ever. So impressive. You know, in all, you know, genders. So that kind of a strategy, you have to be super certain that when you have the chance, you're going to use it perfectly and you're going to get a big score. So for me, it's actually something that I admire a lot, but I will myself leave it to the pros, you know. But I mean, Mariana, I believe she has been training so much, and she is on her path to becoming a pro for sure, because she has a lot of skills, you know. And I was actually super impressed watching her surfing in her break, which is Sintra. And here we have one more look to that. She's super explosive. She has a very good roll, which is super important here in the women division, because if you think about it, the women division, it's more or less like the junior in some cases. The most popular maneuver is the roll, the spins, you know, combinations of rolls and spins. So you do want to have a solid roll in order to advance, you know, in the women division. And of course, if you're comfortable, it's good that to see that these days we're seeing more women trying different things. You know, we're having Sario Hara going for the ARSs, Ney as well, and even Luna, Joanna, she has done it a couple times. Alexandra, she does it a lot. She tries to bring always different moves. She always tries to go for inverts, backflips, tube rides, but it's mainly, you know, the focus is mainly on powerful rolls.
100%. Yeah, no, I totally agree. It's such a benchmark maneuver, and it's something that you can practice and get better at. You know, you need somebody to video you. This is my top tip. You need somebody to video you and somebody to critique you, and being able to get the right angle to hit the lip with the right timing, and then do the body maneuver, body movement. So you're throwing your head towards the beach, looking towards the shore, so you get that nice punctuation as you go off the lip and you're driving towards the shore. That is the difference with a good roll and an average roll. But we have got a situation occurring here. So we've got Joanna Shanker looking to open her account. 11 minutes remaining. She's not had a wave so far. So this is where the nerves of steel show. She bottom turns. Oh, poor. Unfortunately, she didn't get any score there. So here we go. We've got Namika looking to bolster her 0.75 score. So that set didn't serve up the goods for either of the ladies. Now we have, I believe that is, it's Alexandra Rinder again in blue.
Oh, yes.
And up she goes. And she's having a great heat now. You know, that's a 7. Now she's got a backup. She's got a 7 for one wave. Now she's got a backup score. She's really solidifying her position. She'll most likely, I can say, with confidence, go into first position. And now with 11 minutes to go, be in a very commanding position. Joanna Shanker is a very, very skilled rider, but needs the waves to do it on. Has her strategy played to her strengths? Let's see.
All right. Yeah, Alexandra, you know, being super solid, 2 waves, getting the score. Right now we're waiting for the last one. It was, you know, the first one was a 7. But I do believe she's going to get, you know, she's looking only for a 0.75. I don't know, people, if we can see the needs. But, yeah, there you have it. I mean, it's a fully completed maneuver. So, you know, she actually got it, of course. She got a 4.25. And now she jumped to the first position. Alexandra Rinder representing Austria in this event. And Mariana right now looking not too bad, actually, with a total of 7.75. But she definitely needs to get rid of that 2.75 that she has, because, you know, Namika and Joanna, they are very strong competitors. They haven't been able to show what they can do, but they're actually
incoming.
Yeah.
Here we go. Up to the lip. So that is Mariana. That is Namika. So yeah, nice roll. That will definitely improve on her position. She's got a 0.75 and a 1. She's going to lose one of those scores. So she's now strengthened her position. 9 minutes to go. The clock is ticking. So paddling, drops into the wave, takes her line. She's looking for that section. Up she goes, hoists it over, gets embedded in the whitewash a little bit, but comes out in front and then ducks out the wave. So yeah, that's a good strategy to get a score. You know, she's waited for a long time. It's now really time to start moving and taking waves, even if they don't look particularly perfect. But here's Mariana Rosa. She's got a nice wave. Wow, makes a roll out of nothing there. You know, that wave really didn't serve up much, and she literally took off and went almost straight up to the lip to do a roll. Will that be good enough to replace her 2.75? Intelligent surfing to make something of it. She could have just pulled out, But why not try a roll? Because it might just surpass the 2.75 that she's got as one of her scoring rides at the moment. Maybe be a 3, and therefore she's strengthening her second place position. But talk of the town at the moment is Joanna Schenker. She's literally just had an in and out, a quick ride, a 0.75, and with 8 minutes to go, she's looking for a nice ride. But here we are, Namika.
Namika Yamashita, that's the role that I was expecting from her as well, but she got, she got stuck in that one. We'll see. 8 minutes, and Alexandra, it's looking solid. Mariana, she got a little bit, I will say she got a little bit more, yes, a 3, changed the 2.75, and now she's got a total of 8, but yeah. Namika, Namika is looking for a 5.01. Can please, director, show us the needs, please? I have been asking that for a little bit, sending also messages. People would like to see that as well. So yeah,
excuse me, sorry, Vega. I just wanted to reflect back on a situation that we had yesterday, where we had Socrates Santana, similar situation to Joanna Schenker. He sat there and he waited and he waited and he waited, but when those waves come, he had the guts to blow up with a huge backflip and make it and score one of the highest scores of the day. He then got another wave and did something very similar, and he only needed those 2 waves. You do only need 2 waves, but you have to make those 2 waves count, and if you've got the confidence in your ability to do it, then wait and get those waves. But with 7 minutes to go, we're getting into a time period that might not allow Joanna to get 2 waves if she doesn't get one rather sharply. So, yeah, closing into the last 6.5 minutes of the heat, and the ocean has gone a little bit sleepy in this heat.
Joanna, she's got that. This year she has been actually way more active than some other years, but she has a tendency of doing that, of waiting, of choosing. She's got a very pristine style and a very good execution of maneuvers. So she has that always in her head. She wants to select the best possible wave, and once she has it, she wants to perform the maneuver in the most beautiful way. So it's something that she always keeps in mind. I tell you, because I know her very well. I know Joanna for a number of years, and she is known by that, stylish, elegant, and if she doesn't get that, she rather don't get anything,
Sure.
And, I can't say it's wrong.
No.
I have to say it's her style of competing only,
Totally.
Everyone's different.
You can't knock the perfectionist in someone, that's that brings out the fantastic results a lot of the time. And her winning the world title in 2017, I believe it was, stands testimony to that. But, these left-handers, which is what she's waiting for out on that deep left-hand peak there, she has shown time and time again. I've seen with my own eyes and on video clips at Beliche, one of her home breaks, sitting on that left-hand wedge there, she performed so well. So it's just a matter of time. But here we go, yellow's up. So Namika looking for that roll section, gets the punt out of the lip. She liked it. She came out the front, and I think the judges will like that as well. So Alexandra earlier on in the heat had a nice roll and got some elevation, and now Namika has done the same. And I think the judges are going to look at separating these scores now. They will recognize that hitting the lip and getting some boost and some air is different. Yeah, not so much viewed from that angle. So from the side angle, it looked as though she had more air. From the front angle, which is the angle of the judges, perhaps not so. So, yeah, let's see what that score reflects there. But she needs to replace a 1.55. So I'm pretty confident it's going to do that. So, yeah, we're moving into the last 4.5 minutes of the heat. And we've got Alexandra Rindo with a commanding lead, 11.25. We've got second place, Namika Yamashita with an 8.5. Mariana Rosa with an 8. And Joanna Schenker with a 0.75. But speak of the devil, Joanna Schenker, bottom turning. Here we go. This is still time to make a difference. Up she goes, a lovely roll.
There you go.
Here we go. We knew it was coming. Now we've got a tidy reverse section. Will she make it? Yes, she will. So I believe it's the only wave of the heat that's had 2 moves, and one of those moves was a down the line roll, which the judges will recognise, I believe, as being more technical than a closeout roll. I certainly think they're more challenging to achieve. They look better, and she landed it clean, and exactly what you said, Bego, the finesse was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it's her trademark, you know, she has always served like that, and powerful still, you know, super elegant, and she needs to feel comfortable in order to, you know, serve that way. She loves Maldives though, she has been in every event, so yeah, that's going to be a valuable, very valuable score for her. And one more wave there for Namika. Like I told you, Namika is very dangerous, powerful roll. And yeah, Namika, check that out. I mean, Namika already took Mariana Rosa's spot, and Joanna, we're waiting for the score of that last wave. And I think, you know, Joanna is looking for a 7.76 right now, but let's see what Namika gets as well.
Here we go. So Mariana coming back into the game. Busts a nice roll, makes it. Will she make it onto the shoulder, claiming it? She's happy with that. Didn't quite have the elevation of a couple of the rolls that we've seen, but nonetheless, it was a tricky section. She made it. So yeah, we're waiting for Joanna Schenker's score to drop, which the judges are deliberating over because they know how important it is. So Mariana goes quite low, then up and through, and her consistency of landing these rolls is impressive. I haven't seen her blow a roll, and she's not really had any great sections for it yet. So yeah, she's a workhorse, you know. She's a journeyman bodyboarder doing good things. And yeah, there we go then. Joanna Schenker's score has dropped. She got a 5.4 and she's got a 0.75. So if she's challenging for second place, she needs a wave where she gets 3.0 or more. That's definitely in her locker, but is it in the time limit, Bego?
Yeah, I don't know really what's going to happen. You know, there's very little time right now. So it doesn't matter, you know. The good thing is that Mariana and Joanna, they will have another chance. You know, the two Portuguese might be leaving this heat, going to the repecharge, and Alexandra Rinder for sure is going to keep that first position. 1 minute and 30 seconds, Alexandra. She has been holding that priority for a long time. Namika, I believe Namika is actually trying to block. Alexandra is taking this one, so yeah, you know, is spoiling Mariana from taking it. So I think a forward just for good measure.
Just backed off, didn't it? Could have gone into another bowl. Ooh, that was Joanna having a hunt there. Over in the middle of the bay there, you see Joanna's in a point where there's a peak, just lining up. We've got 1 minute remaining. She doesn't let go for it. So this could be the set that decides the heat as we're coming down to the wire. We've got a lot of scratching. Here we go. Joanna in the spot, doesn't decide to take it. Mustn't have looked good from her angle. But if she could see it from my angle, she might deem that there's not really much behind it. So 39 seconds to go. It might have just been worth trying to get that one, but she knows better than me. She's the pro bodyboarder. So let's look at the heat positions. We've got Alexandra still commanding first place. Paddling, was that? Oh, here we go. We've got Joanna, so just backed off.
Oh,
unfortunate
that camera.
for her.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. We don't know.
I think
we have to get the cameras following properly every rider. I'm gonna double check that with, you know, here, but because I don't know if she actually performed something there.
I think it was just a runway. I don't think it had any lip move opportunity, so I'm pretty confident to say that those positions will stand. So that's the end of that heat. Let's see if there's any change, but for now we're going to go to the highlights package, and we'll catch you. Stay in touch. We're going to catch you very shortly. Welcome back to the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. We've got the women's division. We're on round 3, heat 2, and we're going to go straight to the water and check out the live action. You ready for this, Jay?
I don't know, man. It's just too much excitement for one day. And yes, I'm being completely facetious. It is absolutely rocking out there. We are in the women's division. This is the non-elimination round, so no super huge pressure for any of these girls. No one's going to get eliminated, but of course, just to remind you, the top 2 do advance ahead an extra round, whereas the bottom 2 in each heat, they go to the repecharge. So our heat lineup looks like this. Maíra Viana from Brazil in this heat, along with world champion Sari Ohara from Japan, Luana Dourado, our Grom from Portugal, and rounding out the field, Nicole Calheiros from Brazil. So, yes, a truly international field, young and old alike. Not really old, but let's check out the waves we missed while we were gone.
There we go. So that's White there, busting a roll. So just like yesterday and just like when we were surfing this morning, Jay, over on the right-hand side, those right-hand peaks are favoured by Nicole. And she certainly did a job with them yesterday. They didn't serve up a whole load of opportunities, but she made the best of what they did do. And she sat there and got every wave that she wanted, which was a good tactic. So that was Nicole Calheiros from Brazil, opening her account with a 2.5 for a tidy combination of maneuvers on that kind of lumpy, bumpy right, which she prefers to surf, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. You know, we've seen, I mentioned earlier, a lot of the local riders like to tap into that right-hander, and it has been working on some occasions. Right now with this high tide, we've got that backwash factor coming into play out there, and we, as you can see in the distance, have a few squalls in the region, a couple tropical showers, and as they pass by overhead or even in the distance, they do affect the local wind conditions on a temporary basis. So we saw offshore winds about, I don't know, half an hour ago, and now it's kind of like looking a little bit onshore again, a little bit of crumble on that wave that you can see in the distance there. So ever-changing conditions creating a bit of mystery for these competitors. They never know what they're going to get from moment to moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're the earth science guru, Jay, so you'd know more than anyone that I know about this. But my experience of world travel is that when you're in a tropical climate and you get a downpour like that, you usually get really still offshore or no wind conditions post the downpour.
Yeah, it depends on what side of the storm you're on. Typically, you have descending air on the lead edge of a storm system like that, which is usually blowing in the direction that storm cell is moving, and then behind it, calm conditions briefly behind the storm system as you get that cooler air mass in place from the passage of that cell and that descending air. And it is always temporary, you know. Generally, things will go back to the regular wind pattern once that cell moves away. So, yeah, you can definitely take advantage of, you know, tropical showers if you are in a location like that experiences those type of weather patterns.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, when I'm in Indo and you get the rain, time to get to the beach as quickly as you can, you know what I mean? Get in the water, you're usually going to get clean waves, but that's super detailed. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that. But on the subject of storm patterns, we've got a stormy approach into this wave. We've got red, Maíra Viana from Brazil. Busts a roll nicely off the bottom, cut back into a reverse, and now she's going to try another roll on the inside. Oh, well done, well done. Yeah, she gets good projection on that one. So that's a great way to open her account. She's got a combination of maneuvers, starting with a big move outside, good variety throughout, and she landed each one. So the judges will be looking to reward her for that one. Here we go, Jay. There's the replay.
One more look at this. She bangs it off the lip there. A little crumbly section, and we didn't catch the rest of that replay, but she did work it over with three maneuvers on that wave. And that definitely, in the scheme of things, has to be a high-scoring wave. We don't see a lot of waves with three maneuvers. So, yeah, we're going to get that replay again. Once again, off the lip, continues with the speed to the inside, carving reverse as she waits for this thing to stand up on that reef on the inside, gets that one final roll. She's almost into the tetrapods. Really, you can't see it. It was just off screen to the left, but there's these cement blocks sticking out in the water, so she was moments away from having her grill rearranged, as it were, by the tetrapods.
Extra danger points there for that one.
Big time.
Yeah. Gets super shallow on the inside there. You don't appreciate it from viewing. It just looks like a normal beach break, but there's patchy reef all along there, which is what is part of the reason that, you know, so sucky on the inside, and that's why she got such a nice launch in that closeout section. So her first score is a 4. So the judges are obviously hoping and expecting for more and keeping the scale open. So we've got some live action here. We've got Blue dropping in, Luana Dourado from Portugal. Just kind of loses her edge due to the bump there, the texture on the surface. But whilst we've got a little lull here, we're going to hand over to Bego, who's got a post-heat interview. Over to you, Bego.
So much, and I have to tell you, I'm loving this umbrella and the fact that we are doing an interview under the rain. I have never done that. Ali, that was a very good heat. You look very comfortable, and you were telling me that this kind of day brought some memories from last year, that you got that very good heat, that amazing performance. So how you felt?
Yeah, like coming in, I saw it started raining, and it gave me that flashback of last year. We had a heat at the end of the day where, like, just before a storm started. So yeah, I knew that I needed to have 2 good waves. It was a really, really good heat. All the riders are really good on tour, and yeah, I just knew that I needed to do my thing. And I don't know how it happened. I was really calm. Like, I came into the water calm, not like the first heat. Maybe because it was non-elimination, but yeah, I just did my thing. I was lucky to get that wave there at priority. Got the 7 at the beginning. That gives you a lot of confidence, and then just trying to back it up with a good score. And then suddenly everyone was catching waves, so I was like, okay, I need a better backup score, but at the end it was enough, and I'm really happy.
Well, this is very important for you on your, quest of trying to get back to the top 8. It's been a while since you haven't been there, and I know for a fact that's in your mind. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's not easy, like, being so many years on tour, of course, and the last year, was it, that I couldn't go because they canceled Morocco and I couldn't go to South Africa, and now I'm on the top 8. I didn't start the best way. Chile was all right, and yeah, I'm trying to think different about the tour, because I always stress myself too much and it's not helping. If you're tense in the water, it won't help. So yeah, just living life, enjoying life a lot with my partner, and just doing life and enjoying bodyboarding a different way, and maybe that helps me to get better position in the tour.
Very smart, Ali. You want to say some words to someone?
Yeah, back home to my family watching, my brother from Indo, my other family, the family of my partner, and of course my partner. I love you, and yeah, just stay tuned because it's going to be a good one.
Oh, well, so congratulations and best of luck in the rest of the event. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you so much there, ladies, and I got to say, Alex Rinder, the youngest world champ ever in the history of the sport. She took 2 world titles back in the day, and we saw a rider, Sadia O'Hara, another world champion right there, getting a good wave with a solid Rolo. So things continue to chug on as we progress through this heat, and we are again in the women's non-elimination rounds. But Rinder took her world title way back in 2015.
Wow, amazing, amazing. So that's Blue Luana Dourado from Portugal, busting a roll there. So the girls are going at it now. This has got a bit more intense since the interview. 15 minutes to go, and we have the positions are just changing now. We're just waiting for some scores to drop. So we've got the first place still just paddling. We've got a replay. Would you like to call this one, Jay?
Absolutely. So Maida Viana, bottom turning on this bumpy section, gets a little pitch action from the lip there, but she ducks out. I thought she was going to go for the foam roll follow-up there, but she gets the one big outside move, and following that up, Sadia O'Hara gets nice loft on that Rolo with a hard landing, but no follow-up for her either. And, we've talked about the 3-maneuver wave that happened early in the heat. That's kind of setting the standard. Another Rolo wave, and again, yet another 1-maneuver wave for Luana Dourado. So 3 waves in a row, making the judges' job really tough.
Yeah, for sure. Similar sized waves, similar maneuvers. They have to make their decision about the differences between those moves. To the untrained eye, you could be like, oh wow, 3 rolls, all the same. They all get the same score. But that's there's specific nuances between these waves and between these maneuvers that are going to set them apart. So for example, Sari O'Hara hitting the lip so cleanly, getting projection, and then rolling with such nice style and landing is something that the judges are going to love. And as a result, they've given her a 6.25. So with her one wave, she moves straight into second place. So that's what world champs do. She's world champ for, she's been world champ for a reason, and she's getting rewarded for that maneuver. But then we've got 5.5 for Mayra Viana with that 5.5. I mean, where would you stand, Jay, if she would have stayed on that wave, Mayra, and done a foam roll? What do you think? The judges looking for that?
Yeah, you mentioned. I mean, some heats are made or broken by tenths of a point, even hundredths of a point, and you gotta just think, man, if I'm on this wave, I'm committed to this wave, I might as well take advantage of every potential opportunity this wave's going to provide me. Granted, if the wave's completely closed out, whitewater, cut your losses, get out, get back out. But if there's another scoring opportunity, even if it's a tenth of a point, go for it.
Yeah, some of these heats are won and lost on those. So I think I agree with you on that one for sure. And here we go. Mayra again, talk of the town. So up she goes. Unfortunately, the kind of ridges in the wave made it hard for her to penetrate the lip on that one. She got a bit kiboshed and went down to the bottom of the wave on that, so into the trench. And then yellow, up and going again, Sari, styling it, looking for a little peak, wallop. Yeah, nice roll. Will she make it? Yeah, she pushes through. That's really well ridden. She was looking for the launch ramp, and she got it.
Right on, Sari O'Hara putting a beating on that lip and getting a couple moves off out there. So Sari O'Hara is going to add to that 6.25 she already has on the board, potentially move herself into that first position right now, held by Mayra Viana. And let's see that one more time. She's on that deep left peak, and you see her bottom turn right here, kind of a crumbly section. She looked like she was going to hit that, but she decided against it. She waits for the inside there and then really arches it out and gets back in front of the whitewater. So Sari O'Hara doing well. I mentioned, I think I said it was a couple of maneuvers, just one maneuver again, but that was good enough for her to get a 4.25 and move into the lead.
Nice. And now we've got blue, Luana again, jamming. Unlucky for her. I think that was the right move for the section, but as that cross wave cut through, the ridge that it created caused her to uncharacteristically dig tail. So she didn't quite make it through into the next section, which was a shame. Just going back to our conversation about the need to maximize the score of every wave, if we think back to the winningest bodyboarder, Pierre-Louis Coste, from this morning, we saw him put on a clinic of maximizing the scores that he could get from every wave. He was punting big loopy maneuvers, rolls and things, ARSs, but then combining moves all the way to the to knee high on the inside. And whilst he didn't quite win his heat, he got pipped at the post, it was just really great to see how much he was manufacturing from each wave.
He definitely doesn't let anything go to waste, and that's why he's such a long-time champion, successful bodyboarder with a couple world titles under his belt. He's not giving up. He's, I think I talked to him the other day, 34 years old. So, in my book, that's a young man. Here we go. Right-hander, a couple riders having a dig at that one. First priority held by Nicole Calero, so she's going to get first crack. And here's this one kind of wedging up deep, and it's splitting off into kind of two peaks. We'll see. Yeah, so Mayra Viana on that deeper peak, and you can see that thing kind of crumbling in front of her. She might have made it around that section, but she opted not to go. And a little bit of bump out there, of course. We got it looks like a water photographer out there trying to stay in position, and man, those currents make it tough.
Yeah, totally do. But from what I can see at the moment, the competitors aren't having to paddle against that current, so maybe when we surfed the other day at high tide or higher tide, it wasn't as bad, was it?
True.
Maybe it's the low tide that the current kicks in a little bit more, runs from right to left when you sat out back. So yeah, here we go. Got some nice peaks, but nobody in position at the moment. There's a little set coming through. everybody does seem a little bit out of position, a little bit over deep. It seems as though Nicole Calheiros has changed her tactic of sitting over on the right. Maybe she drew a line under it after she just had her one right-hander. There certainly doesn't seem to be any right-handers. I'm guessing that she favours riding right, and that's why she was hanging out over there. But now we'll see what she's got if her left comes her way, because she's priority number 1 at the moment. So she's got the next opportunity to show her skills if she takes it.
So yeah, we've seen some high tide action here. I was walking to the restroom earlier and got splashed hard by water just popping up on the walkway here. Turns out Maldives is the lowest lying country on the planet. There's some pundits that think this country will be completely underwater in, I don't know, 50, 60 years. We'll see. But I believe the Maldivian government has been buying up land in Sri Lanka.
Wow. In
anticipation of this, and thinking they might have to move their population of 500,000 to Sri Lanka eventually if this country in fact does end up underwater. And a good shot of what I'm talking about right there. You see those tetrapods, as they're called, kind of holding back the sea, man, but the sea does not stop. It marches on.
Yeah, 100%. Tide and time, wait for no man, So, yeah, they're already reclaiming islands, aren't they? Reclaiming land and building islands. So the 3-island chain that they've got here, one of them is reclaimed, isn't it? So it's
exactly.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. Where I'm from and where you're from, not an issue. That we're well raised up. Our Cornish cliffs, where I live, are something that you'd never think of there being an issue, but even 1 foot of difference in the water rise here would, essentially swamp areas. So here we go then. So we've got Myra Viana, 2 event wins, Iquique and Antofagasta. Iquique in 2024 and Antofagasta in 2024. Impressive year, she's doing good. She's 36 years old, focused on a big year, So she sat there in 2nd place, 9.5. Sari O'Hara, formidable competitor, leading the heat with a 10.5 and 6 minutes 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, just touching on what we talked about earlier, by the way, 1/3 of the population in this country on this island lives on this island.
Mental.
Pretty crazy, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the most densely populated island in the world.
And I'll tell you, we know it when we walk to and from the beach. IBC World Tour Instagram, TikTok, YouTube channel, all on your screen right there, including a link to the IBCWorldTour.com website. You want to type that in, get all the information. Meanwhile, Luana Dourado, the youngster from Portugal, having a little bit of bad luck on that wave. She's unable to continue, and she's still trying to claw her way into 2nd position and move ahead of Maida Viana, who's holding down 2nd spot with a 9.5, just behind Sari O'Hara with a 10.5. And at this point, we're closing in on the 5-minute mark, so things are going to get hypercritical for those 2 in 3rd and 4th position if they don't want to have to surf the reprecharge.
And speak of the 3rd and 4th position, we've got 4th position rider Nicole Calheiros, who was just bottom turning. She found the right she's looking for, and there she goes, blasts the roll. Will she make it? Yes, she powers through. So that was a really good size wave. She rode it well. She's riding it straight to the inside in order to get into that current, which is going to take her around to the right and enable her to get back out back, because she's got some paddling to do. With 5 minutes remaining, it will be really interesting to see how that score sets her up, because with a 2.5 as a backup wave, this wave that she got will be a better score for sure. What are you saying, Jay? You like it?
Yeah, she carves it all at the bottom. The wave's getting a bit wonky here with the backwash, but then it steeps up and stands up on that inside reef. And look at that landing. Really difficult with the backwash. And she does really well to hold on. Only her 2nd wave here. So she's been really quiet throughout this entire heat. That was a really important wave for her. So we'll wait for those scores to come through as the judges enter on their tablets. And as those pop on the screen, we will see if that can move her ahead. She did need a score of 7.01 to move ahead into the first 2 slots. And right now she still holds down 4th position.
Yeah, I would say she's still going to need another wave. And with 4 minutes to go, she needs to power her way out back and she's going to be in the 4th priority position. So, so yeah, she's got a bit to do here, but she's clearly got the skills to do it. So, all to play for. But yeah, 1st place position, 10.5, Sari O'Hara. Myra Viana, 9.5 in 2nd place. Nicole Calheros has moved up to 2nd, as we'd expect. But here's blue, Luana. Up she goes. Nice roll. So she hasn't really had the opportunity to show her skills much this heat. And there she goes. So 3.5 minutes remaining. Blasts a roll, lands it cleanly, and now she's paddling back out to try and get another one. So yeah, it's hotting up as we get into this final section of the heat.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah, that was Grom.com. Bottom turning on this wave. Goes up into the lip. Nice roll. And Dourado, the diminutive Portuguese rider, taking it to this crew, trying to claw her way out of 3rd position. Needed something better than a 1.25. In fact, she needed a 5.26. And still waiting for a few scores to drop in here as we get down to below the 3-minute mark. And I'm just refreshing my scores here. And I'll tell you what, Nicole Calderos is now in 3rd position, a 5.9 with that wave she had a couple of moments ago. And she's going to like that, but not quite enough to move her into the top 2 spots. She still needs a 3.61.
Yeah, there's just been a position change again, so she's dropped back down into 4th. So, but saying that, she's paddling for a wave now, or is that Luana? That's Luana in blue. So she's got another right. She looks as though she favours these rights. Blasted a nice roll. Unfortunately become unstuck. So that could be a critical deciding factor to her heat success or failure. She unfortunately didn't land that one. So coming into these closing couple of minutes, she's sitting in 3rd place. I don't think that'll be enough to challenge Myra Viana in 2nd place.
So, yeah, now if you're Sari O'Hara and Maida Viana, you want to hold on to those top 2 priority spots and keep 3rd and 4th off of any waves that come through. What do you do if you're in 3rd and 4th priority and you need a wave? Well, you got to sell a wave. So you got to sit near that person in 1st or 2nd priority. You got to act like you're going to go to force them to paddle for the wave, and they will then lose priority, and then you can get a wave, right? So there's a lot of strategy that can come into play here in the closing moments of a heat to change the result that maybe have nothing to do with actually riding a wave. It's all about trying to mess with the whole priority situation.
For sure. Sari and Myra have done the hard work, so they don't necessarily need any more scoring rides. They just need to make sure that nobody else gets a better scoring ride than they've got. Simple as that. So into the last 50 seconds, there's a set coming through on the right-hand side, which I know would be where Nicole Calheros would like to be. But saying that, it's got a little bit wonky and wobbly, where the new heat guys are hanging out, just waiting for their turn. Looks as though the ocean is going to go flat now, which for Sari O'Hara and Myra, that's the dream. For Luana and Nicole, that's exactly what they don't want. They want a pulsing set to be coming through to give them every opportunity to catch a wave. And saying, unfortunately, Nicole just had the opportunity there to get on one and missed it. I don't think it would have held much scoring opportunity. But here we go, paddling, coming into these dying seconds. Here we go, 10-9, here we go. So it looks as though this is wrapping up. Nicole paddling on the right hand side, just trying to change her fortunes. Frustration for her. So that's the end of the heat. We're going to go to the highlights package now. Stay with us, we'll catch you shortly.
All right, we're back. Hopefully you loved those highlights from the last heat. And now back in the studio with me is Bego Martinez. Bego, how's it looking out there?
It's looking great. You know, it's raining, but it's just becoming super silky, smooth, glassy. So welcome to the second day of competition at the Visit Maldives Pro. We're going to hit the water because we have one more heat here for the round number 2 of the women division. This is the non-elimination round for these ladies, and none of them are leaving competition. And check that out. With 1 minute and a half left, gone only in the heat, we have Teresa Padrera already taking a wave. So there you have it. It's Luna Harman. I was expecting to see her in red. We have Teresa Padrera from Portugal in yellow, Kaira Shirahase in blue, and Sara Abico in white. Remember, you identify the seated riders by the color of the rash guards. So whoever you see with the yellow and the red means that they are top seated riders.
Indeed. So replay of some of the waves we missed while we were gone right there. Rider in blue, Kaira Shirahase, gets a wave, and now we're back to live action here. And, yeah, ever-changing conditions, little squall action. You said a little bit of rain out there, kind of on and off today. So quite different than we saw at the beginning of the day. We had a beautiful sunrise here, and now things a little cloudy out there.
Cloudy but very beautiful. Check that out. That was a very good roll, and I saw she landed that. So super strong way to start things here for the rider in blue. And I'm not sure how much it's going to get, but Kaira, she does want to keep advancing in the World Tour. And I'm telling you, she is, you know, she's got her eyes on the prize that some people might think it's the world title, but it's not all the times that they are thinking about getting the points for, you know, ending the year among the top 8. So she wants that this year, of course, and I think is Luna trying to get that one, but yeah, she didn't get it.
But she did win the junior women's world title over there in Chile this year. And you could, a little bit of trivia, you could say that was her second world title because her mother, Neymar Carvalho, one of the most decorated professional bodyboarders ever, was pregnant with her when she won an event back in the day. You were telling me about that, right?
That's right, but she already has 2 junior women world titles, so
2,
it will be
yes.
the third.
Wow, yeah, so you could count that as as another win. She was in utero. So Luna Hardman certainly coming from a strong pedigree. We've seen other father-son combos in terms of Nicholas Capdeville, an ISA world champion, with his son Itan, who is on a march to try to get his first world title. So, the torch being passed to the younger generation. Love to see it.
Same here. Just I wonder what's going to happen in the future. And I also love to see, young riders training younger riders.
Yeah, the younger riders really, coming up and following that older generation and trying to really better what the older generation did. And that's the natural progression in any sport for sure. As we get down to the 20-minute mark in this heat. 3 waves ridden thus far in this heat. And, they're keeping pretty busy. Speaking of keeping pretty busy, we have Mr. Robert, the British Baron of bodyboarding, down there with our post-heat interview. Take it away, Rob.
Good to go. So, yeah, here we are, Sari. Congratulations. That was an amazing heat. I love that roll that you did where you boosted out the lip. Talk me through it.
I don't know how can I explain it, but yeah, I've been training for like good roll. I'm coming from Japan, which has a kind of small wave, so we need to manage that really good maneuver, like a beautiful technique with a small wave. So all Japanese, not only me, has a really good technique. We don't have much opportunity, experience to ride a big waves like Maldives or whatever. So I'm just trying to train challenging big waves, and then it worked well.
If you get it right in the small waves, then the bigger waves are sometimes easier, aren't they, when they've got more power? So yeah, good. So moving on to the next heats and the rest of the competition, you're looking forward to it. What's your plan? You know, what you're expecting?
Okay, I'm kind of out of the ranking, like a top 8 ranking, because I missed 2 events in Chile. But I still have a possibility to win the world title again. So, but yeah, I just want to enjoy the Maldives because this is my one of my favorite country. My bodyboarding has been improving so much since I got here 2 years ago in Maldives. So I just want to enjoy these waves, and I hope it's going to be like really good waves during this competition.
Perfect. There's a lot to enjoy here. So yeah, good luck for the rest of the event. Back to the studio, Jay and Bago.
That's right. We are loving Sari's performance, and Luna right here, very strong. Happy to make this first valuable wave for Luna Harman. Currently, holding her 2 titles in the junior women division and looking for 1 title in this division. So we'll see. This is one more look to this last wave for Luna. And yeah, she was super smart there. Very good for Luna Harman. But yeah, how impressive is that in the same year that she has already a world title in the junior woman division, she is second in the rankings. And this is Teresa Padrela, super solid rider from Carcavelos, Portugal, going for that role. And I'm telling you, this is another rider that really wants to get a title. She has been training super hard with the boogie cheeks, works in the boogie cheeks. And, a couple years ago, and I think it was a couple years ago, Teresa told me that she is going to dedicate her life to bodyboarding in full. And you don't get that too often, She says, I know I'm going to be a bodyboarder all my life, and like a professional bodyboarder. I'm not talking about surfing because we are all going to surf forever. But she said, I'm going to compete all my life.
I love that, and she comes from a long line of top women bodyboarders from Portugal. We go all the way back to Dora Gomes, right, from my era, and so many others, Catarina Sousa. Just the list goes on and on. There's so many great bodyboarders in the female side of things and the male side of things from Portugal, going all the way back to the beginning of the World Tour, and she's the next in line, to carry that torch. Of course, Joanna Shanker, the first ever Portuguese world champion in any surf sport, by the way. So, that country really brings it to the table when it comes to surf sports.
It's a country super rich in competitors and in waves, and it's it was a matter of time for them to get a world champ for sure. And I'm telling you, just watching Vicente, Luana, Federico, all of these riders, Joel. I remember Joel when he started competing in the World Tour. He was a junior and he was super impressive. I'm telling you, Joel paved the way for riders like Federico and Vicente, and Luana is doing the same thing in the women's side, and having a lot of motivation from the previous great riders. And right now she's also planting her own seeds because she's actually coaching Vicente, which is amazing.
That's great. I love it. Leading this heat at the moment, Kaida Shirahase. And she's 25 years old from Japan. And what does she do when she's not bodyboarding? Talent activity. I'm dying to know what that is. So if she wins this heat, we got to ask her about that in the post-heat interview. So pretty cool. And, she says her mentor was Aoi Koike.
Did you remember her?
Of course.
Oh, my Lord. She used to be like one of my favorite riders ever.
Love it. Yeah, she was... she was all about poise and grace and style, and she did so well at Pipeline.
I remember that.
Just killed it everywhere. So Aoi was really one of the early bodyboarders from Japan. Speaking of Japan, Kaida Shirahase taking off on this bumpy left-hander, trying to get some shoulder action into the wave, and that wave just dies in deep water, so she'll paddle back out. That one's probably not going to stick to the scoreboard for her.
Yeah, no, I mean, Aoi, man. Aoi, I remember when I saw her in pipeline, that was so impressive. I remember one contest that she served and won, that it was massive. I remember back in the day, the people that used to watch it with me in Venezuela has very small waves, and we said, yeah, that wave is like 22 feet. That's 22 feet. I promise you. Might be like 8 feet, but it was big. It was big Hawaii either way, but I don't know if 22.
Yeah, well, Aoi was living in Hawaii for a while. I'm not sure if she's still there, but yeah, she relocated. So she obviously had a real connection with the bigger surf and obviously an influence on many of the young bodyboarders. There was a lot of great Japanese riders back in those days. Fujiko Yamada, rest in peace, Fujiko. She was beloved on the World Tour, and of course we had a strong presence on the World Tour back then. In Japan, we had several events, wave pool events, ocean events. It was a real hotbed of talent, and it's great to see such a big contingent of Japanese riders here today.
How cool is that? Well, we have one more wave here for Luna Harman, 18 years of age. Luna trying to get a best result here. Currently holding the second position in the World Tour rankings, goes for a spin and a backwash roll there, but not able to complete. So we haven't seen the best of Luna in this heat so far. I mean, she might get, a lot of chances. There's still 12 minutes and 27 seconds. And if you're just getting here, second day of competition, we have seen already the junior. If you missed it, it's all here in the YouTube, and if you want to check the scores, it's all in the IBC World Tour website. And we are completing the round number, actually 3 of the women, because it says 2 there. It's got a little mistake that we're going to fix. They're not counting the trials. But yeah, round number 3 of the women. And we are going to jump to the repechage round for the men, which is round number 3. And which is a full elimination round, but with the amazing format of the man-o-man, which we love. And yeah, it's going to be 8 more heats, and that will be it for today.
Yes, indeed. So the train rolls down the tracks here. We got started around 8 a.m. this morning local time, now 1 in the afternoon here as we progress through this non-elimination round for the ladies, and the surf continues to evolve here. White taking off on this wave. Sara Abiko trying to get some action going here on this inside left-hander. Quick in and out of that wave, and that will be her first wave of the heat, which is, not so great when you're 11 minutes left in the heat. Blue now taking off on this wave. Kaida Shirahase hits a chop and just flies in the air there, but she maintains enough speed to hit the roll. Can she hang on? She's kicking to get in front of it. No, she gets sent to Davy Jones' locker right there. And with 10 minutes, 40 seconds to go, she's going to have to struggle her way back outside.
Oh, and that's, of course, Luna. Oh, no, but she's not able to complete. You can tell in the frustration. So hard for someone that is so used to complete all of her maneuvers and, show the world how strong she is. Might be a little bit frustrated. But these things happen, But she'll get a chance for sure. 10 minutes and 17 seconds. And if you're just getting here, let us know where you tuning in from. We haven't been too engaged with the chat. We're sorry. We are really focusing on the action lately and trying to, always be respectful to the riders and always be watching the screen. Sometimes you get your attention, get too distracted with the chat. But right now I jumped there and I see Ivan Kerdashki. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that one, but it looks like you're from Japan. He's rooting for Kaira. We have Steven Brule. We have Carlos Varela. We have, of course, the Boogie Chicks, Ricardo Lopez. We have Bebe Portugal, that he's always there for Luana. Well, usually Luana has a huge audience that supports her, roots for her. And yeah, a couple people. So let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you could, spread the word and help, let the world know that we are in the Maldives for the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro once again.
Third year in a row. It just never gets old.
Never.
Anytime you can go somewhere with warm water, palm trees, and pumping surf is a win for everybody. And you know what? They roll out the red carpet for us every year. We've had just great hospitality each and every time we've been here, from the hotel, that's the Mukai Hotel, to Buruzu Catering, to all the other sponsors involved for the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. It is just a pleasure to be here.
I mean, I have to completely agree with that. This is a place of very nice people and beautiful, landscape. Of course, we come here to work, and we are very focused on that. But I think we're going to get a couple of days, probably 1 or 2 days free, and hopefully we're going to get to check one of those amazing islands as well. And what I want to do also is to walk the whole Male Island, because I know there's a lot of cool shops and local things, get a couple souvenirs, and, very exotic place. It's Maldives, very different from where I come from. I was walking this morning to the venue, and I was thinking, my lord, look where I am in Asia, so far away from home. Check this out, one nice wave for Sara Abiko. All the Japanese are very dangerous, they can always find a section and boost a very critical maneuver.
I love the bailout that they do. A lot of these ladies do that same bailout. We'll see this maybe at the end of the wave, boosting into the lip, and a bit of a crumbly lip. And watch this, just ditches the board and dives off, man. That's like quick, easy in and out of that wave. So a wave for Sara Abiko, and she had a really slow start in this heat, but she's getting things going here as we get down to the 7-minute mark. She's trying to claw her way back into the top 2 spots. She needed a 4.36. Will that wave do it? Potentially, yes. We've seen somewhat of a low-scoring heat. The highest score in this heat of 5.5. That was Kaida Shirahase's first wave, and that was enough to keep her in second position behind Teresa Pedrela, who is in first spot with a 4.25 and a 4.75. So the train continues to move on. I know I've used that euphemism many times, but yeah, we're continuing to progress through these rounds, and the day is young, folks. So stay tuned, get yourself some lunch, and get comfortable. Crash in front of the TV and watch some bodyboarding action.
How nice is Rob? He brought us lunch. Rob, you shouldn't.
Yeah, speaking of getting yourself something to eat, man. Wow, you might hear some lip smacking going on while we're doing the commentary.
I don't think so.
No, we're not going to do that to you, folks.
Well, I'm very proud of what Teresa is doing right now, holding that first position with a 9 right now. Not probably the highest scores, but it's good enough to keep her there. She is the first, and the second we have Sara, who is looking for a 4.01. And let's see, one more wave here for Teresa. Stalling there, just, pulling the brakes, goes forward. You might find a section. She does in a row. Yeah, she's holding a 4.25 and a 4.75. Not really sure if she's going to get something bigger than that, but she's still in the first position.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid wave, well ridden. I love that little check turn she did to wait for the wave to stand up on the inside, and just kind of solidifying her lead in this heat. And you can see another wind change here. We've got a little bit of crumble on the wave as Blue Kaida Shirahase claws her way into this wave, gets up to the lip, but just does not have any speed whatsoever, and that wave will spit her out the back. So she's going to remain in third position more than likely at this point. I don't know. She needed something better than a 1.35, but in fact, to move ahead, needed a 2.01. Maybe that was enough. I don't know.
I mean, last wave of Kaida, she didn't really land it out, I think. We'll see. One more look. Check this out. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, so you saw her do a little fade right there, goes up to the lip, but she gets the roll and does not pull it. So, yeah, I don't know if she's going to erase that wave. In fact, a 1.35 was the score on that wave. That does become her second best scoring wave, or ties her second best scoring wave. So no help in the advancement department for her. She's relegated at this point to the repecharge round unless she can do something better. And right now, in terms of priority situation here, Luna Hardman holding down that first priority. She is in fourth position, so Luna Hardman's going to have to use that to try to get a 4.51 to move herself into the top two spots. So Luna Hardman in the driver's seat. It's her heat to win or lose at this point. Second priority with Sara Abiko.
That's right. We'll see how that unfolds. But, yeah, the Maldives, the China-Maldives friendship bridge right there every day with us. It's such a beautiful and different picture, from what we're used to. And, that's one of the things that I like the most about the World Tour, that all locations are different. It's got to be that way, huh? Kyra, one more try here. I think that she is going to nail that one. She is? I think so. Oh, battling there. Oh, no. Super close. That was very, very close.
Yeah, that was frustrating. It looked like everything went wrong, and she tried to hang on for dear life. She went up for that roll, and a bit of backwash just happened to hammer the wave right at that moment and really did not fling her out in the flats at all. She couldn't get in front of it. And I'll tell you what, the surface conditions looking pretty rough at the moment. So that's one of the marquees of a good competitor. You can adapt quickly to changing conditions. But ultimately, I talked to Rob about this yesterday, or we discussed it. And my whole thing is, surf competition, 50% luck, 50% skill, in my opinion.
I got to disagree with you. Actually, okay. I heard that yesterday, but, it's not that I want, to argue or anything, but I don't really believe in luck, I don't know. Everybody, most of the athletes, they say that, but I don't really believe in that. I think people, I believe in the fact that we have better times, and worse times, I believe that an athlete can have a peak of, different peaks in his career or her career, and and just go through different phases, and sometimes they just come to an event and there's so many facts that affect your riding, the fact that you are not confident with yourself, if you don't have a good situation at home, if you are lacking something, if you're not feeling right, or if you didn't train as much as you should, party too much, didn't rest. There's so many things, factors.
Live action, Teresa Pedrela from Portugal goes up into that lip and gets the board over with the roll, but just a one maneuver wave. And just to follow on what you were saying, I should have added the caveat that luck, which I say is 50%, the definition of luck is when preparation meets opportunity. So there you go. Right? So
and that's important to know. If you think about that way, wait a sec. So Teresa right here, very smart, just gets that roll. She wants to get a bigger score. Of course, that's the way you have to do it if you want to keep that first position. She knows that the rest of the competitors are super dangerous, and we'll see. We'll see if she gets something more than that, I believe.
Well, since the heat's over, that's not going to happen. Teresa Pedrela winning the heat. Sara Abiko in second spot, and that is going to wrap up that heat. We'll get down there with the heat interview, but first we're going to go to heat highlights. So stay tuned, folks. More action to come.
All right, welcome back, everyone. This is the second day of competition at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and we are at the round number 3, actually, of the women division. In your screen and at the website, it looks like they they put round number 2 because they thought we had a trial, but not. There's no trials in the women division, so we are in round number 3 of the women, the non-elimination round, and we're gonna jump to the water. Welcome back, Rob. We'll see who do we have there. Oh, big score already.
An introduction. So she's been in the sport for so long, doing amazing things. And we've got Pamela Bowren from South Africa and Teresa Miranda from the Canary Islands. So yeah, a good squad for this heat. Plenty of action. Expect fireworks. And here we go, over to some action. So replay. Oh. Wow, that's where the big score came from. So but great elevation.
But that's I think that was, it was Mayla?
Yeah.
Yes. Now, thank you. Yeah. Mayla Venturin.
Venturin.
Sorry? Oh, thank you, director. You're doing a great job.
We're going to have another look at that one. It's well worth having another look at because she took off. She got a nice entry into the wave, and then she punctured the lip. So launched it, nice clean landing, and then pulled out. So yeah, great start to the heat. And you know, these scores are reflective of the waves that are on offer at the moment, and that wave offered a lovely bowl section. So she'd be stoked with the start to get that score on the board that early. She's now off to a flyer, as they say in athletics. But Neymara answers back with a quick in and out, just a 1 point. Teresa Miranda and Pamela Bowren yet to open their account. But yeah, it looks as though the ocean's got a little bit sleepy at the beginning of this heat, but the girls will be hunting anything down that they can find and making the most of them. And they've all got the skills to pay the bills. You know, we've seen great riding from Pamela yesterday. Teresa has got silky skills, and then, you know, Neymara doesn't really need an introduction. She's just a machine. Blue.
All right, so Pamela Bowren, I have a name for her. She is the title slayer. Or the dream slayer, because she has taken that dream from many competitors, you know, in the previous years of the IBC. So yeah, super strong rider, and we're gonna get to see those cool graphics that we have for this event, that is showing the event wins of all of these athletes, because Neymara has a lot. So here she comes, Neymara Carvalho. Let's see classic Neymara Carvalho roll right there. And like you said, she doesn't need introduction, but I would like to show how many event wins she has. It's very impressive.
You would like to show introduction and correct pronunciation, so thank you for that. Yeah, I struggle there. But here she goes. Her style is so clean and nice, lunges off the bottom and then hits the lip perfectly and glides through that roll. She does these in her sleep, you know. She is the most experienced competitor in the field, with an incredible record. And here we go. So she's got 16 event wins. Pipeline, Sintra, Rio de Janeiro, Ingles Pro, Santa Catarina, Peniche, Bahia, Antofagasta, the Wahine Pro in 2022, 5 times world champion. She's 48 years old. And we've had this conversation throughout this webcast about age versus ability and versus time in the sport. She's proving that you stay fit, you can shred with the best.
For sure. Definitely. Okay, we're going to get back to that 1 second. We're watching this roll for Pamela Bowren, going to one of those rides, which, you know, is not her safe side, but she has been showing some skills to the right, and showing right there. We're going to wait for those scores, but meanwhile, we have the interview queued up there with Jay, so go ahead, Jay.
Thank you so much, Bego. More liquid sunshine. Am I cursed here or blessed? I think I'm blessed. I'm in the presence of greatness here. Teresa Pedrela from Portugal, and difficult conditions out there. The wind And the backwash, was it difficult for you?
Yeah, it's not easy because the high tide and the backwash, especially on the right, it's difficult to land. But I'm glad to finish the heat on the first place and getting my waves and my scores.
All right, there's so many great Portuguese female bodyboarders going all the way back to Dora Gomes. Do you have any of those that were an influence for you over the years?
Yeah, the most influence for me is Catarina Souza, my coach, of course. And I know the many of legends of Portuguese bodyboarders, and we have a new generation of female bodyboarding coming here.
I love it. So tell me about your sponsors. You want to thank them or your family?
Yeah, I want to thank my sponsor, all of them. Obrigado ao Crédito Agrícola, ao Cascais, à União de Freguesias de Carcavelos e Parede, à Cocarca, à NMD e às Boogie Chicks que estão em casa a torcer por mim, e claro, à minha família toda que também está em casa a torcer por mim. E aos meus amigos.
Oops, sorry, parabéns to you.
Obrigada, thank you.
All right, and parabéns to you two back in the studio.
All right. Of course, I mean, who wouldn't be... oh, wait, we have one more wave. Or the one wave for Teresa Miranda, my lord. That was a very good roll. Defending event champion here. Just take us through that one.
Epic angle, I love this. So she eyes the lip, blows through it, and then all of a sudden her hair flies away from her head, showing how much of a drop she got there. So yeah, lovely elevation. Yesterday she impressed with a reverse 360. She showed she had those really tightly on lock. And that was one of her stronger maneuvers, but clearly those projecto rolls are well in her repertoire, and I'm sure that they will be a massive part of her project to get through heat after heat in this event and mirror her achievement from last year. So yeah, it's gone straight in there with a great score. So look at the scores now. So far we've got 16.5 minutes gone, and in first place Myla Venturin. We have 6.75 and a 4.75, so a score of 11.5. And Neymara is sitting in second place with a 5.75. And then we've got, she's in third place. Teresa's just blasted into the rankings with an 8.0. So here we go, blue up again. Pamela Barron. That lip kind of got a bit frothy for her. She did so well to make that. Look, you can see the backwash that she's fighting. She wants another roll on this one to make it a two-move combo. And whilst that, here we go, still going. Whilst that first move wasn't as explosive, she managed to back it up with a second roll on the inside in the foamy section.
Yeah, neither of those moves were really, I mean, what we're used to from Pamela. I love the fact that you had a conversation with Ian Campbell about it, and that he told you that she is she usually never missed a landing of a roll. And that's accurate, actually, from what I can see, what I've seen of her, which it's been a couple years, or a bunch of years, actually. That's true. And Myla here, Myla Venturin, the heat leader, coming from a super strong performance in the nationals in Brazil, right here showing her skills, currently leading. And she also has some stats. We're going to get to see that one, Myla Venturin. She has 2 wins in the World Tour, but it's pretty cool to check it.
Here we go, nice angle. So, yeah, it's kind of glassy on the face now after that squall's come through. And then there's a nice roll, lands it, bottom turns. She's looking for the next section. Really fanging on her inside rail there to get there. Here's the little launch ramp. She projects but doesn't quite make it. So, yeah, looks as though the rain has passed. Seems synonymous with Jay Reel going outside that it starts raining. So if you see Jay Reel, seek cover. That's my message. But yeah, back to Myla. She's the ex-Brazilian champ. She's a fantastic competitor. She came third in the Iquique in the final, and she won the last Brazilian Tour event. So yeah, she's got good form. An amazing CV of bodyboarding achievements there, and she's hungry for a win. She wants to take a Maldives trophy back with her. And she's going about it the right way with it, 11.85. And this is a stacked heat, Teresa Miranda, previous competition winner. Pamela Barron, South African powerhouse. And Neymara Carvalho, who is has a reputation in the sport as being unsurpassed in competition. over a course of over 20 years. So incredible to have that longevity, something that we probably would be unlikely to see again. But let's see what you're saying, Bego.
I was thinking about what you were saying. I mean, for me, Neymar, Neymar and Mayla, they have the same age, know, and they have been competing along a number of times between each other. They come from the same state, come from Espiritu Santo, different cities though. Mayla is actually from the place where we have the event, which is the Yacaraipe, Guajine event. And Neymar comes from Villa Velia. But yeah, it's impressive for me that Mayla, with the level of bodyboarding that she has never been a world champion, and she only has 2 wins in the World Tour. We're going to get to see that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think she is really aiming this year for, a couple of achievements. And she has a very good position in the World Tour rankings right now. We're going to get to see that too. I'm waiting for, the director to show us the graphics there, because we have graphics for everything. And yeah, just checking here my files here.
So here we go. We've got a very moody tropical, it's tropical rain cloud coming our way, coming in hot. You see it's gone super dark over by the back end of the bridge there. It looks as though we've got another shower coming our way. But yeah, we'll be interested to see what happens with the rain there. But here we go, the women's ranking. So Mayra Viana sitting at number 1 there. Luna Hardman in number 2. And then Mayla Vanturin, number 3. So Brazilian stranglehold on the top 3 positions. Then we've got Yuka Nishimura from Japan in rank 4, level with Joanna Schenker. And then Namika Yamashita from Japan in number 6. Neymara in number 7. Frances Ioto.
She's not here, so,
She's not here, yeah, so she won't be affecting her ranking positively by not being in this event. Then we've got Teresa Padrilla from Portugal in 9. Kyra and Sari ranking equal 10, followed by Pamela Barron, who's sat in 12. So, yeah, there's movements that can happen, and this heat is going to play a part. But what will the effect be of this nearing squall? This is something that the competitors are going to have to factor into their strategy. Will the squall make it wind-free, as it sometimes does, or will it create that surface texture with an incoming onshore breeze? So, yeah, the scores on the board at the moment. Mayla winning 11.85, impressive, and Teresa Miranda a single wave score of 8, so in a very strong position. She's just looking for a backup wave. And over to you, Bego.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely a very tough heat, very strange actually that Neymar hasn't found, the waves that she usually finds, but we'll see more of her. 10 minutes and you let us know where you're tuning in from. I can see there's Carlos Daniel Espino cheering up there, or rooting for Teresa. I'm sorry, for Teresa Padilla. Teresa Miranda, I'm sorry. Así que un saludo a toda la gente de Canarias si están acá, si están llegando. Está Teresa, que es la campeona, que está defendiendo su título aquí, de este evento. Ella quedó también vicecampeona mundial el año pasado y este año estaba retirada, ¿no? Estaba haciendo, creo, un máster o un posgrado en sus estudios. Pero bueno, es súper bueno verla de vuelta aquí a Teresita Miranda, que es una excelente rider de Canarias, así que vamos a ver cómo le va en este evento. Esta es una ronda de no eliminación, por lo que si ella no llega a quedar entre las primeras 2, no pasa nada, porque tiene la opción de ir al repechaje.
Thank you, Bego. Skills. Okay, so, yeah, seems to have chopped up a little bit there. There's a little set coming over on the right-hand side. That usually indicates that something will swing in on the left. The ladies are favouring this little bowly left-hand peak. Those that didn't catch a wave early on in the heat or get a decent score, might be kind of regretting that. I'm sure they didn't do it on purpose, but it's time to really step it up. There's 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and in regards to final placings, it will be decided, fairly soon by the movements these ladies. We've got Teresa Miranda needs a backup wave. And then we've got Pamela Barron, who's looking to replace her second highest score. She could even do with 2 scores, to be honest. She's got a 3.25 and a 3. She can do better, she knows that. She just needs the sections to display the skills. And then we've got, in 4th place, Neymara. So Neymara usually takes the heat by the scruff of the neck, but she hasn't done this time, Bego.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slow heat. I was having a chat with Alexandra. She said the waves are really good, but they're slow. And that's why we are trying to get as many heats as possible done, because we don't know what the swell's going to do. I mean, we know by the charts, but it could, potentially we could be left without waves. That's something that has been said. So that's why we're trying to, seize every opportunity that we have.
100%.
And
here's a set coming. Have a look at this little bad boy peeking up. So all the ladies are like meerkats, just trying to get their head up, have a look at this, try and find the peak. Super ruffled there, unfortunately. Nothing offering a nice sort of clean face for the ladies to show their skills on. So they let it go through. And there's another little peak coming in here. Let's have a look at what that's got to offer. Here we go, Pamela.
Let's see, Pamela Bowering on this one. I think he's going to find us. Oh, no, she doesn't. Oh, it's bumpy, She's like, oh. Yeah. Actually, I was checking the swell here, but it's definitely picking up a lot tomorrow and the next day. But it's, it's got a couple swells mixed up. So maybe the conditions, I don't know, maybe the condition is not going to be that good. 2 swells mixed. A lot of energy, though. Very high periods. Check this out. We have 9 seconds today, and for tomorrow we have 20 seconds.
Wow.
That's ridiculous. I didn't know, because check this out. Maybe I don't know very well how the Indian Ocean works. In Atlantic Ocean, periods are super low, 9, 10. If you see a 13-second period, that means, craziness.
Yeah.
In the Pacific, on the contrary, we're very used to having super high periods, 17, 20s. But in here, you see 9 seconds, and there's waves,
Yeah.
What's going to happen tomorrow? Maybe it's too big to run.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it holds big waves, doesn't it? On the first day when we were here, it's super chunky. Having watched the footage from the other previous events when I weren't here, there was waves that were like triple overhead. Guys get massive barrels. There's a reason that that wave's called backdoor by the locals. But here we are, Neymara. Up she goes. Nice roll. Oh, nice clean face. So lovely carve in reverse. The judges are going to love that. She's sticking with it. She knows that there's more points to be taken from this one. Probably the cleanest wave of the whole heat. The camera just leaves her behind, but I'm sure that she would have jammed a roll on the inside. And then we're on to Teresa. Trademark reverse. Strange that she didn't take a roll opportunity on the inside there. You'd have think there would have been a couple more points to be taken, but high action with us moving into the 5-minute mark of the heat. Here we go with Myla. Nice bottom turn, gunning down the line, looking up at the lip. Up she goes, hits the lip and a roll, comes through it. Just gets buffed off the back. Looks as though I'd say that area would be the worst of the backwash. Pamela Boweren showing what she does best, which is jamming huge rolls on left. So she's throwing her hat into the mix there. She'll be pushing to get into second place. But now that Teresa has got an 8 and a backup score, I imagine that she'll be quite likely to go first, maybe, because she's got Myla's got an 11.85, and Teresa, she'll be somewhere near there. But Neymara's roll here, nice cutback reverse. So we haven't seen many carving reverses, and that's something that I love to see. Really stylish. And then straight behind her, Teresa got a section there. Oh, she did bust a roll, landed it, and then she jammed a nice reverse. A good combination of maneuvers. It looked as though it just flattened out, so that's why she pulled out before the roll section on the inside. So she deemed it more important to get back out there and get position, which is a sensible competitive strategy, so that she can get back in line. And now we've got Neymara with priority number 1. But we've got Teresa Miranda. Look, here she goes again. high action. Up she goes. Got the lip. Wow. That was a tricky position to do a reverse.
Oh, wow. What an exchange. I have no idea what's going to happen. I think we're waiting for important scores for everyone. Intense, intense moments for all of these riders. 3 minutes, coming down to the wire. And a lot of things happen in there. But I have to tell you, who has been super smart is Mayla Venturin. I knew Mayla was really dangerous in this event. And check this out. This is a replay of last wave of Mayla. Check it out. That's a very difficult section. Not all the ladies are, able to hit that and complete it. So, yeah, it was difficult for her to complete.
So we're still waiting for some scores to drop, which are going to radically affect things here. So the critical score, I'd say, at the moment is Pamela Bowron, what she's going to get for that wave that she did the roll on. Actually, Neymara's got 4.75 there, so she's sitting in fourth still. So let's have a little look. We're still waiting for a score for Neymara, but that was Mayla.
Yeah, we already saw that one. We're waiting for white. We're waiting for blue. We're waiting for yellow. We already saw that one before, and we'll see.
We'll see what those scores are. So, it's all action. So here we go, blue.
All right, so one more look of that last wave of Pamela. We don't have that score. It's still to drop. And last of white, which is Teresa Miranda, is a 5.90 and put her on the first position. But yeah, we are waiting for Pamela's last wave, which is, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, she's looking for an 8.61. I don't really see an 8.61 in that.
No, and she's got 1 minute 30 seconds to go, so she really needs to get a reasonable score for that one, which I think she will, and then she needs to get another backup wave. So here we go, Miranda in white. So
this is the 5.90 actually. No, this is a different one. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think she was caught in two minds. She realised that she'd had plenty of waves where she'd done rolls, and she wanted to mix it up, and that reverse section was probably the right decision to go for a reverse there, but I think the way that she delivered it, she just hit it a little bit below the lip, where she needed to bank off the top of the lip and then spin down as it broke. So unfortunate. So we're just waiting for so Neymara there is sat in third place, and then Pamela Bowron, we're waiting for that score. Here we go. So
this is the 8.1.
Nice.
Yeah, this is the first. That was really impressive. Did you see how much water came out of her slick when she hit the lip? That means business.
Yeah, 100%.
That's power.
Yeah,
right there.
She's got a quality roll on her, 100%. So, yeah, 20 seconds to go now. It's final action here. So we've got that little deep left peeking up, paddling over there. So this could be a game changer. Let's have a look at who's in position. Is that red? No, that's yellow. So it's Neymara. So she could make the change here. Here she goes. She got the section.
Oh, what happened there?
Oh, well, because priority number one was with Mayla, she could take it. But Neymara, nonetheless, got a score.
Yeah, but she didn't interfere.
I don't think there was an interference there. The judges will make that call, but I think that I think that Mayla surfed sensibly to drop in. She's a competitor, and she knew that she could block.
Oh, she had to take care of her second position.
Exactly.
All right, heat it's over. We're gonna get those results to you. I mean, this is unofficial. I don't know if that's gonna be a call of interference. I think it is not. But how cold you have to be of watching the other rider, dropping and knowing that it's okay, I can hit it. So we'll see. Don't go anywhere. We're going to hit a quick commercial break. We're going to come back with the official results of this heat right after this.
Welcome back to the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. Stoked to be calling it with Jay Reel, and we're on to the men's bodyboard division. Looking forward to some action, and it is heat 1 of the rapid charge round, so round 7. So let's see what's happening in the ocean. We had a bit of a squall hit in that last heat.
I'm glad to be back here with Rob, so I'm glad that you gave me a nice introduction there, buddy. Always a pleasure.
Try my best, bro.
Yes, man. So, yeah, well, you know, ever-changing conditions here. Man, we've had these squalls come through. The wind is clocked around in every direction of the compass here. In just the last hour, I'll tell you what, that last heat looked pretty awful in terms of surface conditions. Things seem to be settling just a little bit, but now we're moving into the man-on-man heat. So there's going to be longer breaks, obviously, between rides, as we only have 2 competitors instead of 4 out there. And the heat has kicked off, and we continue through this afternoon of heats. As you see, the planes keep coming in, the boats keep coming in. The world keeps moving forward as we progress through the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro.
Totally does, Jay. Yeah, it's endless action over that airport, isn't it? You know, it is or has been the #1 tourist destination in the world for multiple years through 2022, 2023, and there's good reason for that. An archipelago of amazing islands, whether you're coming here for a honeymoon, which is what it was always perceived for in my eyes, or an epic bodyboarding trip, which is the new awareness which is spreading through our community. You know, there's this MBBA, the Maldivian Bodyboard Association, and they're doing amazing things here, welcoming bodyboarders from all over the world, creating events like this epic event today, and just making us aware of these incredible atolls that are just littered with fantastic bodyboarding waves.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And it really doesn't matter what kind of waves you like to ride, because some people just like a nice, soft, easy wave. Those exist here. Tons of those. You got the driving, dredging, reef break type waves, and then you have this Vurunala Ralogandu, which is, you know, really kind of like a beach break over reef. Really conducive, as we've said, to bodyboarding. And we're going to get these 2 guys doing battle out here. We've got Garib Abdelhafid and Frederico Castelo Branco. So the Moroccan and the Portuguese rider. Going head-to-head out here in this heat.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Here are the guys. Look, fine figures of men. Garib Abdel Hafid, Morocco, and Portugal's finest, Frederico Castelo Branco. So, yeah, strong competition. Let's see what they've got. Now, you said that there's likely to be less action, Jay, but the action we do get, they'll be getting to cherry-pick the very best waves. And speak of the devil, up he goes in yellow, Frederico. Nice bottom turn into a roll. It's looking for a jam in reverse section. And then he's just not going to make that inside connection. But that's a great start to the heat from him. He likes those left-handers. He's had good results with them so far this heat. And now he's paddling out for another one.
Yeah, some of those really bowl up nicely. Other ones just shoulder off. Unfortunately, that was of the latter variety. Shouldered off there, and he couldn't really get up to the lip to get that big lip move. So he's going to paddle back out for more. 22 minutes, 15 seconds. One more look at that one. Looks nice at the takeoff. He goes up for the lip and really kind of has to force that roll. And you can see it's real crumbly there, a little wonky with the wind, and then that thing just dies in deep water right here. He's really struggling to stay with it, and there's nothing left. But he does get first points on the board, always a psychological advantage, if you will. 3.0 the score for Frederico Castelo Branco from Portugal.
Yeah, good work, impressive. So, yeah, I think it's a good opportunity, Jay, to say a big thanks to our sponsors. We've got the Visit Maldives Pro, so we're sponsored by Visit Maldives, who are the title sponsor, official destination partner in association with the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. Duragu, who are a digital partner. Mukai, which is our hotel accommodation partner, and that's where we're staying. Lovely spot. We've been enjoying some delicious evening meals there. Baruzu Catering, catering partner, so they're delivering the food at the beach, among other things, and we just had a fantastic lunch there. So I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to throw over to Bago, who's going to do a post-heat interview. What have you got for us, Bago?
Thank you so much. Yes, we're here under the rain. And Teresa, I have to say, I admire so much that performance because you waited for a long time and then you got that super explosive roll. That was really fun to watch. And well, we're going to get to the point that I wanted to ask you how you feel to come back, but I want to hear from that wave and the fact that you changed the situation.
Sí, había visto las mangas anteriores de las chicas, había visto que Alexandra había esperado más o menos 10 minutos y había conseguido una bastante buena. Entonces me dijo también, me recomendó que esperara. Así que vi que las otras habían tomado algunas olas ya y solo Mayla había conseguido una buena. Así que tenía prioridad, entonces decidí ya esperar a la buena. Y me vino esa ola súper limpia que pude ahí pegarle un buen rolo.
Well, she said she entered the water with a strategy. She spoke with Alexandra and recommended her to wait, and she applied that. And you know, she only waited for the good one and found that those two waves that made her first. You were away from the competition this year. And I have to ask you, how does that feel after getting the best results of your career in the World Tour, you know, being vice champ of the world, and you have to retire? I know you were studying, but so how do you feel those, you know, the previous events by watching everyone competing and probably you feel that you wanted to come back?
Sí, la verdad que fue más duro de lo que pensaba, no pensé que lo fuera a echar tanto de menos, aunque sí es verdad que cuando, en los casos que más estaba echando de menos era cuando las chicas estaban ahí rompiéndolo en las buenísimas y yo estaba en casa estudiando y a lo mejor sin muchas olas ahí por la isla.
Well, she said actually it was harder than what she thought. She thought it was going to be easy. She was studying. And she said the moments that were the hardest is when she saw the ladies surfing amazing in very good ways. So, well, she did what she had to do and she's back now. You want to say something to someone?
Sí, muchas gracias a mi familia que me está viendo, a toda la gente de Canarias, de Tenerife, y a mis sponsors, la familia Este Box, Brisa y Brisa Center.
Felicitaciones, Teresa, lo hiciste increíble y mucha suerte para el resto de la competencia. Back to you guys.
Well, there's your defending champion, certainly on a juggernaut here yet again at the 2024 version of this event. She took the win last year. And look at this double arm claw into this wave. This is a wave that took place while we were in the interview and gets the roll off on a crumbly section. Garib Abdel Hafid pulling it off here, 3.25 on that wave. Just one wave for him so far. Federico Branco with two waves, so naturally he's leading the heat at this point, 6.75. Nothing really high scoring as of yet in this heat, Rob Barber. It's looking a little rough out there.
It is looking rough, but the boys are making it, you know, smoothing out the bumps, so to speak. They've had a couple of nice exchanges, 18 minutes remaining. I just want to focus in on the technique that you sort of flagged up there of Garib Abdel Hafid, where he's paddling for the wave and really locking his head down against his board. So let's jump to Federico's wave a second. So round this section he goes, hoists the roll over, lands it cleanly. Now he's got a little bit of soup to get through. He's looking for that lip. Always hard to spot the lip in that foamy stuff. Jags it, but then unfortunately lands on his rail and goes over the back. Not a lot he could have done. That wave didn't really cooperate on the inside, but the judges will recognize that first roll was nice and clean and award it accordingly. So he's got two scores on the board now, a 3 and a 3.75, and it looks as though he might have the opportunity Garib is paddling for this one, Jay.
And this is a chunky right. He just cannot get around that foam ball. He kind of had the avalanche chasing him in the back as he took off on that one. Not a lot of priority issues, I think, in this heat. I don't think we're going to see it come into play maybe until the end of the heat because these two riders are sitting on different peaks at the moment.
Yeah, totally, which is a sensible move. Means they can both concentrate on bodyboarding and surfing to the best of their ability and maybe not worry about each other and hassling and snaking and sneakily kind of catching waves and catching each other out. That's not necessarily what we want to see in man-on-man heats, and that's the beauty of them. So here he goes again. Garib is taking a highline, tight spin. Before he drops down, he's already scoring points, and now he's lunging down the line looking for that bowl section and a nice roll to land. So he's got a very tidy technique to him there, Jay. I'm thinking the judges are going to like it.
Yeah, a lot of energy in that ride. The wave wasn't the best, but he made it look probably better than it was. And take one more look at this. You see him claw into this one, barely gets into it. A lot of strength involved to get into that. You mentioned the tight spin, really good style, quick, well executed. And now he tucks up under the roof here, and he guns it up to the lip, and he throws his body and board over into the flats to complete the wave. So a solid wave for Abdel Hafid, and he's going to like that when the Moroccan putting another wave on the board. In fact, this being his second wave, probably going to move him into that first position, I think. He didn't need much, to be honest. He only needed a 3.51. I'm gonna step out on a limb and say that was looking pretty good to me.
Yeah, I'm confident in that as well, Joe. I think that's a fair call. And I love it when you have two peaks and two riders in a man-on-man heat. It's kind of like a boxing match. They're going blow for blow, you know. One takes a wave, gets the score. The other one knows what they need to beat. And this is when you see bodyboarding standards go through the roof, because I truly believe that in competition, you will try harder, you will focus more, your concentration level will go up, and that's why so many records are achieved during these competitive engagements.
Yes, indeed. So we're seeing scores pop through. We must have missed a wave in there. I don't know. Garib Abdel Hafid, a 0.5. That could not have possibly been that wave we just saw. So we'll just keep waiting for that score to come through, which I believe would have been his third wave. And there it is, finally. 4.75 was the heat score, and that does, in fact, move him into first position. And Federico Branco is now on the chopping block, needing a 4.26 to move back into the lead. There's our fire and rescue crew, always on the ready in case a competitor gets sucked around those rocks. We saw Mila Venturini in the last heat get really far down there.
Yeah, totally. No risk of fire, though, I don't think, at the moment. So never could be too safe. But, yeah, I think the 0.5, I think that was the avalanche one. I think that was when he got chased by the,
right.
You know, that frothy coffee that just hunted him down.
Indeed.
And he pulled out. But yeah, I was sort of concentrating on his technique for catching waves, and it's a technique that is really synonymous with the Moroccan riders in particular. Brahim was the first guy that I saw do it. And since I've tried it personally myself, paddling for the wave with your head right down, here we go, great example. He starts with his head down, then moves into one hand on the nose and one hand on the rail. Wow, lofts that roll. So nice and floaty, gets good arm extension, and that visible air between him and the wave are what the judges want to see in order to award him a decent mark. So he's looking to solidify his lead here.
Yeah, so far his strategy of sticking to these right-handers in the middle of the beach seems to be working out pretty well for him. He is in first position. He gets another decent outside maneuver, a one-maneuver wave for him. But he still holds on to the lead currently, and Federico Branco sitting deep on that left-hand peak, which also offers a right-hander, I should point out, and we'll see how long he can maintain that patience. He does have first priority, which is really a non sequitur here. It's not really going to matter in any way as to how this heat goes, as long as these two sit so far apart. They're literally like 50 meters apart right now.
Yeah, totally, at each end of the bay. So, it's pretty brave of Federico sitting so far out, you know, but I mean, he knows better than us. He's obviously got his stationary markers on the shore, probably triangulating with somewhere on the coast as well in order to decide exactly where he wants to sit and where those left-handers are coming in. And he's showed that he can decimate those left-handers when they come his way. He's certainly a powerful bodyboarder with a good repertoire of maneuvers, and for a young guy, he's going to be a force to reckon with in the future. But Garib Abdel Hafid has the upper hand at the moment. With 12 minutes to go, the ocean doesn't seem to be serving up many goodies for them. So it's time to play the waiting game. See who's got the nerves of steel to get through to the final quarter of this heat.
Yeah, that kid Federico, he's tall as well, I should point out. That kid, I was interviewing him going, man, he's going to be a powerful rider as he ages here. And, I hate to use that hackneyed phrase, forced to be reckoned with, but he certainly fits the bill when it comes to that.
Yeah, for sure. He hails from just near Porto, and I was mentioning this earlier on. Porto seems to be a hotbed for Portuguese riders. You know, here we go, live action. So red's up, bottom turning. I just got the avalanche treatment again. So that is a factor with those right-handers. They're braking really quickly, and you have to get ahead of the section, or otherwise you're caught behind. And he made the wise decision of pulling out. But yeah, back to Frederico living in Porto. I've always felt that most of the bodyboarders from the Sintra area, then with a hotbed around the Nazaré zone, some from the south where Joanna Schenker's from, but it seems as though Porto has a real solid skill set of riders that are coming through, especially this young buck crew, who I said, you know, they're really into their training. There seems to be these bodyboard clubs that are garnering these, you know, young riders and pushing them, and that's maybe why they're, you know, more likely to be challenging the Open division on the World Tour. You know, it's incredible, isn't it?
It is indeed. Here we go. Wave again. This right-hander for Garib. Oh, backflipping, and cannot quite hang on in this case. Garib Abdelhafid comes unstuck, so he's really trying to stick to that right. Obviously, you know, I'm assuming favors right-handers. A lot of right-handers in Morocco, of course. And one more look at this, Rob.
Yeah, really nice. He's got it lined up. He's got the bowl coming towards him. And then, yeah, he takes that steep section and blasts a quick flip. And, yeah, I think that the Moroccan riders have got a certain style of doing things, and it's a style that I like. And one of them is to be able to blast rolls and flips off sections that perhaps others may ride past. So it's an important trait for competitive bodyboarding. He was unfortunate not to make that. I think the judges would have rewarded it nicely. Just jagged his nose on the landing. But high action over on the left-hand peak there. Jay, do you see Frederico snooping for a takeoff? Is he far enough? Ironic that he's been waiting out there so long.
Yeah, he just got caught inside. That one's just a little bit bigger than some of the prior sets. And we take a closer look at the surface conditions, and you can see raindrops hitting the surface, and it's definitely bumpier than we can see in that wide shot. So it's a nice change to see this more close-up shot. You can see the level of bump and ripple and cross-chop that these riders are dealing with out there. So, you know, I don't want to say it's good from far, but far from good. But, you know, it's not epic conditions out there at the moment. Certainly, most beaches in the world, this would be the best day ever. But Garib Abdelhafid launching a huge sky roll on this one, and a wave out the back lining up for Frederico.
See what you got, Frederico. Can you come back? I struggled to get it. Didn't quite deliver. So, yeah, that surface chatter out the back there that you can see created by that cross-shore wind. Here we go. We've got a replay. So let's have a look. He draws off the bottom, really great connection with the lip. You know, he maximizes the opportunity there by hitting the lip just as it is at its most crisp, and then flies off. It ramps him into the landing spot in the flats, which, you know, is testament to hitting the lip in the perfect spot. So, yeah, so just going back to your point, Jay, chatter out the back on the water, a lot of choppy bits, but then as the wave comes in and draws off that reef, the faces are still nice and clean, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, these guys, you know, they can make it work, whether it's choppy, clean, or whatever. But, you know, what I want to point out is a cool thing is a lot of these young male competitors doing both juniors and men's division. Frederico, 16 years old. We saw him earlier in the juniors. I interviewed him when he made it through his heat, and now here he is in the men's division. So we have several competitors doing both juniors and men's. That's kind of one of the cool things about being a younger rider. You have that option to, you know, as they say, sort of level up and do the division above your actual age. Of course, you can't go the other way, though. The men aren't going to do the juniors. They don't allow that. But, yeah, kind of cool, you know, for these young guys to get to mix it up and have a chance against the big dogs.
Yeah, totally, and it's something that I'd highly recommend youthful bodyboarders to do. You know, when they travel all this way to an event, they want to be surfing as many heats as they can. And certainly coming up against you know, an adult male competitor or an open competitor, the adults division, so to speak, the over 18s, not only are you going to appreciate the upped ante, you know, the standard is increasing, but you're going to have to raise your game, you know, and that tends to be what happens in bodyboarding. If you surf with better guys, you tend to surf better. So it's got a massive benefit. So quick in and out for Garib. and he doesn't like the look of that one. You definitely have to choose them on those rights. They're fickle mistresses, you know. They've got that sort of bumpy chop in the face, and you have to get across down the line pretty sharpish. He's been doing a good job of it so far, but as a result of taking so many waves, he's having to dive out of a couple that are just running away from him.
You know, Abdel Hafid has been very busy in this heat indeed. 8 waves under his scorecard at the moment. Of course, just for those new to competition, the top 2 rides are counted in the final score for each rider. So, you know, literally a rider could go out there and just get 2 waves, and they'll still potentially win a heat if those 2 waves happen to be really good ones. There is a maximum, too. A lot of people don't know that, a 12-wave max. So once a rider hits that 12-wave mark, they got to get out of the water. They can't ride any more scoring waves. The heat is over for them. So we haven't seen anybody hit that 12-wave mark in this event, but I've seen riders come close in some of these events and even touch that 12-wave mark. So really, patience is a virtue. And, you know, back in the old days, as I've said a couple times, we used to count the top 4 waves. But having the top 2 count, it really kind of encourages riders to take more risk, you know, because only your best 2 count.
Yeah, take more risk and be more selective as well, perhaps, you know. It means that, you know, back in our day, should we say, you'd have to get, it was more of a sort of a bit like a triathlon or something. You're paddling out, getting a wave, you had to get one in the first 5 minutes or you were done for, because you had to then get another one and then another one and another one. But speaking of catching a wave, he struggled there, Federico. That was super unfortunate because it had nice shape. It's kind of backed off on the inside there, but yeah. Conditions are taking a bit of a wobbly turn, aren't they, Jay?
Yeah, you know, again, that swirling wind playing havoc here. You can see a line on the outside. Our 2 competitors out there, Federico Branco with first priority, and now the 2 competitors kind of sitting on the same peak. So things suddenly get a little bit more interesting here, and Federico needs a good wave here. He bottom turns and launches it, kind of almost not even with the lip, but he certainly made it look good. Forward spin here on this inside left wedge. He may get another lip hit, and indeed he does, up and into the lip and out in front of the wave. So that's going to be a really good, solid ride for Federico Castelo Branco, and he certainly needed to make it happen on that wave. And Branco with a 6.75 heat score is going to like that wave. He's needing a 6.51. Will that do it?
Yeah, I love that roll. You know, like you said, it was near the lip, and it's questionable whether it would have been like a roll without the lip, but he made it happen. You know, he maximized his opportunity in that steep section. He did a full radius roll, and then he's got the nice roll on the inside. So, yeah, needing that score, 6.75, he'll be listening intently for what the judges give it. He may even paddle back out and just wave his hand in the air, which signifies to the judges that he wants to know what the score is, because it's going, I just got a 6. It's just dropped. News just in. Didn't quite make it. So tough reality is that even getting a great wave like that, 0.75 away from what you need, still means that you're essentially not going to progress through the heat.
Well, he does only need a 4.26 now at this point, so the key here for Abdel Hafid is to hold on to that first priority and sit as close as he can to Branco to prevent him from getting a wave that's going to give him a 4.26 heat score. So he'll have one crack at that, because if Branco sells a wave to Abdel Hafid, in other words, convinces him to paddle for a wave, look how hard he's paddling to get back into the lineup. I mean, that was like he had an outboard motor on his back right there. That was absolutely insane, a little burst of speed. He knows he has to get back out here. Let's see if Abdel Hafid is smart and just holds on to his position and the priority. That would be the sensible thing to do for an experienced competitor, Rob.
Yeah, it looks as though he's getting nearer to him, doesn't he? He's easing over. A bit like a shark beginning to circle, you know, stealthily getting near to him. That's the way it usually happens, you know. You can't be as rude as to paddle straight up on top. Some competitors do. But yeah, he's just probably going to hang 3 or 4 meters from him and then protect his lead, essentially. He's going to make out that he's going to go for a wave, then he's going to not go for a wave. But Federico needs to take the opportunity to catch any wave that he can that he thinks is going to offer him the score that he needs. And with the set coming, with 1 minute remaining, this is highly intense. Who's going to get to make the right decision in order to progress through the heat? Because one of them is essentially going home after this, you know. So here we are. They're looking. He sold him on it.
Yes.
Federico's done a good job, and that was not a high-scoring potential wave, but might be one of the last opportunities. What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, that was a risky move. Abdelhafid took the bait there. He went for that wave, and now here is the final shot here for Federico. He needs to make this count. No, he doesn't go on it. 35 seconds left. He may have another shot here. Are there some waves out the back? I do see a line out the back. He does still hold on to first priority, and this is going to be his last shot, this wave right here. 25 seconds to go. And this peak, is it going to make it in the next 20 seconds? And I'll tell you what, Abdelhafid really has nothing to do except sit and watch and hope this doesn't work out. Big time wave for Federico Branco. Up into the lip, tries to get the roll off. Can he hang on? And he does. Again, needed a low score, like a 4.51, I believe was the score. Gets the spin. Was that enough, Rob?
Wow, I don't know. It went right down to the wire. It's super interesting to see what the judges give that one. So we've got the replay here. It's kind of a difficult section to hit, and he kind of bounces down with it. It wasn't one of his typical lofty rolls. I think perhaps he prefers his left, but he maximizes his efforts with spins in the white water. So, yeah, it looks like the final score. I don't think there's anything else to come in, but we're going to have to go to the highlights package now, and we'll be back with you very soon, so stick with us.
Well, things are hot and humid, not only in the weather, but also in the ocean and in the action as we progress through this man-on-man round of men's competition. Right, Bego?
Very, very strong. And, well, this is a very important moment because this is the last chance for these riders. So let's hit the water. We don't want to miss anything of the action. We have the single Venezuelan rider there, Edwin Aldana, facing Yassin from Morocco, I have to say. And, you know, we just got a treat from the Royal. I'm going to get back to that. Edwin Aldana. Vamos a hacer un poquito de español. El venezolano, el único que hay en este campeonato, enfrentándose contra un marroquí, Yassin. Vamos a ver si logra avanzar. Esta es la ronda de eliminación, la ronda del repechaje, así que solamente uno va a avanzar.
Yassin El Ghazal on this left-hander driving his way to the inside, looking for something to happen. Goes up to the lip and kind of makes that roll happen where no lip was pitching, and he was not happy with the end result. He did not stay on the wave, and we'll take a closer look at our heat lineup right here. Yassin El Ghazal, the young man from Morocco, and our Venezuela competitor, the lone competitor from Venezuela, Edwin Aldana, and your fellow countryman, right?
Good friend, actually. When I started bodyboarding, he was already surfing super well. I remember perfectly. He used to surf in Camuri, in La Guaira, and I remember me not even knowing how to spin, and he always saying, "Oh yeah, you're gonna be a great bodyboarder" and stuff like that. And I was like, "Oh man, I started so old. I don't know." He's like, "It doesn't matter. Go for it. Go for it." It was always super nice, and I remember I was surfing with him a lot. And he had a very good run in the World Tour. Wait a second, there he comes, Edwin Aldana. Let's see if he can find something. I'm going to show you later a picture that he has in pipeline that you wouldn't believe. It's a huge roll. Huge roll type of, big wave. So yeah, Edwin Aldana used to compete a lot in the World Tour. It's good, so good to see him back. He's currently living in Tenerife.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few Venezuelans on the World Tour. I remember a guy named Max Mercanti back in my day who competed on the tour. And Venezuela, not really known for big surf, kind of a small wave location as I am familiar with, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Isla Margarita, kind of the epicenter of the surfing culture there. Am I correct on that, or is it Camuy?
We're going to get back to that idea after this wave. This is the Yacine. Oh, not happening for Yacine neither. I mean, in Isla Margarita, there's a lot of waves, but at the the coast, the city coast, which is La Guaira, there's a lot of bodyboarders and a lot of surfers as well. Oh. And yeah, a lot of the biggest names comes from La Guaira. Also, there's good bodyboarders and surfers from Margarita. But yeah, I would say probably from Venezuela, probably Margarita. It's a little bit smaller in community than La Guaira. It's just that Margarita has better conditions, I will say. Thing with Venezuela that it's Caribbean, the Caribbean Ocean. It's not Caribbean Sea actually. It's not. It's not wide open to the ocean, so it's kind of blocked. The islands in front of it block the swells, so we don't really get too many swells, and we do get a lot of storms. So in the stormy season, we have good
more
waves.
Consistent surf. Yeah, I could understand that. We have a wind shift again. It's like the wind is blowing northerly at this point. So it's just been all over the map here today. Quite a difference from yesterday where we saw pretty consistent winds throughout the day. Today we've had, you can see the offshore spray. This beach faces east, and that wind blowing side shore into the right-handers, that makes it a northerly wind. So just ever-changing. The traditional wind for this time of year, I believe, is northwest. Here in the Maldives. We're really close to the equator, not too far away from the equator, actually. So, tropical conditions prevail here where you get these, we've already talked about it, these squalls and ever-changing tropical wind conditions associated with those squalls. So, yeah, it's, it's a constant adjustment when you're out in the surf, just to be ready to take on the bumps and lumps out there. And these competitors have been doing a great job here today, making it look much better than I think it actually is out there.
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, 18 minutes and 36 seconds and very low scores so far. The Venezuelan is leading with a 3, but, Yacine is only, got a 2.25 in Yacine. Has been doing a great job in this event, so both competitors are super capable of taking the win. Only one single rider will continue in competition and meet the seeded riders coming from winning the first and second position on the non-elimination round. So let's see this one for Yacine.
All right, a lot of white water to contend with. He's really trying to get around it, and you can see him not able to do so. So he ducks out, and he's had a bit of frustration in this heat. You've seen him express that frustration, smacking his board, throwing his hands up in the air. He's truly wearing his heart on his sleeve. and a low-scoring affair thus far in this heat right now, with the two riders amassing pretty low scores at this point. Just 3 points for Edwin Aldana, who is currently leading the heat, and 2.25 points for Yassine El Ghazal. So the conditions definitely wreaking havoc with these two riders as they both try to claw their way through. 17 minutes and change remaining in this heat. And again, we are in the, the second heat of this round, which has 8 heats in it. We'll wrap things up for the day once this completes. We've got a couple more hours of competition ahead, so stay tuned and get comfortable and stay with us, folks. We're enjoying your company, and here goes another rider up and riding.
Yeah, Yassine, that was a valuable maneuver for sure. That's going to be, the score that he wanted. And he's going to get the first position. Of course he is, And now, Edwin, he will have to do something else.
One more look at that. He gets up to the lip nicely, right at the point where it starts to pitch, gets down and really kicks out quick. The idea, get back out there, get another scoring opportunity, quickly, something hopefully better. And you want to follow along with us. IBC World Tour Instagram handle is right there on your screen, along with TikTok and our YouTube channel, which you are watching right now. And you can check all the previous events on the IBC World Tour right there, the live streams from all those events right there, and the IBCWorldTour.com for live scoring, rankings, and the tour schedule. And by the way, tour schedule looking pretty solid. We got 2 more events to go this year, beginning with Sintra in Portugal, the longest running event in the sport. That event's been on the tour for, I don't know, decades, 3 decades maybe. And look at this, clawing into this wave. Edwin Aldana barely gets into it and just kind of has to force that Rolo. So real difficult wave for him. And you could see in the background of that shot the flags just whipping in that wind outside. But we mentioned Sintra, the next event on the tour, and then of course, we will go to the crown jewel of bodyboarding, El Fronton, for the Fronton King, where we will crown some world champions in one of the heaviest waves in the world. And check this out, Bego.
That was good. That was actually not as smooth, maybe, not as projected, powerful, but still, he has to try to get the scores. So we'll see. I think he might, get the first position back.
Maybe. So, he only had to erase a 1.0. Not a tall order, really. But again, this heat remains low scoring. Difficult wind conditions are plaguing this heat as we get down to the 14.5-minute mark. You can see plenty of choppy, lumpy, bumpy stuff happening out here, and rain is falling. You can actually see it on your screen. Yassine El Ghazal gets a nice left. Good arch of the back and head on that Rolo. He's trying to maintain a little speed to the inside, whips that forward spin. He may get that one finish move on the inside, and he certainly does. Nice roll. Good projection for such a small section. And El Ghazal's got to be loving that wave. This Moroccan putting on some energy out here today, and started out the heat a little rough, but he's really coming on strong here through the midsection of the heat.
I tell you what, that he has been very smart throughout the whole event. So I think, that this one right here, he knew he has to stall, he knew that right there, that wasn't a very critical section. So he knew he has to project the roll with his hand, with his arms, combined with the forward. And right here found a better section. And when you have such a good roll that you're able to project it even when there's not a good section, and you get a good section, that roll is going to be super good. So that's what happened there with the last wave of Yassine, I think.
Yeah, that's, pure athleticism right there, really using sort of a gymnastic approach to that. And in that tight shot we just saw, you can see the rain is coming down pretty solid at the moment. It's cooled things down a bit outside. Don't make any mistake, it is still hot and very humid outside, but that northerly wind is kind of tearing into the lineup here, particularly the lefts and making them a little more lumpy-bumpy, but that's not going to stop Edwin Aldana from having a crack at this one. The Venezuelan takes off. Bowley section has to drop over a couple of steps there, and looking for that lip to pitch. It's going to be an inside section for him. Fangs that reverse. Can he hang on? No. And that inside left really gets tricky. It kind of over wedges, and Aldana a little frustrated with that as Al-Ghazal moves into that first position. His two best waves were his last two, a 4.0 and a 4.75, and now we're in a situation where Aldana needs a 5.76 to advance on through into the next round.
You know, we don't have any favorites at all, but definitely it's always refreshing and nice to have, you know, to see a person that comes from a different place, you know. As Edwin, you know, trying to advance, and it would be nice to see him advancing. But in the case of Yassin, also, you know, he has not traveled too much neither, so for him to be here at the Maldives and coming from Morocco, it's a big effort and a big achievement. So definitely it's not a matter of who deserve it more, you know, because, you know, both of them deserves it. We'll see which one, you know, serves better or find the best waves. I believe, you know, this is something that I keep saying all the time, because I would like always to clarify that, especially to the people that does not know too much about professional bodyboarding, or they, you know, starting to know the tour. Everyone that competes in the World Tour, it's they're competitive, they're skilled riders, you know. So everyone has the possibility of, you know, everyone serves good. It's a matter of knowing how to use the tools. So okay.
All right, we're gonna toss to the man in the rain. Right after this wave, though, we got a screamer for Yassin Al-Ghazal. Boosted up in the lip. That thing crumbles on his head and stuffs him underwater. And while he regains his composure, we're going to see how Rob Barber's composure is down there for this post-heat interview. Take it away, Robert.
Thank you, Jay. So it's home from home for me down here. Don't you worry about me. It's all good. But Hafid, he hails from Morocco, killed it in that heat, and is very used to surfing sick rights in Agadir. So how did you find those rights? Because you look pretty good on them to me.
It was a little bit harder to put yourself in the right spot in the lineup, because some rides breaking in different spots out there. So I tried and I catch some few good ones. Then it was a good one. So I try to get as much score as much as I can.
Got it. Yeah, well, you did well. And yeah, there was kind of going back and forth between you and your competitor. How did you keep your nerve?
I tried, I was putting first like a strategy to get some few waves, and I try to get some scores in the beginning. Then I will go to try surf some lifts in the spot there.
You did good. You did good. Now, have you got anyone you'd like to thank for your you know, from the Maldives to home, maybe?
Yeah, I would like to say thank you to my family, to my girlfriend Sasha, and all the friends support me, and thank you for Maldives Pro and IBC World Tour for this competition. It's really nice context. Right.
Brilliant. Good luck for the rest of the competition. Yeah, can't wait to see more heats. Back to you, Jay and Bego in the studio.
Thank you so much. That was a very good interview right there. I love to see, you know, all the Moroccans advancing. All right, so one more look while we were in the interview. We saw this wave, and yes, that's actually the best wave that we see for Edwin Aldana, and you can tell he knew it as well. And he changed the situation, so yeah, worth it. Good job there, Edwin, and he gets the first position.
And 6.5 on that wave.
Yeah, makes sense. Would like to say a few words in Spanish para toda la gente que está sintonizando, que está apoyando a Edwin, que es venezolano. Fuerza Venezuela, fuerza nuestra gente, vamos para adelante. No hay mal que dure 100 años. Saludos a Caminante Moderno, saludos gigantes a Makuto, sí, desde Camurí, pasando por Panamá, por Chile y ahora en Tenerife. Así que eso, gracias a todos. Well, you know, Venezuela is struggling right now. We're not going to get political here, but it's not secret for everyone. So hang in there, Venezuela, hang in there, Venezuelans. The whole world is with you, and you know, They will fall. They will fall.
Good statement. Good. There you go. Just sneaking it in there. The Venezuelan on this wave right now, Edwin Aldana, and you should check some of these guys out on Instagram. Bego was showing me look at him fighting so hard to get back in front of this wave, and he does get the completion. You should see his Instagram. Bego was just showing me a picture of him doing a Rolo on like a 12-foot face wave at Pipe. Just psycho, man. So this guy is a man on a mission and a very successful human being, you know. I mean, it's interesting to follow the life of some of these riders on Instagram. Here we go. One more look at this, Bego.
Yeah, this is an attempt, you know, an off-the-lip reverse there. And he gave it all to complete that one. But, of course, the judges, they notice those things, you know, when the completion is not that clean. Yassine in this one, could Yassine change the situation? He's looking for a 4.76 actually, and we'll see.
Yeah, so I love the rolls that he's doing. You know, he can make a less than perfect section actually look pretty stunning with that body and arm extension on the Rolos. And both these guys make it back out. One more look at this. You can see him come down here. This is really just a crumbly flat section, but he gets the back and head into that arch and gets his body away from the board. It kind of adds a little bit more dramatic look to the Rolo. So it's that, in that case, it's all about the presentation. And Yassine El Ghazal making it look pretty good. He is in second position at the moment. Very, very close in this heat. This one's really kind of a seesaw battle back and forth. He needs, at this point, a 4.76 to move ahead of Edwin Aldana, who currently leads the heat. And about 5 minutes, 40 seconds remain in the heat. So still plenty of time as these two riders make their way down to that south peak. That left-hander looking lumpy bumpy in that tighter shot there. So we'll see how this works out for him.
Well, score dropped, and it's a 3.10. It's not enough for Yassine to take the lead and continue in competition. We'll see. He still has some time, although Edwin has a priority. And, you know, Jay, priority in man-on-man heats is almost one of the most important tools that you want to have.
Absolutely.
Even if, I mean, for both. If you're winning or losing, you know, you would really want to keep the priority or get the priority.
Well, we saw that take place in the last heat. That actually came into play in the last minute. The rider with priority was able to, you know, go on a wave, but he was actually sold that wave, and that allowed the second position rider to have a crack at getting one more wave at the end. So priority was really a major factor in the ending of that heat. It did not work out for the rider who sold the wave, but it definitely can affect the outcome of a heat if you have that priority, like you just said. It's really important.
Yep. Oh, well, right now Edwin, with the priority, sitting actually in a nice spot of those lefts. We'll see if he can find that. What's the tide doing at this point? I believe we're in the mid-tide, right?
Yeah, so we had a high tide probably, I believe, an hour and a half ago. So tide is on the outs right now. We've obviously pointed out several times. Low tide is the preferred tide here.
Yep.
At this spot. Varunalal Radugandu likes the low tide. You get less of that backwash. I think the real main factor is less the tide and more the wind right now. We've had a really rough go of things, specifically in the last hour with the wind. Couple moments where it almost clocked around offshore, but it didn't last too long. So we'll see. Things could change. We could get an absolutely gorgeous sunset towards the end of the event today. And you can check that wide shot. You can see what it looks like from that angle. Pretty bumpy and lumpy out there.
Well, that's right. All right, so I was checking the swell. What do you think about tomorrow's swell? I'm kind of confused here. I see a lot of energy and I see a lot of period. I think it might get a little messy because also it says it will be onshore early in the morning and cross onshore, and only in the afternoon it says it's going to be cross offshore. So I don't know what's going to happen. And the day that looks the best and actually has the most of the stars is on Tuesday. So I don't know. Well, I guess we're gonna come here and check the swell and check the conditions and then take it from there.
Yeah, what I'm looking at, probably pretty similar to what you're seeing. Looking at a south-southeast wind early, which will be sort of side on shore, but light, and the wind sort of protects the lineup when you have that southerly flow. What changes in the middle of the day, we are at least I'm showing an easterly flow that's literally straight on shore here, clocking around to the east-northeast later in the day. So not the best wind accompanying this swell. And yes, long period swell. I'm showing by noon tomorrow we'll be looking at 3 feet at 20 seconds. And then by the end of the day, 5 feet, 19 seconds. That is a monster swell as we see Yassin El Ghazal take this little inside left wedge. Look at it, he's holding his hand up going, come on, wave. And he goes for the ARS and smashing his board. Man, this kid has a lot of passion out there. And he has not given up here with a minute 45. Where we're really seeing the whopping huge surf is going to be Tuesday, 6.5 feet at 16 seconds. That's a monster swell. We may get overloaded here at Varuna La Ralugandu in terms of swell and water splashing over into the roadway. So could be shades of last year when we had a giant swell at the beginning.
All right, so one more chance for Yassin, probably the last one that he will get. That was actually a very well projected and executed roll and combined with a forward. It was one of the inside waves. I don't know what the judges are going to think. And I tell you what, for riders like him and Edwin, there's a lot in stake, Whoever finishes in this point of competition will get 1,080 points and $300. But, the difference from the next round, it's huge, in terms
the money?
of money and points. Because whoever finishes here will get an equal 25th place.
Okay.
And I'm going to check right here because I have it in the charts, in the draw. I'm going to tell you right now the difference that there is in prize money and in points, which I know it's usually way more.
Yeah, so conditions continue to plague this heat. Just about 15 seconds left. It's pretty much a done deal at this point as one more wave is coming through, but Edwin Aldana already in first position. This wave's not really going to matter for him. And El Ghazal narrowly missing out on advancement. And I'll tell you what, this was a tight heat from start to finish. But El Ghazal played catch-up throughout the heat, and Aldana comes out the victor. The Venezuelan will progress on through. We'll check some heat highlights, and we'll continue with more right after this.
All right, we're back, and if you're just getting here, this is the second day of competition. Here, it's almost 3 p.m., and we have been happily doing this live feed since the 7:30.
Yeah, early
late.
start. Yeah.
But it's been a great day. So we are right now in the repechage round, on the repechage round for the men division, and we would like to hit the water. This is the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and in its second day, and its third edition. A pleasure to be back here.
Yeah, for sure. So we got lumpy, bumpy, bit of fun out there.
Yeah.
There's some thrills and spills to be had. So boys are split up again. So we've got Ethan Perez on the left, and his first blood is going to him. Dropping down. That's a pretty big wave. Hanging near the foam because he knows he needs to stay in the pocket. Up he goes. Lofts a roll. Reads it really well. And then pulls out. So yeah, good start. You know, some of the waves that we've had in these recent heats haven't had many pockets to launch out of. And he sniffed one out within, 10 seconds at the beginning of the heat. So respect to him for that. But let's have another look at this one.
Yeah, I think this kid right here has a lot of potential. He's coming from winning in the junior men division right now. Nice roll just to start things here at the, in the repechage round. And we were just saying with Jay about how much money, how many points you get if you finish here. So you're going to get equal 25th position, okay. $300 and 1,080 points.
Okay, fair enough. So here they are. Here's the profiles. Badruddin El Fajid from Morocco and Ethan Perez from Spain. So yeah, Morocco very heavily represented at this event. That's such a stronghold of bodyboarding now. No doubt partly due to the IBC event in Morocco earlier this year. Landmark movement for Moroccan bodyboarding. So here we go, rider up and riding in red. So Badruddin, the Moroccan rider. His golden locks flailing in the wind there. Cross-shore breeze. That right-hander didn't hold much for him. But, the heats that we've just had, there's been good lefts and good rights. And hopefully these boys are going to do as the others done, stay separate and just maximize the number of waves that they can get. So bit of a lull. Ethan Perez sat in first place with 3.5, and yeah, not too much hot action so far, but plenty more to come.
That's right, and just going back to that idea that I was telling you in the next heat, the round number 5, if they lose, they will get the third place will get an equal 17th, $1,200 and $1,200 points and $400. So $100 more than here.
Yeah.
And somewhat a few points more. So I believe Jay is ready. 1 second, we're to have a taker here in this wave. We'll see this wave 1 sec. Is Badruddin from Morocco and goes for a roll completed maneuver. And it's going to be interesting to see how much he gets. Meanwhile, we wait for that score. We toss it to Jay, so go ahead.
Thank you so much, Bego. Yeah, still raining cats and dogs out here. I'm with Edwin Aldana, who took the victory in that last heat. I'm going to struggle through a little bit of Spanish, so please forgive me here. And Edwin, su batería muy difícil, mucho viento, ¿sí? ¿Es difícil para ti?
Sí, ahora mismo entró, la marea está un poco bajando y muy difícil con el marroquí, un hit muy cerrado en donde las condiciones muy complicadas para los dos. Hay que tener paciencia porque sale la serie muy buena, pero hay que esperar, hay que saber esperar y elegir la mejor.
Sí, ¿cómo está bodyboarding en Venezuela ahora?
El bodyboard en Venezuela ahora mismo está creciendo, pero no tienen el apoyo. Hay mucha generación de relevo muy fuerte, una cantera muy fuerte, pero ahora mismo no tienen los recursos. El gobierno no da los recursos necesarios para que los atletas salgan a representar al país. Muchos atletas que son muy buenos han tenido que emigrar del país. Unos están en Chile, Estados Unidos. Yo por lo menos estoy viviendo ahora en Tenerife. Y ahí me encuentro entrenando, tratando de volver al tour y pues eso es el bodyboard en Venezuela.
Gracias. ¿Tienes palabras para su familia, sus amigos?
Sí, bueno, quiero mandar un saludo a toda mi familia que está en Venezuela y en Tenerife, a todos mis amigos que están ahí apoyando a través de la pantalla, mandando energía. La siento y dentro del agua estoy tratando de dar lo mejor de mí.
All right, muchas gracias y felicidades.
Muchísimas gracias a ti.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Jay. That's intense enthusiasm from the rain there from Jay. So, yeah, a little replay of the right-hander that we saw just before the break. So this was an important score, an important wave. He was rewarded a 5.0 for this, so that's put him into first place. He's got a 1.0 and a 5.0.
Yeah, we watched that before going to the interview, and yeah, no, good job there for him. Of course, he has to be super careful. He has to find something else because Ethan only needs a 2.51. So, you know, man-to-man hits are like that. They're true battles, you know. Every rider, when the level is similar, which is normally that way, you know.
Totally.
I always say the same. It's not about, you know, level of bodyboarding. It's not about executing the maneuvers or not, because all of the riders that come to a world tour are, you know, capable.
Yeah.
So it's about how to use your tools, you know. How you use the priority, how do you use the time, how do you, you know, take every opportunity. And I think that's what, you know, differentiates a rider with the other. So we'll see how that unfolds. You never know what's going to happen in a man-on-man, but it's the fair play itself.
For sure, and Ethan's just paddling himself into position for what looks like a great wave. Nice takeoff into a roll section. Oh no, boosted big. Hasn't he done well? So yeah, he's busted a nice ARS there and landed nice and flat, come out of it nice and
perfect
clean.
Execution, ARS there, like you were saying. So yeah, Ethan Perez
has taken it up a level, you know. There's a 5 given in the first part of this heat for a roll on a right-hander to his competitor Badruddin. And then in this exchange, we've got a nice ARS where he's got... the manoeuvre's been busted on the outside section, for starters. Secondly, he's got clear distance between him and the wave on the drop. And thirdly, he's come out of it cleanly, so he's bottom turned looking for the next section. There wasn't another section there, but regardless, look at this angle, Bego.
I'm going to enjoy this angle for sure. You know, the thing about that ARS, it was a, you know, close-out section. Not everyone can pull ARSs in those sections. Some people tend to say, I don't really know, that inverts are easier in those kind of sections, or, you know, big rolls. But ARSs or backflips are a bit more complicated, and for that, you know, he got... I'm going to check here. Can we see the scores, please, director? The scores and the needs. We haven't been there for a while. We need to see the scores, the full,
Here we go.
you know.
Got a bit of action here. So Badruddin's answering straight back. Picked himself a bolly right-hander. Wallop. Nice roll off the closeout. So, yeah, he was sizing that up. He was thinking about potentially mixing it up with a different air move, but he went for the roll. He knew he got a 5 for that before, so perhaps he'll be rewarded something similar again. Ethan's showing that he can... you know, ride in a right-hand direction as well. Some riders favour one direction or the other, and it certainly seems that Ethan has been doing very well on the left, but chooses to go right on that one. But the wave just kind of bends out to sea, doesn't give him much to work with. But yeah, the score has dropped now for Ethan, so he's got a 7.5. Just check out the replay a second. We've got a boom, nice clean roll. So for me, that looks better than his first wave, but not as good as Ethan's last wave. So that means that now he's got 2 good scores on the board. Badruddin has, and he's solidified his position. You know, let's see how that score works for him and where he's got to. This is a bit of a closeout, to be honest. He just pulls through it. Yeah.
That's right. All right. So, well, we had some action there. We don't know what's going to happen. We're waiting for those scores, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the competitors will be listening intently now for how they'll be rewarded from those waves, and that's going to shape the strategy for the rest of the heat. You know, it's all about deciding whether they need to wait for a bigger, cleaner wave now that's going to, take some patience for them to have the nerve to sit out there and wait to improve their score. That would be the sensible thing to do. Or are they going to keep throwing the dice and catching numerous waves in the hope that, these conditions throw up a section that allows them to launch? And I think they'll all be aware, both of them will be aware that mixing up their riding, if they can bust something that's a little bit different than a roll, that's what the judges will have their interest piqued by, is something that's a little bit out of the ordinary, something a bit different. Vega.
I mean, I agree with you totally. It's part of the judging criteria of the IBC World Tour. We really would like to see, different maneuvers, but the conditions are probably not the best. Remember, people, we don't know where we're going to get tomorrow. We might get a very stormy, huge swell, so we might not be able to compete tomorrow continue with the competition. We'll see how that unfolds. But yeah, it's what it is. It happens everywhere. We have to advance. And right now, there's still some super contestable waves. But yeah, it's becoming a bit more difficult for these riders to try to bring, variety of maneuvers. So I think they're going to go for, the safe maneuvers, because the final aim is to try to advance. And look at that. It looks like Ethan got a little bit stuck there on the current. No, he's all right.
I think he's just hanging out a little bit further, waiting for one of those deep left-handers, On the last heat that I was calling, it looked like Federico, who is also sat in the same position, also yellow vest. I thought he was waiting far too far out, but then when a set came, he still got caught. So it's quite from the view that we've got, it's quite misguiding. But I think he's probably playing a sensible game. He's got 11 points on the board. He knows that he's got a 7.5 and a 3.5, and the next wave that he gets, he wants to replace at least the 3.5. So a big wave generally means a big score, and that's what he's hunting for at the moment. And Badruddin is on track with something similar. He's got a 5 and a 4.5, so he'll be looking to replace the 4.5 at least with his next wave. So they can now look to build house. I keep using this term, and by that I mean that they're looking to improve the scores that they've got already and improve their chances of getting through the heat by impressing the judges on these good choice waves. So we've got someone paddling there. There you go. Here we go. Oh, this is a nice wave.
All right, we'll see. You can tell he likes those rides. He has been choosing those rides all over from since this is starting. So we'll see. We'll see if he's gonna get that score. I don't know. What do you think?
I would say that is somewhere between his first and his second. He got a 5 for his first wave, and then he got 4.5 for the next roll that he did. And I would say this is probably just below both of them. Probably. I'm no judge. I wouldn't want to put my high action. Here we go. Back to Ethan. And his trademark ARS is coming out of it there. And he's got another section. Wow, another ARS. This is bad news for red, but good news for yellow. He tried to do a third ARS. So let's have a look at the replay on that one if we can. That was epic, A combination of maneuvers, 3 of which were some of the hardest moves that you can pull. He's definitely got that gymnastic ability to spring through that flipping ARS motion and create his own sort of dynamic launch. So here we go. What do you reckon, Bego?
Let me just have another look as everyone else. I'm going to check here. I think that was actually very good as well. He's got those ARSs completely nailed. I don't know. I think I got double. It's just, all right. I don't know. I have to say, I think that, probably he's already holding at 7.5. I don't know.
Best way for the heat so far, I'd say. So
yeah, I was going to say that, but I didn't want to, I didn't dare.
Well, it's so clean, It's not as big a wave, but he lands it on the face. For me, landing on the face is better to landing in the closeout and then to connect with another little wedge. I mean, he's made his own luck with that. I'd have probably done a roll on the end, but it was in ARS mode quite clearly. He wanted to keep on boosting. This guy's surfing loads of heats. He's in the open division, he's in the youth division, the junior men's division, and he is a ball of energy. Like I said when I was commentating on him before, he's Comes from an area of the Basque Country where I know that it is littered with some fantastic wedge waves. So he is, had the time to hone his skills in those wedgy conditions. So when he's faced with a wave that offers him 3 launch ramps, he is not going to hesitate, and he's going to take it. And we're just going to wait for that score now, because that's going to be potentially very bad news for Badruddin. He's got to do some hard work now. He's probably going to have to change up his game. That's 3 rolls in a row that he's had, and now he needs to do something different. But live action, yellow back up. So that's Ethan back in the game.
I mean, he's just showing the world how good he is to both rights and lefts. That was a well-projected roll, and I believe the scores dropped, and yeah, it wasn't actually the best wave of the heat. It was a 5.5, but, it's also a good wave.
Nice.
And, he's backing up that 7.50 in a great way. So we'll see if he gets something more for this.
For sure, yeah, here he goes. So he bottom turns, looking up for the launch ramp. He gets that nice, cross wave coming through, which allows him to ramp off it. So he gets a nice air underneath him as he busts a roll. Here he goes again. So lines it up. Here comes that cross wave. He makes the most of it, twists through it, and lands cleanly. So yeah, I probably got a little bit excited on his multiple ARS wave. 5.55, so he's got 5.55 and a 7.5. He's going to back it up with that right hand roll that he just did. He's solidifying his position, but Badruddin Al Faji is making sensible movements. He's chilling over there on the right hand side. He knows he needs to get a good score. He's got a 5. He now needs to be looking for something in the excellent range, because that's going to be the difference between progressing and not progressing. He's about to wear a set on the head, so even though he's waiting quite a long way out, bomb sets just come through and giving him some solid duck diving practice, whereas over on the left hand side there's no shape to the set over there, so Ethan's just going to paddle over the top. There you go.
All right, so both these riders are surfing super good. No, man, oh man, it's so hard. Anything can happen in 8 minutes, and for a man oh man heat, 8 minutes and 10 seconds, it's a lot of time.
Yeah.
A lot of time, and especially, with priority, and especially in this kind of waves that it takes a little while because there's a bit of a current to get back out there. So you never know.
Totally. Well, this is the Visit Maldives Visit Maldives Pro 2024, and they're sponsored by the title sponsor and official destination partner is Visit Maldives. And what I want to say about the Maldives is, if you were staying in one of the island resorts, which is where most people stay, you would still have a variety of waves that work on different winds. So we're sighted for this competition in front of one wave, which is getting some wind taking its effect on the waves at the moment. We can't relocate because we've got big infrastructure, but most places that you stay in the Maldives, you would be having access to a boat which would take you to lots of unique setups that work in different wind directions. So if you're seeing out here thinking, wow, this is what I expected from the Maldives, if you were staying in one of the resorts, you would still have waves available to you that you could ship around the coast to. So yeah, paddling into this wave, Ethan Perez, the man of the moment. Wow, here he goes. Another ARS. He's got him so locked. Now he's back in the pocket, trying to wait for it to bowl up in front of him. Here we go. A nice extended arm roll to land. So yeah, shades of Guilherme Tamega there on the old closeout roll. Got the nose of the board pointed towards the beach. Nice arm extension. The judges elevated in front of where he landed that would have seen the bright slick color of his board. Do you want to have a look at it, Bego?
For sure. I mean, I'm telling you, he has a very good wave selection, although, of course, that wave wasn't that critical. He found the proper section and went for a very good maneuver and just completed there. Because, that last section there, closer to the inside, has a bit more of a critical section. So it allows you to combine. We'll see.
Yeah,
nice one.
He's having great fun, isn't he? He's sitting out there on that peak on his own. Even when it's a bit squally and a bit wobbly, still super fun. If you're just on your own out there, you can pick out all the bombs. So he's doing a good job of that, not letting a wave go to waste, maximising his opportunity on all of them. And for a young guy, he's showing an experienced approach to this heat. But back to our sponsors, because without them we wouldn't be here. So we're super grateful to Duragu, who are our digital partner, Mukai Hotel, accommodation partner, Baruzu Catering, One Sports, the online media partner. Official events for our event partner. And we've got King Sports Apparel partner. Print Lab printing partner. And Mujaz Artbox merchandise partner. Now, getting some funny looks about my pronunciation of apparel. Apparel. I'm getting apparel. Okay.
Apparel.
Jesus. I'm getting apparel spritz. You've got it in my head. Blame you for that, Bago. Okay, and then we've got supporting partners. The Wellness Club, D-Tech, Marley City Council, MNDF, and then the local police department. So we can see we've got support over there in the channel from the fire and police department covering all bases. Safe competition here, and even though the wind's picked up a little bit, it's gone a bit squally, the guys are out there doing their best. So 4 minutes to go.
And check those scores. We're sorry, people, we don't have those the two best scores there. You know, it's been a tricky day with the scoring system. You know, indeed with the streaming. We apologize for that. Tomorrow, if we come back tomorrow, we're going to fix that for sure. There's a situation there between those two systems. We're going to figure out exactly what's happening. And, of course, tomorrow we're going to fix it. But I can tell you this. Ethan Perez, he got a 6.75 in the last wave. And, of course, he keeps that first position with a total of 14.25. Leaving, you know, Badreddin with a need of 8.91.
Yeah.
Which is not impossible, but, I mean, this wave, all right, backflip. No.
Speak of the devil, Badreddin wanted to fight back in this, in this final 3 minutes, 38 seconds. Ethan Perez knows what he's doing. He's paddled over. He's now discontinuing, by the looks of it, his efforts to improve his personal waves. He's now sitting nearer to Badreddin El Faji in order to potentially protect his lead. So he's got priority number one. Oh, here we go. We've got the replay. Up he goes into the backflip. Doesn't quite make it. It's quite hard to land those in that section because of the backwash. But yeah, like I said, Ethan Perez, he knows the score. He's paddling over to sit next to Badreddin. He's got priority number one, and he wants to make sure that he doesn't get knocked off his perch, which he's extended quite a great lead there, 14.25 to 10.35. It's very convincing. 7.5 and a 6.75 are, very strong wave scores, and Badreddin may have left it too late, but it's always interesting when it comes down to the wire because he only needs, well, I say only, he still needs either a combination of waves or an 8.9. So, yeah, Ethan Perez showing maturity beyond his years to kind of close out this heat in the way that he is, Bago.
Yeah, that only it's a lot, 8 points something. I mean, here with 2 minutes and 15 seconds is a lot. So he will have to, do something big. He tried, actually. I saw the wheel.
Yeah.
He had a lot of wheel, actually, with that a backflip attempt.
Yeah. I mean, really, that might have been his last effort because with Ethan obviously being aware of the fact that he's now got priority one and Badreddin got priority two, and I saw Ethan waving his hand in the air, which signifies he wants to know the scores of the judges so he knows where he is and what score he's got in comparison to Badreddin El Faji, so he can strategically determine whether he needs to catch any more waves or whether he needs to protect his lead by keeping priority. And here we go. There's a sort of nice walled up right-hander potentially behind this. Let's see. They're both paddling into position. So this is where Badreddin needs to paddle for a wave and sell it to Ethan so that Ethan has to go, then leaving Badreddin out back on his own, enabling him to get a wave in the last minute. But both of those riders know that that's what Badreddin is trying to do, and the awareness is probably going to the awareness from Ethan is probably going to stop Badreddin El Faji being able to kind of pull that strategic trick on him. But yeah, down to the last minute now. The next round of competitors, the next man-on-man heat has paddled out into the lineup. They're waiting their turn. We'll go straight into that heat after a highlights package shortly. So yeah, plenty of waves to play on. A little bit bumpy, a little bit lumpy. But as we've seen, Ethan Perez blew up with a couple of ARSs on one wave, a nice ARS and a big boosted Guilherme Temegro inspired roll on another wave. There is two scoring. They're two of his better waves. He also had a nice big ARS early on in the heat, and probably the biggest wave of the heat to come through. So, yeah, he's a guy to watch out from in the future. You know, probably one of Spain's strongest riders at the moment, even at his tender age of 16. So, yeah, coming to a close now. So we're going to go straight over to the highlights from that heat. Stick with us, guys. We've got more high action about to kick off. So, yeah, check back in with us in a minute. Welcome back to the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. We're here with the most eligible man in the area, Jay Reel. That's all I can think to say there. And we're in round 3. We've got heat number 4 about to, well, they've hit the water already, so let's go straight to the water and make sure we're not missing any action. The last heat, if that was anything to go by, there's potential for some, cracking waves out there. Did you see any of that, Jay?
Yeah, you know what? Interestingly enough, I was just outside for quite a while before sitting here, and it's looking pretty rough out there, man. It is shocking, onshore, crumbly, backwashy. It looks worse from out there than it does here on the screen. So if you see these riders really ripping, I mean, that's a testament to their skill level. Really, really impressive. But the really good intel that I got here was Ali Kudaiya. He gave me some intel on the swell forecast, and I'm going to give that to you in a minute. But we want to get into the water and see what's happening out there as this this heat progresses. The event doesn't stop.
No.
Whether we're in here talking or not, and now we're in the water.
Yeah.
So we can see what's going on. But here's the intel I got from Ali Kushwarwan, one of the local legends, also known as Kudaiya. That's his nickname.
Oh, got it.
And I said, man, it looks like the swell's going to get really huge in the next couple of days. And he says, not really.
Really?
And here's why. Yeah, because the swell, he pointed out to me, is going to be southwest. And a southwest swell, he says, bypasses this break. It comes in at the wrong angle. The islands to the south of us kind of block that southwest angle. It just goes out to sea and misses this spot. So his call on this is it's actually, he thinks, going to be smaller tomorrow. Wow. And getting smaller. He thinks we need to press on and finish the event before it just gets really small. So that's his call.
So interesting.
Yeah. I mean, if there's anybody that knows, he does. Yeah. This is his spot. Yeah.
Cool. Now paddling into this one, we've got Ahmed Nazmin all the way. Well, it's his local break, smashing a re-entry there. Had intentions to get flight maybe, but he managed to launch a kind of retro Rio. We'll see how the judges score that one. So yeah, the local rider opening his account nice and early, but that's super interesting that you say that, Jay, because to the untrained eye, you look at the forecast and you're like, wow, we've got mountainous waves coming our way. Do you want to check this one out?
Yeah, so bottom turns very bumpy. I mentioned how sloppy it's looking on the outside, but he does well to get up to the lip and back down. I like your call of Retro Rio.
Yeah.
Sounds like a rock star name. One more look at this from a different angle.
Wallop.
Gets the board up and out of the lip and back down. So a nice opener there for this local rider. And man, difficult conditions.
And Red just taking the option of going right. So Joaquin Soto from Chile didn't get the opportunity to do many moves there. He had all sorts of things to deal with, cross waves and bouncy bits and side chops. But here they are. Here's the guys. Joaquin Soto from Chile and Ahmed Nazmin from the Maldives. Of that first exchange, I would bet my bottom dollar that Ahmed has got the better score. Busting that re-entry and opening his account and, yeah, just putting the first building block in place. Here we go. Here's the rerun of this one, Jay.
Joaquin Soto bottom turns and the backwash just tears that wave to pieces right as he goes up to the lip. Multiple sections kind of converging right where he is, and you can see that northerly wind still ripping into the surf right here, making things very challenging for these riders. There are still a few peaks out there, but it is not looking quite as enticing as it was a few hours ago. But again, you know, we mentioned this several times. We're in the tropics. Things change minute by minute here, and we could just suddenly get a swing around to an a westerly wind, and it could just clean right up here. West or southwest wind or even a northwest wind will give that offshore fanning, clean look to it, and it could change everything in a moment's notice.
Totally could, Jay. And in the meantime, these waves are still contestable. You know, there was some solid scores in the last heat and a really closely fought battle. So these riders will make the wave conditions look good regardless of the quality. And I can see that there's still the shape there to deliver the odd wedgie bowl. It's just a matter of getting a little bit of luck and a lot of knowledge and a lot of skill to make it happen. Now, this isn't what we'd associate naturally with the Maldives, but as we've said, you're surfing this morning, there's lovely clean walls and ramps and things like that. Now it's just got chopped up, but it could, in the blink of an eye, reverse back to normal sort of times over here. So here's a little set coming in. Both riders having a look, sitting a little bit close to each other in this heat, so perhaps both interested in the lefts. Red with priority takes it, Joaquin Soto. Bottom turning around this one, dealing with the bump, gets up to the lip, and finds that section, finds the section again. And, who's to say, that you look out at those conditions, you think, maybe it's not worth going for a wave today, but then you see a rider boost a couple of moves like that and it shows exactly the potential out there.
Well, Joaquin Soto definitely making quick work of that wave and, as you said, made it look way better than it was. Look at this, tons of ribs and chops to get through, and he carves it around that bowl and actually finds that little crease, hits the lip, gets another one off right here, boom, and hammers that one all the way to the inside. A solid two-move wave for Joaquin Soto. One more angle on this one. You see those little ribs that he had to get over at the very beginning. And then, yeah, just perfect placement on that Rolo here. And he sees the closing move ahead and pulls that off nicely. So Soto's got to be stoked on that wave as we wait for the scores to come in on that one. That's certainly going to move him into that first position ahead of Ahmed Nazmin. At the 17-minute mark of this heat.
Yeah, it was great to see the rail control there with Joaquin. That's the sign of a really talented bodyboarder, something that's often overlooked is that inside rail control in these bumpy conditions. It's so easy to pick the wrong line, not engage your rail enough. You've really got to sort of displace the perfect amount of water with your inside hip and your elbow, get my words out, and then be able to drive off that inside rail when you need to, in a clean line through, without getting bogged in the chop. And to get up to the lip is no mean feat, but to extend into a nice roll and then back it up with a second. Yeah, I think the judges are like that. Let's see see what score he's going to get. He's got 1.5 on the board already for that earlier wave, and he should be able to back that up. But live action, Jay.
All right, so bottom turning on this wave. Ahmed Nazmeen, our local rider, Maldivian, still alive and well in this heat and gets that roll off. It was a tough section to pull that off. Gets the reverse in. Can he connect to the inside? He does indeed. One more roll. And Nazmeen really manufacturing some maneuvers where nothing existed and, not really getting pitched with the lip on those rolls. And those subtle differences are what the judges notice.
100%, Jay. So, he bottom turns. He's struggling a little bit with his rail control, but the wave doesn't deliver the same crisp lip that Joaquin sniffed out. Jamming a little reverse in between the first and final roll. I think that the judges will, I think there'll be a point of difference for sure between those two waves, and we'll wait for those scores to drop to see the difference. But in the meantime, while we've got a lull in the action, we're going to throw to Bego, who's got a post-heat interview.
Much, guys. Well, Ethan, you were telling me that actually the waves out there looks way bigger than what we see from here. So how was it?
Yeah, hello everyone. Yes, it was bigger than I thought. And yes, bigger than I thought, and also it was funny. It was a good bomb, so very happy to be in the water and very happy with my result also.
No, that was actually very good. So how difficult is to be in a man-to-man heat? Do you like that format of competition, or do you rather the 4-man?
I like both of them. I don't have any problem with that, but man-to-man give me more motivation.
All right, you want to say something to someone back home?
Yeah. Gracias a todos los que me están viendo, gracias a todos los que han hecho que yo esté aquí, gracias a esas personas, sobre todo a mi familia que me está dando esa motivación. Gracias también a mis patrocinadores por el material, y también quería agradecer especialmente a mi padre que sé que me está viendo allí, a mi abuela también que está con mi tío viéndolo, a David Pérez obviamente, y también a mi entrenador Gaizka Giguren. Gracias a todos.
Well, there you have it. He's competing in junior and men division, and he's doing great. So congratulations, Ethan, and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Bego. Yet another competitor doing double divisions here. Lots of those going on, and some of them continue to progress in both divisions. So Ethan Perez doing very well in that last heat, obviously advancing on through. Currently scores dropping through for this heat. Joaquin Soto holding down the lead position with 9 points. Ahmed Nazmeen 6.25. So Nazmeen chasing down a 5.76 to vault him ahead into advancing position with about 13:40 remaining in this heat. And some bumpy conditions out there challenging these riders. They're both kind of sitting over there on that left-hander. We've seen a few riders work over the rights. It seems like the lefts are the favored direction as we get into the mid-tide and towards the lower tide, which should come just after dark this evening.
Yeah, for sure. You can see the rain pitter-pattering down there. So boys are sat next to each other now. So identified that that's where the best peak is, like you said, and hunting down the same directional wave. So probably both hunting the lefts. But we've got Joaquin Soto with the priority. He's got the first priority, and Ahmed with the second priority, so it makes the order nice and clear, and it removes the hassling factor, which is what we like in these heats. Otherwise, it can just turn into a paddle fest where they're chasing each other. But here we go. Ahmed's on a wave. Do you want to call this one, Jay?
Here we go. Up to the lip and gets that roll off, but he gets dunked. And back out the back, he loses his priority situation. One more look at that one, Rob.
Nice, yeah. So he's looking to wait for that bowl to offer him the opportunity to launch off it, but unfortunately I think his outside hand comes unstuck as he goes over. So one of the critical parts of success with the roll is that you take a really firm grip on your board, and I know that a lot of pro bodyboarders have taken real focus into that hand grip and strengthening their hands. I spoke to Jeff Hubbard recently and reflected on the exercises that he does, and he was telling me how he I can't remember the correct name for the device. You might know it, Jay, but you squeeze these handles together, and they essentially strengthen your grip. So they're what he identified as being really important for improving the muscles in his hand to hold on. So maybe that might be something to think about for Ahmed. But on to Joaquin Soto. So a nice roll, bottom turn around that white water, and it just closed out on him.
Yeah, Soto having a little struggle with the follow-up move on that wave. We'll take one more look at that. Looks good at the beginning here. Comes around a little steep section, hits the roll at a nice time there. But as he gets around this one and tries to find another open face, that oncoming right wedge just kind of overcomes the left that he's on, and he has to bail out. So one more angle on that one. Gets the roll, and you can see the right push towards this one. Boom, right there, and just smothers him. So a one-move wave for Joaquin Soto from Chile. And, Chile, cold water all the time, year-round. Not frigid water, but cold. So, it's you got to wonder if these cold water guys are loving the warm water or it's, like, overwhelming to them.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm coming from a chillier place myself. But let's just cut to this action. So Ahmed looking for that bowl. And then he pushes into a roll. So, yes, the beauty of these competitions is the different riders from around the world have different approaches to each maneuver. And we've seen many different approaches to rolls over this event. And here's another one. So up he goes. Looks as though he might be thinking about doing a little invert air. But then pushes it into a roll and lands it cleanly. So, he didn't get an outside maneuver, so that will affect his score there. Judges don't necessarily like to see you ride from the outback all the way to the inside to then do a maneuver because they feel as though you've trimmed past sections that you could potentially have risked a maneuver doing. They like to see functional maneuvers packed into the critical sections of the wave, so that will affect his score on that one. But he's got another score to come here, so let's see what they think of it. But I just looked up the hand grips, they're called, those things for working on your hands. So any aspiring young bodyboarder that wants to get fit, sport specific fitness, and working on those hand muscles is something that will put you in a good place for those heavy landings.
So it's just called a hand grip.
Yeah, hand grip, yeah.
Well, that pretty much says what it is.
Exactly.
So I thought there was going to be some fancy name, but that makes sense. Hand grip, it is what it is.
Yeah, totally. So, we've got the ribs running through that right-hander there. Doesn't look as though it's anything the guys are interested in. So, it's all to play for with 8 minutes 56 to go. Joaquin with a 5 and a 4, and then Ahmed Nazmine with a 3 and a 3.25. So one of the last Maldivian riders in the event is he maybe. I think that Amin Musa is a little later on, looking over the heat sheets, and then we've got Sham Rafiu later on. So the Maldivians looking to Ahmed Nazmine for a result here, and he's still got time to do it. He needs to get at least a 6.25 or better on a single wave, or by replacing his 2 waves, and then he will take the lead over Joaquin Soto.
Ahmed Nazmine in this heat, nicknamed Lobby, 26 years old. This is his local spot right here at Varunalal Ralugandu. He says he's been on a surf trip to Malaysia. In fact, last year there was a crew of Malaysians here in this event. And I walked up to him. I was like, I didn't even know that it was a destination to go surfing. And they said, oh, yeah, there's surf. They showed me some photos. And so, probably a pretty easy trip from here in the Maldives to get to Malaysia. So he's been over there. His goal, to be number 1 in bodyboarding. That's a good goal to have.
Isn't it just? Yeah.
Yes, and he enjoys meeting all the athletes from all over the world, so that's pretty cool. I love seeing that. So Ahmed Nazmine out there having a crack at it, and certainly within reach. He does need I'm going to wait for the score update here on my score pad in front of me, and of course it's taking its sweet little time, but right now we got Joaquin Soto jumping into this right-hander, hitting the bumps, and nicely timed. Nice looping Rolo out into the flats, and that was well executed. not that quick, choppy style. He really extended the loop here. One more look, Rob.
Well, lovely bottom turn. He's lining it up. I said about his rail control. He just connected perfectly. So it all comes from that smooth bottom turn. And going from the bottom of the wave to the top of the wave is not easy to get the timing exactly right, but he does it perfectly here and just floats through that roll. You know, when you look as though you're floating, that's when you know you've done it properly, when you've done it to the best style available for that section. So yeah, I think the judges will like that. Could potentially extend his lead. But just to jump in, Jay, about the Malaysian bodyboard scene, chatted earlier on about Aidan Salmon, who used to live in Bali, but he actually went over to Malaysia and competed in an event there, their bodyboard championships, and he won it. Yeah. So,
really?
So yeah, I became aware of the scene there. But yeah, a little growing bubble of bodyboarding enthusiasm like we get sprouting up around the world, and I say the more the merrier.
That's really cool. Yeah, it was fun to talk to that crew. They were really friendly and super cool. And yeah, like you said, good to see a new country coming into the fray, as it were. Meanwhile, the fray continues outside. Ryder up and riding on this left-hander, boosting a huge invert. And that is Ahmed Nazmeen. Nazmeen needs an 8.51 at this point. But the waves continue through the back. I don't know. Did we see Joaquin Soto take off on a wave as well here, Rob?
No,
I don't think so.
It was a replay of his previous wave. So I think that the guys are looking for the replay now of Ahmed Nazmeen's last wave, so Yellow's last wave, which is a cheeky invert. He got some nice extension and flight. Unfortunately, just landed on top of the foam, and you've got to land either in the foam or in front of the foam in order to make that, make that landing. And sometimes you have to trade off some height for distance to get in front of the wave. You know, you go up too high, the wave moves towards the shore without you, and you land on the back of it. And I think that's exactly what happened there, which is a shame, because potentially that score could have been the key to bringing him back into contention. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, indeed, it could have been, but now he's deeper in the hole. Joaquin Soto picks off a 6.75 from the judges. That is the high score of the heat, moves him well and truly in the lead, and now Ahmed Nazmeen's going to need something short of a miracle with 4 minutes to go. He needs an 8.51, so that's either going to be one incredible wave or two waves to replace the two that he already has. A steep uphill battle for him at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. Now, I just want to sort of cast back to Bego's interview with Federico from the last heat, and he was saying, it was Ethan from the last heat, and he was saying that the waves don't look big from the shore, but are actually much bigger. Oh, here we go. So here's the rerun. Look at this bowl that he's got. Here it comes. Launch. Oh, I just didn't land it on in front, you know. Technique was nice. He could have tweaked it a little bit more maybe, but if he'd done that, then he might have gone further off the back. So he had a good go at landing it. Sometimes when waves cross together like that, makes it super tricky to get out in front. But that's a missed opportunity by Ahmed. Not too many of those close-out bowls around. And maybe a reverse air might have been the maneuver of choice to kind of fling him in front of the white water. What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree. You know, I'm not sure if he would have gotten that score, that 8.51, even if he had pulled that off. So I really think he needs to replace the two scores that he has right now, both in that 3 range, a 3.0, a 3.25. So Joaquin Soto has really been the dominant figure in this heat. He's pretty much held court over the heat proceedings here from start to finish, to use a royal euphemism there, and I think he's going to be pretty relaxed here as this heat winds down to 2 minutes 20 seconds, and he's kind of just sitting out there going, okay, it looks like I have this one in the bag. So barring any bizarre interference, whatever, I think the heat is his at this point.
Yeah, I totally agree. So, just to cast back to the conversation that Bego had with Ethan from the last heat, he was expressing that it didn't look very big from the shore, but when you're out there, it's considerably more chunky. And from the surfs that we've had, I'd agree with that, don't you?
Yeah, this place is deceiving. Yeah, you get out there and it's like, whoa, man, this is This didn't look that big from the beach, but yeah, I mean, there were some well overhead waves the last few days out there. And, you know, from here it looks like it's head high and crumbly, but man, trust me, this place can pack a punch.
100%, yeah. And, that was a tempting one there for Joaquin. I think he's twigged the fact that there's no point in taking a wave unless either it offers an incredible opportunity to improve on one of his scores, or he needs to take the wave to stop his competitor Ahmed getting it. But yeah, with a minute to go, he's sitting pretty in the top spot. 11.75 is an acceptable and a decent enough heat score, and a 6.25 for Ahmed. He's just not quite got the edge this heat in order to challenge Joaquin too closely.
Well, maybe Joaquin can just do a victory lap right here and just try something fun on a wave.
Yeah.
Maybe do a board flip or a jammer or double knee ride. I don't know. You know, it's pretty much in the bag for him at this point. A fairly one-sided heat. There was a moment there in the first, let's say, half of the heat where Nazmin was kind of, had a shot, was almost neck and neck, but then Soto really picked off some good ones and pulled away from Nazmin, and I think at this point Nazmin is going to concede victory to Soto, and the Chilean from Iquique will march onward in this competition as we get down to the final seconds of the heat. And unfortunately, here comes a big set out the back, but the time just runs out before that set reaches these riders. So it's a done deal. Soto from Iquique taking the win. We're going to go to some highlights from that heat, and we will be back with plenty more. Stay with us, folks. All right, we are now halfway through this round this afternoon as we get closer to the end of the day, but the action does not stop. It keeps on going. Bego Martinez back in studio with me. How does it look on the outside?
Well, it's raining, but it looks very good, so we want to see what's happening. Let's hit the water right there. Michael Janse from Peru facing Amin Musa, and yeah, we're going to see how that goes.
Okay, Pirpo from Peru with our local hero, this young man really turning some heads the last couple years in this event. He's been in it all 3 years, obviously his local spot. But meanwhile, it's all about Michael Janse taking off on this wave, and that wave, no scoring options that he liked, so he kicks out quickly. And the heat already on the board for Michael Janse with a 6.5. That is a solid opening score for him, and he definitely is setting the pace here early on in this heat as we are past the halfway point in this round of heats for the men's division. Man-on-man action continues here. And meanwhile, check this one out for Amin Musa.
Right, he loved these rides. He knows them perfectly. Standard roll, powerful one. And, of course, he needs to match Michael Janse. You know, Michael Janse already took a wave while we were in the commercial break. And this is the replay for Amin.
All right, here he goes up into the lip and launches that roll. Gets a little kick out into the flat. So nicely done, Janse. One more angle on this one. You can see a nice line up to the lip. Hits it nicely. Gets the roll. Gets a little air time even on the board. Gets the board right out of the water. So does well on that bumpy wave to make it look really solid. And waiting for scores to come through for Amin Musa with a solid wave for him.
All right, and I wonder what Michael Janse did while we were in a commercial break, because he is holding a very good score. So definitely something nice is happening there for the Peruvian. Then I would like to say hi to all the Peruvians that are tuning in. We'll see. It looks... All right, so we have the interview ready while we're waiting for more waves.
Take it away, Rob.
Thank you, Jay. So, Joaquin, that was sick. I love that big roll that you did on the right. You just hit it with such perfection timing. How'd you do that?
Las condiciones, en realidad, hay mucho bowl, mucho jumping. En realidad, las condiciones muy difíciles. La localía es muy alta. Los locales celebran mucho, entonces te meten mucha presión. En realidad las condiciones en estos momentos están difíciles, toda competencia es un desafío, así que en realidad mi estrategia fue agarrar una ola limpia, una ola clean y para poder subir lo más clean posible y poder proyectar un rolo.
Yeah, it was a sick one. I loved it. It looked great. So, yeah, keeping your focus during those tricky heats where it's lumpy conditions. How do you do that?
En realidad las condiciones, como lo dije, ya están muy complicadas, muchos saltos, pero nada, menos mal alcancé a hacer una ola limpia y logré asegurar mi posición, así que feliz.
Perfect, that's great. So yeah, good luck for the rest of the event. Would you like to say thanks to any sponsors, friends or family?
Yeah, quiero agradecer a mi familia, a mi madre, a mi hermana, a mi novia. Quiero agradecer a toda la gente que me ha estado apoyando, a toda la gente allá en Iquique que me está apoyando y agradecer a mis auspiciadores, Erizo, Bulldog, Alicar y Adrenaline Sport, así que quiero estar ahí apoyando. Muchas gracias a todos que están apoyando y vamos a seguir dándole.
Perfect, thank you. Awesome. So I'm going to send it back to Jay and Bego. We've got it locked down in the studio.
All right, so that's pretty cool to hear from Joaquin advancing there. I'm going to translate that for you, but check that out. Good first forward spin for Michael Janse, and tried to go for a very critical reverse, but not able to complete it. You know, Joaquin was saying, check this out. Joaquin said something very important. He said the support of the locals at the shore is so good and it's so strong that puts a lot of pressure in the rider and the foreign rider.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's tons of support here. I mean, Amin Musa launching on that right-hander, and, we can't hear it from in the booth here, but that is that area I call the peanut gallery where all the locals hang out. We've seen in the past, like, them down there with drums, 20 people down there cheering on all the local riders. I guarantee you that's happening right now. We just can't hear it from this angle right now as we see Michael Janse, beautiful, up into the lip. Beautiful Rolo, nicely timed, nicely placed. And look at that ARS on the shoulder. That was insane for such a really weird small section. It gets a third move off with a Rolo. And Michael Janse with a very impressive ride. One of the better rides, honestly, that I've seen this afternoon, and especially given the wonky conditions we have out here. Michael Janse showing why he is a champion indeed.
All right, then one more wave here for the Peruvian. Un saludo gigante a toda la comunidad peruana que está, por supuesto, sintonizando, apoyando a su favorito, el campeón mundial junior, que viene por primera vez a Maldivas. Está realmente súper contento de estar acá. Y ustedes allá, por supuesto, deben estar emocionadísimos de ver a Pirpo en esta ola tan diferente, ¿no?, de todas las que hemos hecho en el tour. Vamos a ver una más. I was saying that this wave is very different from where we have seen Pirpo. What happened there? Oh, well, Pirpo, no, not able to complete anything. But yeah, there's a huge community from Peru that supports him. And Peru has a lot of good bodyboarders, and, you know, it's very good to have him. Well, if you want to connect with us, you have the link right there. Is our QR code. It will take you to all of our socials and all the information about the IBC World Tour. It's right there. Scan that QR and you will be connected with us. Stay tuned with us and link with us. Thank you. All right, so continuing with today, I'm going to tell you we have very stacked heats coming up. We will see Sami Lavi facing Ayato Enokido from Japan. And we're going to see, check this one, heat number 7 will be two friends coming from the very same spot, coming from Gran Canaria, Jorge Hernandez and Alexander Montes. They're going to face each other here in this repechage round of the men division, heat number 7. And for heat number 8, we will see Joel Rodriguez, the amazing Portuguese rider, facing Sean Rafio, which is another great Maldivian figure. So that's going to be amazing. And just taking back what Joaquin was saying, it's just, you know, do you remember the previous years we talked about that? The localism here is super strong. I just love to see how people get together in the shore to support the very own. And of course that, you know, that is going to have an influence on the contender, the other contender, the foreign contender, for sure, because, you know, it's a lot of pressure.
Well, you know, it's the home team advantage. That's the case with any sport. You're at your local spot. You got the local fans behind you. And I remember when Kuda Aya was in the heats in the first year, he was absolutely ripping. And, I mean, there was 50 people in the stands screaming every time he got a wave. That was really, really inspiring. And I love to see that community support and local bodyboard crew support. And, you know, Amin Musa in this heat, I'm sure he has the support of the local fans. Unfortunate the weather is a little wobbly at the moment, but he is certainly out there to do battle. He's not giving up. He is behind the 8 ball right now with Michael Janse Pirpo, a junior world champion, showing his stuff out there. But Amin Musa has one solid wave under his belt right now, so 13 and a half minutes to go. It's anybody's guess as to who's going to pick off a good one. And it looks like the wind is starting to back down just a little bit, so maybe things are going to get a little bit cleaner, Bego. Let's hope so.
And I tell you, I have a surprise. Mauri Laverne is going to come to commentate with you guys. He's coming up in the next 2 heats, so I guess he's going to be doing one heat with Rob and one heat with you.
Sweet.
Yeah, so you guys get to pick his brain and make sure to do not ask the same questions to each one of you. And remember that it's all about the riders in the water, because sometimes we tend to get too excited with the guests. But it's, you know, Mauri is such a great rider, and, you know, currently double tasking in the World Tour. He is the rider's rep, and he is, of course, a World Tour competitor and one of the best. So, yeah, it's going to be very cool to have a Mauri Laverne commentating in the heat number 6. in heat number 7.
Well, it won't be the first time he's been in the booth. A true professional. Looking forward to that. Pirpo now taking off in this wave. Michael Yancey. Bottom turns into the Rolo, driving his way through to the inside. And this young Peruvian trying to get one more roll off. That one doesn't work out so well. But check this wave for Amin Musa. Wedging left, gets a carving reverse, but that one doesn't find a lip maneuver that he likes, so he kicks out. It's a race to the outside to get priority. Looks like Amin Musa is going to get the better of this one and pick off that priority as we see more waves stacking up on the outside, Bego. This is looking like a paddle battle to get out there to try to catch one of these.
All right, that's looking very good for Amin. Let's see if he's going to get that one. Not really. No takers. And one more look here of the last of Pirpo. Nice roll. And we'll see. Yeah, he did find something else in there, but not able to complete. But yeah, Amin Musa is one of the favorites here, of course. Check that out. Beautiful style. He has improved a lot, and I'm loving it. Every time that I see him surfing, I say it. I don't know if I'm becoming a bit repetitive, but I really enjoy him. Enjoy watching him surfing. All right, 11 minutes, and we are going to continue. We're finishing today with this round, which is the repechage round of the men division. Whoever finishes here is going to get an equal 25th place, 1,080 points, and $300. Just remember, this event has a prize purse of $60,000, which is being breakdown in the 3 divisions that we have. How?
Yeah, so we're looking at with that prize money, $30,000 to the men's, $20,000 to the women's, and $10,000 for the juniors. We talked about that local support. There it is right there. They're all standing up on the wall cheering on Amin Musa. And Musa has grown up with this event, 3 years running. The first year we saw him, he was kind of a little guy. He was like a slight young man.
I remember.
Now he looks like a full-on grown man out there. But his bodyboarding skills have also grown, right?
I remember, yeah, no, it's great. For us, it's like having a kid, We see them it's beautiful. We see the progression in their lives as young men, and of course the progression as bodyboarders. So you know what? Since we have so many Maldivians and the support of them, we would like to truly thank everyone that is involved in supporting this event. We're gonna get back to that, but we will do it now. So Visit Maldives is our title sponsor. Thank you so much, Visit Maldives, for trusting in this event for the 3rd year. And this event is made in association with the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. We have Dirago as a digital partner, Mukai Hotel as accommodation partner. We have Burusu Catering. We have One Sports, Official Events, King Sports, Print Lab, Muja's Art Box, and we have supporting partners.
Yes, indeed. The Wellness Club over there in the athlete zone, making sure all the athletes are taken care of and ready for their next heat. DTEC, Malay City Council, MNDF, and the police department. So thanks to all of those fine sponsors. They make this event happen each and every year. And we feel so privileged to be back here with the IBC World Tour for the 3rd year running. We hope this never stops.
Me too.
Yes.
It's just, even though the trip is really long for some people, of course, for some others not that bad, it's completely worth it. This place is a piece of paradise, and we just love to be here. And, of course, everyone is being very welcoming. And check that out. That's part of the crew that is supporting Amin. We have, of course, Ali. We have Niso, who is the president, James, right there. He's the current president of the Maldives Bodyboarding Association. And, I would like also to explain to you a little bit what it's the job of the Maldives the Maldives Bodyboarding Association. It serves as the official governing body for bodyboarding in the Maldives. And, its main goal is to promote the sport both locally and internationally. and the association focuses in nurturing grassroots bodyboarding and developing technical staff. That's pretty cool, you know. One of the things that the IBC World Tour does every time that we come here is try to train people, and we'll see. This is Amin.
Amin gets the roll off there, but nothing more, so a bit of a frustrating wave for him. Right now he's chasing down a 6-point wave. Meanwhile, Pirpo is going to try to raise the stakes here and does so with an ARS. Can he hang on? And no, he gets gutted through the back of the wave, so Pirpo unable to complete that maneuver. He's still sitting pretty. His two scores that count are a 6.5 and a 3.5. He certainly could have replaced that 3.5 had he completed that wave, that ride. But check this big lumbering peak out. It is definitely cleaning up. We see the wind clocking around a little bit more to the west. And Amin Musa, you see him once again. The lip sort of hits him halfway up into it, and he does well to pull off that move. And Pirpo's wave, ARS, look at that. He just dug the outside rail as he came around from the spin portion of that maneuver.
All right, so nice exchange there. Pretty critical for these two riders. Check that difference in the scores, Jay. I mean, a 10 and a 9.5. You know, everything can happen in there. Very good riders. You know, Amin with the full support of the locals. And, you know, Michael Janse with the hunger of becoming the world champion in this division once again. I'm sorry, with the not in this division. He has a hunger of doing well in the men division.
Well, Amin Musa doesn't need a whole lot here. 4.51. That one's not going to do it for him. Plenty of time to do that. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remain in this heat. Musa just has to find even a medium quality wave to pull off that 4.5. But Pirpo, Michael Janse, always a deadly marksman when it comes to finding the lip. And all he needs is one more wave to extend that lead a little bit further. He's trying to shoot down a 3.5 score and replace that with something better. And at the moment, he has first priority, so he's going to get his first crack at a good one. So this is another one of these heats that's coming down to the last 5 minutes, and it is not a runaway by any stretch. So we'll see if Amin Musa can pull out all the stops here and get one final dagger wave to put the heat to bed and overtake Michael Janse in the last, well, now 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well, I mean, he has to take something now because he's looking for a 4.51. You know, 4.51 completely doable for someone like Amin. You know, he already has a 5.5, and he has in the past he has gotten higher scores. So for sure he can get that score, but it's now, you know. It's now because Pirpo, he has a 6.5 and a 3.5. I can tell you, I'm certain Pirpo with the priority, he's looking to change that 3.5. And once he does that, situation will be way more different. Way more difficult for Amin. So there you go. So and he loved these rides.
Yeah, here he goes. Janse using his first priority. Goes up to the lip. Nope, not going to do it. And now Amin Musa will take over that first priority position. And only a half a point separates these two riders here in the closing moments of the heat. Clawing into this wave, Amin Musa, a critical wave for him. A frothy inside section. Nice. Ramps it up into a boosting Rolo. A solid maneuver for him. Again, he's trying to wipe out a 4.0. And he got some loft on that roll, so this is going to be a close one here, Bego.
Wow, I had to tell you, you know, and I know for a fact Amin is better to the right, but I think he has been training a lot and got so good to these lips, which is very important, you know, because Barunula and Ralugandu breaks equally as good to both sides. And, you know, but I have to say there's a tendency to the left. You know, left is a little bit better. I don't know what you think.
I think so, too. We do see a few good rights, but look at that loft he got on that roll. Really projected out into the flats, and that is what the judges look for. The big outside move, will it be that 4.5 that he needs to bump ahead of Pirpo. We're waiting for the score to come through on that wave. 2 minutes 30 to go. And right now the situation is with Michael Janse as first priority. So as we await the scores, this will kind of determine what's going to happen. Janse picking off a wave, another frustrating effort for him, and he ducks out of the second wave in a row that didn't really pan out for him. So nail-biter finish once again here, Bego.
And it's been really strange seeing people not going for the maneuvers, you know. I don't know. I think he kind of lost the momentum in that right. He could have, you know, gone for a roll and probably get a little bit more than the 3.5. He really needs to try to get something better because it's dangerous moments right now for him. You know, I mean, he's not needing much, you know. Last wave of Amin Musa changed the situation right now. So attention, Maldives. Amin Musa with a 6.25. And this is what I was talking about. He did the job, you know. He got the job done. He not only got the score that he needed, but got way more. And check this out. This is a hungry and mad people.
So is he answering back? What does he need? He needs a 5.26, but that wave has other ideas. And Pirpo throwing all caution to the wind with that ARS attempt and gets bounced out the back. And that was a critical wave for him. And he may not get another chance. Right now, Amin Musa, you see him motoring over towards Pirpo. His goal to get over to Pirpo and prevent him from getting another wave. And Amin Musa is looking to advance through this heat. 50 seconds to go. He's really going to have to motor to get over there to prevent Michael Janse from getting another wave. But Janse picking off this insider, Bego.
I'm telling you, he's going to give it all. I think, you know, he felt a little bit insecure with the previous wave. He should have gone. Oh, no, he's accepting it. Oh, I love this kid. See how happy he is? Accepting it. I think he's just so happy to be here, and by the fact of knowing that Amin, you know, it's getting the chance to keep advancing in the man division. You know, Amin, he's not in the junior man division anymore, so this is his last chance. And check that out. I believe he knew right there that he shouldn't gone for something, you know, more explosive than a roll, and he's just giving up right there.
Yeah, I think that is a concession right there, and the heat ends, and the way it's going to stand right now, Amin Musa, our local rider, really rising to the occasion. Grace under pressure, really did not crack and got that last wave, that 6.25. The local fans are so stoked. Looking forward to that interview with them.
They're waiting. Check that out.
And they are amped, folks. And we look forward to seeing the highlights from that heat and then getting a word with Amin Musa. So stay tuned, folks.
Yeah, wait, I don't want to leave now. I want to see that because, you know, they're going to give the result and people's going to go crazy, I'm telling you. Yeah, check that out. Everyone clapping. So congratulations to Amin, but of course congratulations to Pirpo for his performance. And check that out. The super happy Amin Musa, the local. Beautiful. All right, so congratulations to him. I'm going to come back with more of this event. And Amaury Laverne joining us, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, guys. We've got the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and I'm stoked to have Amri in the booth with me. He's going to call this heat, and we've got round 6, I believe it is, of the men's, and we're going to go straight to the ocean and see what's happening out there. We've had a little bit of squally weather come through, but the conditions have been serving up plenty of ramps. We saw some high action in the previous heat, some rampy conditions, and we got some nice air time as well. So did you see any of that, Amri?
Yeah, I was actually checking the last heat. I was on the stairs there. I was saying you before, like it's raining pretty hard outside, but it's getting a bit more fresh. It's been really warm this morning. And yeah, we saw some couple good action, especially the last heat. I'm pretty sure the Maldivian rider made it, right?
He did. I could hear the roars.
Yeah, exactly. Like it was like every year we like look at that. Like I mean, every year they have the support of these guys. And I think like during the event it's going even like more intense every day.
100%.
So yeah, these guys are now famous to really support their riders. And I was telling with Army Day, imagine some other place we can see that much support, like from people from the same countries. Totally. I mean, like these guys really can inspire us to push for the other riders from our country.
100%, yeah. I mean, Musa really pushed it there. But live, we've got a replay now. So Hayato from Japan. Off he goes. Oh, sick.
That was really good, like for the size of the wave, like really impressed how high he went.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd land that one.
No,
Sometimes it's hard to see on the ride, but...
It is. But he's been given a 7.25 for his first wave score. So let's see from this angle.
Wow, you see the projection he had, like that section was pretty
no,
weak.
He didn't land it. Yeah, so
and he didn't land it.
Yeah.
But that was, I don't know if it's his first wave, but... so that's the total score we are seeing on the screen, right?
Yeah, but only we're 5 minutes into it, so we missed the first few minutes because of the handover. But we've got Sami Labi, who's had a 2 waves so far, and he's had a 3 and a 5.
Okay,
and then Hayato, who's had a 5.75 and a 1.5. So
okay, yeah, Sami was in my heat this morning. That's the Moroccan rider that was in my heat on the previous round. So he's now first. Hayato will take the first place with that backflip if it was landed. But I'm pretty sure he's going to back out there. Hayato is such a good rider from Japan. Been seeing him competing on couple World Tour event like long time ago. Like I saw him the other day and I was like, when was the last time I saw you? It was like, yeah, 5 years ago. So he had it clear in his mind.
Yeah.
And it's true, like I didn't see him for a long time.
Perfect. Yeah, he's a dynamic fella. So I'm going to pass over to Jay now, going to pass over to Bago, I believe, who's going to do the post-heat interview.
Thank you so much, guys, and I'm just loving the support of everyone here. It's so inspirational. Everyone is supporting Amin. I mean, I can't even start to feel what you're feeling. I mean, you were competing with someone that is your friend, is staying in your house. It's Michael Jansen, but he's also the world champion, the junior division. So tell us a little bit.
I'm really happy about that heat. I thought I was like a good heat because he's like the world champion from last year, and I was really excited to compete against him as he's staying in my house as well. I'm really happy with this result because I wanted to go to a good round in the men's division, and I think I'm really happy about this. I hope the next round's this good as well.
Well, I mean, you started in this event. I remember you had been competing before a little bit in the nationals, but you are here since the very beginning. So what can you tell us about the evolution of the event and the evolution of the bodyboarding in the Maldives because of these events?
As like after the IBC stop came to the Maldives, everyone's riding has been improving, and I think you can see it in every heat. All the other athletes as well, they're pushing the riding. It's really pushing all of us to be better. You know, I hope one of us can get a podium on this event as well.
You guys are pretty close. You want to say something to everyone that is here? You want to speak, Divi? This is your moment.
Thank you.
Shukriya, felicitaciones, welcome, sorry. Oh my God, I lost it. Congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the competition. See you guys.
Thank you, Bago. Thank you, Bago. That's awesome. So amazing to feel the stoke from Amin Musa there, the crowd backing him all the way. Epic vibes from there. So, yeah, back to the action in the water now. So we've got Hayato still on 5.75 for his first wave and a 1.5 on the scores. But up there on the screen, he's He's got 10.75. So there we go. That's his next score has just dropped. So during the break he got a 5. Do you want to call this one, Emery?
Yeah, maybe that was that one. Just racing down the right. Oh no, that's the flip we saw at the beginning. He didn't land. That will be in the 6.5 range for sure, because it was pretty impressive. And that's last wave that he took the lead with. Just turn around the section, bottom turn, go behind under that lip and through like a nice and decent roll. Just be sure that the judge saw him, because I was saying before that angle for the judge is not the best sometimes, especially to see like exactly how the move would land.
For sure.
But yeah, Hayato getting back to the first place, and I'm pretty sure Sammy's got the first priority now, and what the score needs, Sammy needs.
It's just recalibrating, so we're just waiting for that one to come up.
But
now.
I don't think you need much more, like a big score around the 5 pointers, and 16 minutes remaining, so it's plenty of time. We can see like the weather is changing, as we're saying. There is like a bit of storm around. The forecast looks a bit crazy for tomorrow. I mean, it's a lot of energy coming. Like in a couple websites, like forecast are getting pretty crazy. Like I don't know, like surf forecast. This is the forecast we are watching in the Canaries, and as we see the Moroccan guy getting there on that one.
Sammy loves his left, so he's lining up and a move. So takes a quick spin off the top there, lining up the. There we go, quick RS. So
he lost his fins.
One fin move.
He lost the fin.
Has he stayed on? Has he got his string stayed on?
We saw that on the IRS, just land the IRS. So it's why it's important to get some fin saver. We're going to see that on the replay. See, he got a really nice line. He's going to have a nice spin to start the campaign in that wave. Oh no, already lost it on that forward.
Oh wow.
He lost it in the forward.
Right. Okay.
And maybe he went a bit too big on that one. Maybe he should do like just a roll, but that's going to be a decent score.
Yeah.
But it's going to be hard, like half hit with one fin.
Totally.
That's going to be hard.
Yeah, so now the strategy is, would you come in and try and source a fin, or would you carry on surfing the heat? What would you do?
So yeah, it happens to me one time on my first world title, 2010 in Sintra, Portugal. I lost my fin in the middle of the heat, in the final. And I asked the jet ski to help me to bring me in the shore, or to look around for my fin. And the guy was ready to help me, but he asked in the talkie-walkie, and the guy said, "You can't help Emery. I mean, he can't help me." So I just finished the heat with one fin.
No way.
Yeah, just finished the heat with one fin and won that first world title with one fin.
Classic.
So, but today in Maldives, what I will do, I mean, maybe there is a Moroccan rider could throw him a fin. But I don't think it's not happening, because maybe he will get to the shore.
Sure.
So I don't know exactly what I will do. Maybe I will try to look for my fins, just at least a couple minutes.
Totally.
Because it's pretty small. There is no sets now. I'm pretty sure the fins may be really close now.
Yeah.
Because he lost it like really early on the wave on that spin.
Yeah.
So maybe the fins stay around.
It's funny. This is the second rider to lose a fin during the event. Yeah. The other rider regained it, got it back on. So. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Sami Labi can ride with one fin. I mean, that was quite a wave, even, with one fin. He managed to boost
an IRS and then almost another one just with one fin.
Totally.
Now, Moroccan riders have such a good skill. They are a pretty big team from Morocco at this event. I heard that the Moroccan Federation helps a couple of riders to come here, since it's really expensive for most of the people around the world to come in Maldives, but this time of year. But there is so many good riders in Morocco, but many of them can't really have the funding to follow the tour, and so it's why I was a bit surprised to see that much Moroccan rider. But Brahim explained me that most of them have the support of the national federation, which is great.
Brilliant. I almost feel as though, and I don't know enough about it, but you probably know more because you're a closer friend with Brahim, but it's almost as if Brahim's opened the door to some funding, for it to be recognized and for this growth of the sport, and the event in Morocco.
Exactly. Yeah. No, Brahim is like the guy that push for that event happens earlier this year, and really the guy that represent bodyboarding now in the Moroccan Federation, and they are pretty much asking his opinion on every decision they are taking about bodyboarding, and he was. I heard that they wanted to push just for one guy support. One guy actually support 3 guys or something.
Right.
Right. Hayato on that bomb, a lot of speed, really nice bottom turn.
Yeah,
these rights are tough.
Exactly what I was thinking. So me and Jay, we're noticing they kind of wrap out to sea. So Hayato uses his priority there. He loves these right. He loves going right, doesn't he? From what I can tell, but these rights aren't offering the bowls that he wants and needs. And he showed what he could do in the early part of the heat, where he launched the ARS and just landed. And there's nothing more frustrating than your hands coming off, is there?
Exactly. Yeah, it's sometimes you just like maybe the hand just slip on the board, and yeah, it's a bit of frustration. And as we see Sami there on on the right with just one fin, as you guys can see, pushing for that little roll.
Respect to him. That's
we have the score of that last wave of Sami with was the 4.5 or maybe the 5 point?
Yeah, we're just I think we're just waiting for that one too. So the ARS, yeah, that was the 4.5.
Really nice roll, and you can see that he's surfing pretty good right and left, as I can see, because that roll was decent.
Yeah. So Sami, I believe, is from the Casablanca area of Morocco.
Okay, Casablanca, didn't know that.
Yeah, and surf Sharatan a lot?
Oh, surf Sharatan, okay.
Yeah.
Such a good wave, I would love to surf that wave.
Sure, yeah, same.
I heard, like Brian told me that maybe they're going to organize like a European contest in November at Sharatan. Really? Like, it's hard for me to believe it, but if it's true, I might show up there.
Definitely.
Surf that way with like 4 dudes in the water.
The dream.
Must be really cool.
Totally. So how many times have you been at this event, Amory?
In Maldives, so that I've been in all the edition 3 times. I remember that the first edition, everybody don't know really to expect from this country, from the waves and from the organization. So I remember that the first year we were like, it was pretty uncrowded, the event.
Yeah.
It was like, I can't remember, but like 40 guys, even less than this year. And actually we went all. We've been really surprised on the way they organized the event, the quality of the event, the vibes here with all the people supporting, all these guys. They bring us on the boat trip. Everybody was mind-blowing on this first time we came here. So the year after, which was last year, many more people came. Okay. And I'm pretty sure the edition with more people was last year. And then here we are for third edition, and I believe it's just the beginning, because bodyboarding is growing really fast here in Maldives.
Totally. So Sami, with one fin, up he goes, booster roll, lands it cleanly, manages to maintain the landing, even though it was a bit of a strange one with that sort of wedgy crosswave coming at him. So yeah, if anybody's ever tried bodyboarding with one fin before, it's not easy. Talk us through it, Moz.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the fins really helps you to control on your line on the wave. So he lost his left fins, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
So that's actually the fins that really give him the control, but he's still there. And that roll was almost with no lip, but he had such a good timing with that tiny lip that was there, and enough to get like a really good propulsion. Sure. But yeah, surfing with one fin is not easy. I invite you guys to try one day just with no fins. It's actually like I saw a lot of time Dave about doing it as a training.
Really?
Like surfing decent wave, like not heavy, but just like 3 feet beach break with no fins.
Right.
Really, and doing like IRCs, and I remember and he was telling me that is the best training, because
Dave, this is
yeah, Dave about.
Yeah.
And he was like, because then you put your fins on again, and you feel like a superhuman.
Totally. Yeah.
Because it's really hard for paddle, it's hard for control, it's hard to launch your move. So I never get to that level.
That's committed.
But it's definitely really hard to surf with no fins, and with one fins now competing. Even just for the effort to go back to the lineup, you can see Sami there, he might use a lot of energy, to see him getting back out there.
Totally. So here we are. There's quite a nice clean lump coming Hayato's way. So off he goes. Nice line going into it. He's trying to eye up a foamy section there. So a lot of froth on those right-handers, unfortunately. But just going back to the point you made there about Dave Hubbard, that's a sort of classic story about him that doesn't surprise me. And I imagine he'd still shred without fins on.
Yeah,
the kind of guy he is. But back in the day, I remember Alistair Taylor used to train with tracksuit bottoms on. Did you hear that? Back in South Africa, yeah.
No.
Trained with tracksuit bottoms on in order to make his paddling kick stronger.
Stronger.
Yeah, because he was like, you know,
like a
holding his
specific
ground.
training.
Yeah, specific training. So
wow.
Yeah. So you know, this sport-specific training in various rudimentary fashions can be effective. You know?
Nice. It's true. Like bodyboarding, I mean, no one's really study or propose like a specific training. I mean, today a bit more every year, but I mean, 20 or 30 years ago, I mean, everybody was really doing his own things and trying some new stuff, and there was no coaching, I guess. There was no, so everybody has his own way to train and to try some new things.
100%, and at the forefront of that's you, Mars. You know, you know, nobody is more renowned for training than yourself. So
yeah,
talk to me about your regime. It's enviable, from what I understand.
No, yeah, depending on the time. I mean, the moment of the year. But yeah, in summer, this is where I'm training the most.
Yeah.
Because obviously the waves are not pumping every day, and I really need to stay active to feel better. As we see, Ayato on that wave, another right under, nice spin on the top. He's going to race till the last section and almost get there with that backwash. It will be like, if you get there like a bit earlier, we will see for sure like a decent maneuver there. Ayato is such a good rider on these types of condition, and as we saw at the beginning of the hit, this backflip he did, like any section that will come to him, he will do something great.
Totally.
You can see like a nice spin.
Tidy spin.
So that was really close, really close.
Nothing he could do with that, to be honest. But yeah, go on. You were saying.
So yeah, so I was saying that the training in summer is the part of the year where I'm training the most. Like pretty much like every 2 days, I'm doing aquatic training in swimming pool with like weight. This is pretty new. This is something I'm doing for like 2 years now with my friends. I love it because it's specific for bodyboarding. You don't feel like to sore your body.
Right.
And using like kettlebell underwater, walking. I mean, I'm not the first one doing that. Like guys training for big waves doing this, and I saw some really good training from these guys in Nazareth training in the swimming pool. You know, like, and trying to get a bit of this and a bit of some people I'm following online doing some scuba diving and just a bit of this and trying to do my own things at home.
Cool.
But I've got my training place at my house, so yeah, just been training pretty much every day.
Brilliant, so good.
Every day, and yeah, but I'm more like a bit less intensity like a few years ago. I mean, yeah, shoulder sores a bit, you know, at the end.
Yeah.
It's hard to maintain too much intensity. I feel.
Yeah. It's got to be right. It's got to let you surf, hasn't it? You know, ultimately, you don't want to drain yourself of energy.
Exactly. Yeah, it can feel a bit of inflammation sometimes, you know, on the tendons and stuff like that. And I mean, you can be as strong as you want. The tendons still the same.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you have more muscle and more weight on these tendons, it's not the best.
No.
At the end. So yeah, I'm getting a bit more strict now on the food too, trying to get a bit less carbohydrate, more. That's some things I'm trying, like a couple of weeks.
Sure.
It's hard sometimes to put out the bread of the food, you know, like all these flours and everything. I mean, it's hard for me, but I'm trying.
Good.
2 weeks, trying 10 days and see what really good for me and how my body react to all this. Because there is so many things to do today, you know, so many information, so many people doing different things.
Yeah.
So they had some time to know what to do.
Yeah, for sure. Super interesting. Here we go. The one fin wonder, Sammy. Nice roll. So
yeah, nice roll, yeah.
He can engage his inside rail better going right, you'd think, by trailing that inside fin. So he's been sort of blowing up on the lefts mainly, it seems, in the heat prior to this. But he's looking at a few of the rights now. But he's got a roll there, so we'll see how that affects his score. So
exactly how much Sammy needs.
Yeah, he needs a
5.75, 5.76.
Yeah, so that's probably not going to.
No, I don't think it's going to be the score, but he's close. It's a tight hit.
Totally.
Nobody had a really good score to get far away from the other rider. But yeah, it's 3 minutes remaining.
Hayato is an experienced World Tour competitor and a 6-time Japanese champion.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
He will be a wily cat. He'll understand that with 2 minutes 30 to go and with priority, he probably needs to have a serious think about the waves that he catches in respect of what Sammy's doing. So
exactly.
He's probably going to hang out there now and then see where Sammy positions himself and then there could be a little bit of a game of chess.
Yeah, exactly. When it's 2 minutes remaining and no one have a big score, I mean, you don't have a big score, you really need to play well with the priority and be careful the wave you take, if it's going to really affect your score or really the wave have a potential to improve your scores. If not, it's maybe better to just keep that first priority, try to control that other rider or at least have an eyes on him. Obviously, there is these rules now since a couple of years that you can really block him, you can really follow him. I mean, if Hayato will start to follow him too much, he will have a warning from the head judge,
right,
saying stop. And if really he will keep going, he will lose the priority.
Okay.
And actually, Pierre the other day remembered me that this rule happens since I had a situation in Puerto Rico a few years ago.
Okay.
Because before that you could block and there was no warning.
Oh, right.
Yeah, there was no warning.
Okay.
And it's changed like a few years ago in Puerto Rico in a hit between me and Babi Quiñones from Puerto Rico.
I know Babi, yeah.
And me, I was blocking Babi, and they changed the priority with no warning.
Right.
And a bomb came and he had the score.
No.
As we see Sami, maybe the last opportunity, nice roll, decent section there, like inside wave, but definitely a decent maneuver.
Yeah, he got some air on that one. Hopefully the judges like it for his benefit. I mean, he's had a valiant effort. Many would have given up once they had one fin only, but Hayato with the final strike. So a nice reverse spin there, coming off the bottom. Yeah, very dynamic roll, you know. He's got a lot of energy, hasn't he?
Exactly, yeah. No, I mean, he loved the rides, but you can see that.
Yeah.
He's not afraid on the left, like really surfing well, and like this reverse a bit kind of from the top and the two rolls.
Yeah, solid.
Pretty sure he's gonna get that one and join us in the next round.
Yeah, totally. So we're left with a very rare situation that we've got no riders in the water and 22 seconds to go. So it looks like Hayato. Here we go. We've got a little rerun. So he hits it sweet, doesn't he?
Yeah, he get it really on time. Like, I mean, he had no speed. The wave was pretty short, but he get on the lip, like really on the perfect timing.
Yeah.
And as we see the last wave of Hayato.
Perfect. Nice reverse. Yeah. Nice reverse. And he bottom turns through this soupy section. Boosts the roll. Yeah, nice and quick, as it needs to be on that inside section. There isn't much time to make it too loopy. Comes out in front. And then that finalises his heat. So, yeah, it's been lovely commentating with you, Amri. I'm going to step off the panel now and then let Jay Reel step in my place. But we're going to go to the highlights package. Stick with us, guys. Amri's going to stay in the booth and call the next heat.
All right, we're back in the booth here, and I am happy to be on board here with Amory Laverne, and very gracious of you to sit through 2 heats in this booth. I know it's a windowless room, but we're glad to have a world champion sitting in with us, and we have a power-packed heat. Let's get straight into the water, and we'll talk about the participants in this heat. This is of particular interest to you because we have 2 Canarians out there. Talk about this.
Yeah, like I saw the hits before coming here to commence, and I saw that one with Jorge and Alexander. They're pretty much the same age. They're from the same island. They're from the same team, like the same club, like bodyboarding club. I saw them like growing up because, they might be like 17, 18. And as we see Jorge there getting on that inside one, nice ramp, and throwing like a nice reverse, getting a bit stuck on that foam, but landing, that's going to be maybe his first score. I don't know yet. The hits like start a couple minutes ago. And Alexander, the answer of the young Canadian, and try to get there, but that section is not going to offer much.
Yeah, so off to a good start, both competitors with the wave under their belt. Jorge Hernandez on his second ride at this point, and this wave closing out in front of him. He does kind of a funky floater there and just kind of bails out. But his first wave, a 4.75, a great start for him. He gets the momentum underway here in this heat as we wrap things up or get closer to wrapping things up here today. And you can see that just kind of a old school jammer right there, and he just kind of abandoned ship on that one. But you mentioned both these riders from the island where you live, so you must see them all the time.
Yeah, I see them all the time. We surf together. More with Alexander recently because Jorge was injured from his shoulder since the front on last year, like on landing on like a big invert on the right. And then he was recovered. He went to Indonesia, and I heard he hurt himself again in Indonesia, so went back to Canaries because I think his plan was going from Indo straight to Maldives, as a couple guys did, like Armide or Brahimi Douche, straight from Indonesia. And so he went back home, had a bit of rehabilitation, and someone was trying to fix his shoulder, and he came here. So been surfing a lot with Alexander, seeing him on the tour. I mean, Alexander is first in the ranking now in the juniors. And here we go. Canadian guy there throwing that roll. Really hard condition now. You can see how bumpy it is with the higher tide. Paddling hard, really tried to connect and actually connected on that section inside with a decent roll. That was actually pretty surprising. Didn't thought it would get that inside one that good.
Well, in English, we would say I give him an A for effort, and he certainly clawed his way to that inside section, which offered that extra roll. And you see him take off right here. A crumbly section. He does well to get just up under the lip, pulls the roll here, and you think it's all over, but he's not giving up right here. Look at that, the double arm paddle, the double kick. He's like, this thing isn't getting away from me. And look at that, even a better section on that inside wedge.
Exactly. It's happening with the higher tide. Like you can feel that the first section, the first part is a bit not that hollow like this morning when we surfed like dead low tide. But then there is definitely some good inside section coming up now. Sometime a bit of backwash coming, and just and as you can see, the inside section gets quite heavy. You can see he put almost his double elbow to land that one because he really wanted to get that score, and that's going to be a decent score for Alexander.
And it is indeed a 5.5 for him, and that moves him into first position just ahead of Jorge Hernandez, who has 6 points, and Alex Montes with 6.5 points. But one more look at this one from Jorge Hernandez. He comes to the inside and bangs that air reverse. That was absolutely insane. Does he hang on to get the finish? No, he does not. So that's a non-complete for Jorge Hernandez. And Jorge really dominating at this event last year in 2 divisions.
Yeah, really dominated last year, really impressed us. And I remember he lost against Tanner, but that was a really close fight. And for such a young kid, I mean, it was really impressive.
Yeah, definitely, and he's continuing that momentum. And right now we're going to go down to Rob Barber, who is down with our heat winner from the last heat. Do you speak Japanese, Rob? Let's hear it.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm with Hayato. I don't have much Japanese, but we've had a good chat, and he's got some cracking answers for us. So the first question is, there's tricky conditions out there. How did you handle it so well?
いやすごい難しいコンディションでリップも来そうで来なくてなかなか対応するのが大変でした。
Brilliant. And you're through to the next round of the contest. You're marching onwards. Tell me about your strategy and plan for the rest of the event.
まあとりあえず久しぶりのワールドツアーなんで、まあ行けるところまで自分を信じて頑張りたいと思います。I did my best.
You did do your best, and it was enough. Well done. So the final question is, do you have any shout-outs for sponsors or family and friends at home?
応援してくれてる方々ありがとうございます。次またトップシードの選手と戦えるので、さっきいい点数出せたんですけど負けちゃったんで、次はしっかり2本決められるように頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Perfect. Thanks. Good luck for the rest of the event. Back to Jay and Amory in the studio.
Thank you so much, Rob. Still the rain continues to fall out there. The umbrella's still coming out. I think Rob's feeling like he's back in the UK right now with all this rain out here. Have you ever competed with Hayato before? He's been around for a while.
Yeah, he's been around for a while. I mean, it was super nice to see him because I remember seeing him in Sintra. Where I'm gonna see? I'm pretty sure I see him in a couple European contests, maybe in France.
Okay.
Like I've been seeing him a couple times, a couple maybe events on the Basque Country, the north of Spain. I mean, and he's always been like a really good rider in like beach breaks and competing. I mean, he's such a good rider, just inventing moves on like a section you can even see, and really light, really fast. And a really, really cool guy.
Well, he has a really compact, strong body, you know, which definitely lends itself well. It's almost a gymnast's body, and gymnast skills seem to really apply in bodyboarding in a lot of cases. I feel like, you know, if gymnasts were to turn to bodyboarding, they would dominate the sport, right?
Of course.
It's that incredible core strength, the upper body strength, and the flexibility all come into play for bodyboarding, which kind of dovetails into your whole approach where you have, you know, the flexibility training and the strength training.
Yeah, you just really need to find a balance between all these things. I mean, you can't be too strong because you're on the lost flexibility, and you can be like maybe too flexible and not even strained. So the gymnastic is a really good comparison, and I'm sure like if really like some kids will start with gymnastic really early. I mean, for me, gymnastic is like a really good base for so many sports. And my daughter, I really wanted, she's dancing, but I really wanted her to start gymnastic because for me is a base for so many good sports. I mean, if a kid start at 5 years old gymnastic and at 12 years old, you've got a good skill on gymnastic, he can do pretty much everything he wants after that.
I agree. Jorge Hernandez boosting it up into the lip for that nice Rolo. Can he get back to the open face, driving around this foam ball? Nothing happening in front of him, so a one maneuver wave for Hernandez, and he is chasing down at this point a 1.76. He will likely get that on this wave to wipe out that 1.65 lower score that he has, and this will be pretty much all he needs to move into that first position once again. But these two are going head-to-head in this heat. 15 minutes to go in the heat, and you can see just literally a tenth of a point separating these two riders. Pretty close heat.
Super close heat, and looks like the waves are a bit cleaner now. As you saw, like the ramps are quite different than what we were seeing this morning with that outside wave. It's almost like a wedge coming up now. We saw like all the attempts of Jorge Hernandez in the last few waves, trying that air reverse and doing like a nice reverse on this first wave. I mean, this wave changed a lot with the tides. It's pretty much every hour or every half hour that wave seems changing a bit. Some a bit slow. Sometimes we've got some sets coming up like a bit more consistent. And I'm quite excited to see how it's going to be tomorrow, Jay, because on some forecast today it's like 200 of energy, and I saw some forecasts with like 2,000 tomorrow.
Yeah, so I had a conversation with Kuda Aya, or the local ripper, Ali Kushwaran, and he was telling me that swell is probably going to go right past us. He said it's too west. It's southwest. It'll go right past this area. He actually thinks we're going to see smaller surf each of the next several days, and his call was they should just try to get this whole contest wrapped up as quickly as possible because it's going to get smaller. I mean, we see it on the forecast. There's tons of energy out there, but I totally see, I respect his local knowledge.
Of course.
Yeah. So
of course. And we are on the island, and sometimes it's the same in Fronton. We can have a lot of energy. If the swell is too west, Fronton is not coming up because we are just too protected.
Yeah.
You need like a bit of north on it to really hit properly that wave. So I really understand what they are saying. I mean, we are on the island, and the way we are, like the way this wave is made. I mean, in front of us we've got an island. On the right side we've got a bridge.
Yeah.
And the swell is already erupting to come here.
Yeah.
So if it's too west, that will make sense to not really hitting that coast.
Yeah, because there is a chain of islands to the south of here that pretty much head straight south from here, and they can block. I mean, it blocks anything with a westerly direction. So he was telling me you need a south or a southeast to get in here. So yeah, we'll see how that pans out. But right now, Jorge Hernandez picking off a wave that does not pan out for him, and Hernandez sitting in first position right now by virtue of his last wave. Got a 3.5 on that one Rolo that he did. But he is just a little bit ahead of Montes, a bigger gap between the two. Montes, though, with a 1.0 as his second ride, needs a 2.76. So this is yet another heat that is not a runaway. It could be either one of these guys that's going to take the win.
Yeah, exactly. They really need, like, no one of them have a second wave. So they really want to build this. It looks like Jorge wants to improve with the second priority, want to improve that second score. And Alexander, with the first priority, is more thinking like, I need a second score. Like, I need a decent second score. So, as we can see, it's getting a bit slow now. And but we still have plenty of time. But, yeah, depending on the position you've got with the priority, your strategy can change. And depending on the time that go during the heat, you really need to adapt your strategy.
Absolutely. While we have a short break in the action, so you live in Galdar, which is literally the city right next to El Fronton. So that event must hold a close place in your heart, right? Do you love that contest?
Yeah, I love this contest. It's a contest I can pretty much watch from my window. And I can go by bike if I need. Don't need to take any plane.
And how many Fronton King titles do you hold?
I hold three and 3 second place.
Which is absolutely amazing. By the way, you got second place in both the drop knee and the open men's division in this event 2 years ago to Dave Hubbard. So this man, you think of him as one of the best prone riders to ever lay on a bodyboard, but he is one of the best guys to ever drop the knee as well. Trust me, this guy can throw it down. And in Antofagasta, you did really well.
Yeah, I did well. I mean, in drop knee, I've got my skill. I'm it's hard for me to improve because I'm not practicing that much. But with the skill I've got and obviously my competitive experience, this is where I make the difference in drop knee. Because I know some guys that really are better than me in drop knee technically, but they don't compete enough, or they're not even showing up on the best events. As we see Jorge there trying to improve that second score, he's turning around that section. It's gonna get there. As you see, with the higher tide and the little wind, sections are not really clear. And as we see, Alexander Montes really want to get back to that first place with less than 10 minutes remaining and get there with a nice IRS. Using the little backwash, he's going to wait for that last section and a nice roll, extended roll, and he's stopped.
Well, Jorge Hernandez is surfing really smart here. He knows if he doesn't get that big outside move, it's best for him to just get off the wave because That is really what the judges are looking for, and you can see him right here. He hits a few ribs on the wave face, goes up to the lip, but it just crumbles under him, and he says, well, that's it. I missed the main scoring potential of the wave. I'm just going to get out.
Exactly. Yeah, that wave is pretty short, so you can go back out there pretty quickly. As we see, that wave looks not that good at the beginning, but it just managed to get there on time, launch a nice IRS, and wait for that last section coming inside. Nice extended roll. Just watching a bit the judge to be sure they saw that wave, and with less than 10 minutes, less than 9 minutes, pretty sure that Alex is going to take the first place in front of Jorge.
Well, you know, I find this interesting looking at your bio, Amri. Your home spot is Fronton, of course, but you actually list Black Rock as your favorite spot. And have you been to Black Rock a lot? The Australian spot we're talking about.
We are talking. This is where we did our longest surf. I said our because with Pierre we did our longest surf in our life there.
Yeah.
We surfed.
Wow.
I surfed 10 hours straight.
You never got out of the water.
And Pierre surfed 11.
And you didn't get out to eat or drink?
No, drink. Yeah, we drink.
Okay, so you got out, have a drink.
Get out, drink, and get back out there.
Oh, my gosh. That's 11 hours.
Yeah. Pierre did like 6 in the morning, 5 in the afternoon.
Oh, my God. That's insane.
No, there we had like, the time we were going in Australia a lot, like 2-3 months, and really focusing on free surfing. This was that pretty much the best time we had. And,
wow.
and Black Rock is, I think, one of the best waves for bodyboarding, because many people think that Fronton is my favorite wave, but it's not. And my favorite wave is a fun wave. It's not a wave it's not like a wave it's almost it's really dangerous. You can die out there. I mean, it's good to push your limits.
Yes.
And to go there like feeling ready and try to, and even if you feel really ready for that wave, it's always pushing your limits.
Yes, I could see it not being a relaxing spot.
It's not.
And you're always a little bit on edge. You have to be hyper aware of the way the wave's breaking, the reef below you. It's not like you're just going out there and relaxing if there's a ton of
My
swell.
preferred wave could be Black Rock, or I don't know if it's in my bio, but the waves I choose to surf in Reunion Island.
Yeah.
Like l'Hermitage, like 4 feet, just really fun. Thin barrel, and you can do pretty much everything you want without risk.
Yes.
This could be like my favorite wave.
I can totally understand that. Now, as I get older, I have no desire to surf waves that can kill me. I just want to surf waves that are fun.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm not afraid to say it. And back in my day, I competed at Pipeline 17 years in a row. I was never comfortable at big Pipeline, never. I had to surf it really big a few times, and I was basically in survival mode. But there was guys out there that they just relished that dangerous, crazy surf.
But they never get, I guess, to the point where they feel comfortable.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know, like Fronton, people say I'm comfortable if it's big, or they're crazy, or they're lying.
I agree.
Like it's a really intimidating wave.
Yes, it's a macho thing. They're trying to send
same in Arica and same in Pipeline.
Yeah.
It's waves that, you can see really some riders that looks more comfortable riding, but inside them, they are really pushing their limits.
Yes, well,
pushing their confidence.
These big wave guys that surf Nazare just are next level. Kalani Latanzi is a human fish, I think. Alex Montes quickly in and out of that wave, and Montes currently holding down the lead in this heat, and the situation is looking like this. Jorge Hernandez, we're going to get a refresh on the scoring here, is in second position. He needs a 6.26 at this point. 5 minutes to go, plenty of time for him, and currently he holds down that first priority. So Hernandez is waiting, looking for that gem, that diamond in the rough out there, and you can see him sprinting over here. We got a little peak popping up. What's he going to do here, Amri?
I don't know.
Nothing.
I think, no, it's just, trying to, because as we saw, like, it's not always the big set that are good, like even on like average wave, you can have a really big ramp at the end. You need like an average score, like average to fair score. And any types of waves really can offer him these scores. We saw Jorge competing like amazingly last year and the last few years. I mean, really mature, in the decision he's take and the wave he take and the maneuvers he's doing. Like, I mean, he was really competing like a open, like a adult, and sometimes forgetting that he was like 15 years old.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure he knows what he's doing, just waiting really the good moment to attack. Obviously, the waves have to come to him. But yeah, these guys, like, I mean, with the juniors division now that we see in the IBC, we can really see some kids like competing like even better every event, you know, and I'm really impressed on that.
Yeah, I love seeing the next generation come up. I'm always pulling for the veterans personally. It's just me, but
no, I'm doing the same.
But yeah,
always they ask me, who are you pushing for? I'm like, I'm pushing for the oldest.
I do love that. I do love that.
Because the youngest have more time.
That's right. They have more time. They'll get their chance.
I'm like, it's true.
I agree with you, and that's great to see, Amory. I love it, man. If you had to pick one contest, hold on, we'll hold that thought for a minute as Jorge Hernandez claws his way into this wave, trying to find that outside lip maneuver. That's really the key here, and he does. He goes for the ARS through the lip, really difficult, throws the hand claim up, and will that be enough? Will that be the 6.26 that he needs?
6.26. Let's see. That's going to be really close. Could be like a 6 point, could be a 6.5.
Talk us through the replay.
Okay, so turning around the section, like he had slightly like lost a bit control in the bottom turn. That section was definitely not easy to make an IRS, and he's turning pretty quickly. Not much projection, but really technical. So it's why it's going to be between the 6 and the 5.75 and a 6.5, I guess. So it's going to be close.
It is close. Like you said, he did it sort of through the lip. He didn't really get up and away from the lip as much as we would like to see. 6.26 is a solid score in any heat today. We haven't seen a whole lot of heats with bigger scores than that. So this is a really pivotal point in the heat as we wait for the score to drop. But as we do, I was about to ask you, do you have any contest in your career that's the most memorable contest you ever competed in?
It's a hard question, but a couple seconds. First thing I will say, winning Pipeline in 2010. Winning Pipeline 2010.
Yes.
There for me was like, I don't know, this stage of my life coming from Reunion, and it was more than any world title.
I could see that. Pipeline was always sort of the crown jewel of any pro bodyboarder.
All the guys, like older in Reunion, when I was younger, like Amory, you have to get out from Reunion, you need to go to Pipeline. And I was like, just to go there, it was like something. But to win this event, I mean, I went back in Reunion, and there was like 50 people waiting for me in the airport.
I love
just
it.
winning one event. So,
wow.
So for me, it was one of the most memorable moments of my career.
Well,
obviously the world title in the front on and more recent, but I remember Pipeline was something else.
Well, you know, I remember one of the early years I competed there, Patrick Flores.
Yeah, Patrick Flores, one of the first generation of bodyboarders.
Yeah.
Interesting wave there. Alexander, the answer, racing, looking for that section there, and a nice reverse. That was good. Last launching, not enough speed really to get out of the section, but as we see Jorge with a nice roll, claiming a little bit.
So Jorge Hernandez, we're still waiting for the scores. We did get a 6.0 on that earlier ARS, not quite enough to move him into first position. So at this point, with 40 seconds to go, Jorge Hernandez is in motor drive to get out there. He looks like he has an outboard engine on his feet. Take another look at this one from Alex Montes. Yeah. He's going to carve off the bottom here and hit that oncoming section with the reverse, and just gets upended by the turbulence there.
But it was really nice the way he launched it, you know. And as we see Jorge really trying to find that 6.25. But you see the bottom turn, Alex, it's got such a good style, you know, really thin and precise. And I like the way he launched it, but just too much turbulence, landing that move, and he could not really turning around. But I don't think Jorge is going to have another. Oh, we see another wave there. Oh, no, that's the same one.
Yeah, that was a replay of the wave. We haven't had a score drop from that yet, but I don't think we're going to see that big score that he needed. He did need a 5.01. That Rolo, was it enough? We're waiting for the final scores, but one more look at this one from Jorge. We're going to get more view of this one. He's cutting back here and waiting for the inside section. Gets that little right-hander coming at him. Can he slingshot through this bowl and find one more lip move? Well, looks like Jorge's campaign is over here. He gets a 4.25 on that last wave, so just falling short. Jorge Hernandez. Alexander Montes taking the win out here today and moving ahead. We're going to go to highlights from the last heat that you just saw. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back, and thanks to Amory Laverne for sitting in on the booth with us.
Thanks, guys.
Right on.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second day of competition of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. And next to me is Dave Hovers. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, my pleasure. It's been just great action, so I'm excited to be here in the booth while we call another heat, last heat of the day.
Last heat of the day. Very productive day we had today, and this is the last heat of the repechage round of the men. Let's hit the water, and we will see who is in this amazing heat. So what do you think about the conditions?
Yeah, the conditions have really held through, even though we've, had some wind, had some rain, and this will be Joel Rodriguez versus Sham Rafiu. So several upsets happening today, and I think, Sham could play the upset in this one as well. But I'd say it's a very evenly matched. Let's take a look at first wave from Joel. He surfs really well, really clean. He's one of the most disciplined riders, graduating from the juniors. He's now competing in the men's division full time. Let's see this. Nice clean bottom turn, and just places that roll in a really particular space of the wave that makes it look really clean.
That's right. Yeah, I believe so too.
4.5 for his first ride.
It's kind of like, it's calling my attention because we are expecting a big swell for tomorrow, and for today, I believe right now it's kind of like a low in the action, a low in the swell. I don't know if it's something. The tide has to have to do something to do with that, but definitely tomorrow is looking big. Actually, have you seen the reports? The forecast.
I've let the locals show me, and from what they say, waves are going to continue to drop and get really small. So that's what the locals are saying.
Really?
Yeah. So let's take a look at Joel. Big bottom turn through the lip roll there, and does make it through. We got Sham out the back. He's kicking into this one. The Maldivians are already going crazy on the shoreline while they want one more to progress into the next round. Really clean, long, drawn-out trim there, and just bashes that section with a reverse.
Well, interesting to have that insight that the locals are saying that it has actually, the swells actually, the forecast is saying that we're going to have a huge energy. Well, we're going to get back to that idea, but replay here for the last of Joel Rodriguez, and we'll see how much he's getting. We got the scores as well as you guys. You can find them in the IBC World Tour website. And one more look to this last wave of Sham but this was not a complete move, I believe.
Yeah, he really just bashed that section, which I like to see, going for power, instead of, trying to force another whitewater roll like we've seen so many of. So it was really nice to see that diversity, going for a bash reverse. Super cool. But yeah, Jay was speaking about it in one of the previous heats, that his chat with Ali Krushuan, about the forecast and stuff. And so that's what Ali had shown me as well, that any swell with any bit of west in it, it's just going to get completely shadowed and not show up. So,
all right.
Yeah, even though we would love to see big waves, let's just wait and see what happens. Ooh, Sham with a nice reverse, doing that bank again. Really clean. Was able to rotate pretty rapidly through that.
All right, we're going to get one more look at that, and we're going to toss it to Jay because he's ready with the interview. But, yeah, I'm also loving those off-the-lead reverses. So are you ready, Jay? Go ahead.
Ready to go. Thank you, Bego and Dave. And I'm here with Alex Montes, a very close heat out there with Jorge. He's your friend. You surf with him all the time. Was it, did you know that the heat was very close?
Sí, la manga estuvo demasiado apretada. Se va a quedar estar dura porque las olas, el mar está medio parado y las olas no son muy buenas. Y la manga era contra Jorge, que el año pasado demostró aquí que esta ola la destroza. Y por ello yo estaba entre los mejores reyes del mundo. Y nada, supe que tenía que coger la mejor y depende de cómo se me quedara arriesgar. Y nada, al final me salió bien y así pasé.
All right, so many good bodyboarders from the Canary Islands. Do you have any influences that inspired you as a bodyboarder?
Sí, en mi caso, dos riders canarios que desde que empecé me han encantado como surfear son Kevin Orihuela y Javi Domínguez. Y ojalá un día llegar a surfear como ellos, estoy en el camino. Y nada, son los riders que me inspiran. En Canarias tenemos demasiado nivel, somos muchos riders. Una pena que, bueno, este año venimos bastante junior, pero aún así somos pocos en comparación con los que somos en Canarias. Y bueno, a ver si a lo largo de los años vamos consiguiendo ayudas y podemos venir más gente a este tipo de campeonatos.
All right, here's your opportunity to thank your sponsors and your family, if you'd like.
Sí, agradecer a mis patrocinadores que me apoyan en este sueño. Sin ellos, la verdad que no podría viajar ni hacer los campeonatos que estoy haciendo. Y nada, mis amigos por ver las mangas y motivarme todos los días.
All right, felicidades y buena suerte.
Gracias.
All right, back to Tuyos. Spanglish.
Very nice the interview there with Alexander. And one more wave here for Joel. He's looking to change one of those not so big scores. And I believe he's going to get probably something more than the 3.75, which is his backup score. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. He, performed a nice invert off that kind of outside section and backed it up with a roll. Did get just slightly mistimed on that roll, but I did like this invert. It was pretty efficient, for the section. Tweaked it and got back to an area of the wave that he could set his line again, and that got him that second move. So pretty smart surfing. Still, fairly conservative. That section just probably didn't give him quite as much juice as he would have liked, but I like the surfing he produced on that wave for sure.
Yeah, Joel, for me, we have seen him growing in the sport, and it's just super inspirational. And right now he is actually supporting, one of the Federico. I don't know if you have seen Federico. I love this look, the side angle from the Varunula Ralugando lefts. It's pretty cool, actually. So you can tell better how the execution of the maneuvers are. And yeah, definitely it is his best wave. He got a 6, and right now, holding a very good total score.
Yeah, that's a great start for Joel. And yeah, just really awesome to see, the guy's fearless, competing in the juniors at Fronton for several years, just pretty much going bonkers, keeping everybody on the shore just like almost in panic for his safety. And but he's really just stepped it up each and every year, and now it's just great to see guys graduate from the juniors and then give the men's a solid run. You know, he's performed well this year, and you know, eyeing up a qualification spot on the men's world tour, and it's just really cool to see. It was awesome to see last year. Joel had like an outstanding performance, kind of a breakthrough performance at Sintra, although it wasn't a men's IBC event. He took out a huge field of competitors, and it was amazing. Let's see, Sham, nice clean line. Ooh, gets a little delayed up on the lip attack there.
Yeah, I don't know. We are seeing, I think, a pretty nervous Sham, not the one that we are very used to, but we'll see. He had some time to recover with 50 minutes in the clock. One more wave here for Joel. Let's see. He's going to go for something big, I believe. And, of course, it's one of those backflips. It's really nice to see him, you know, trying to bring variety, trying to show the whole world, the whole repertoire of maneuvers in bodyboarding.
Exactly, and that is something really cool I like about Joel. For a young rider, he does have a good repertoire of all the moves, and he's not afraid to use them at any moment. Just got that nice, clean section to boost that flip off of. Really clean, spun it around quick. And this will be, you know, a great backup to his 6-point ride for that invert to roll. You know.
Yeah, I think, yeah, definitely. He's getting rid of that also. That another, well, I'm going to get here, the 4.25, I believe. He's getting rid of that. It's actually a 5. So, yeah, he's improving his total. And, you know, I wanted to pick your brain because I was, you fill up the survey again, and I love that you did because every time you bring in new information, it's pretty cool. I tried to tell this to all of the riders to, you know, even though you had already did that, it's always good to know different things. And you said you're promoting breadfruit?
Yeah, that was so cool. You guys chatted about it during my heat yesterday. And, yeah, that's just something I'm passionate about. And
so
yeah,
tasty,
it's called banbukeo here. And so they make banbukeo funi, which is like sweet breadfruit. And they make chips with it here, dried breadfruit, fried breadfruit chips. Really, really tasty. And it's a part of their local diet here in the Maldives, as well as many other tropical regions.
Super nutritious. In Panama, there's a lot.
Yeah, very nutritious. Much more so than some of your other simple carbs like potato or white bread or these things. Has a little bit of protein, actually, really? Besides, you know, a pretty complex spectrum of some vitamins and minerals and, you know, your other good stuff that you want. So
that's pretty cool you're doing that, and also admire that you are supporting, you know, and trying to promote the youth. One right here for Joel, just showing the world he is very good, equally as good to both sides. How important is for a rider these days to serve equally as good for both sides?
Oh, I think it's super critical, and I think it's kind of an Achilles heel if you come up against a competitor that you know has a preference. You can definitely pick that apart, but Joel, definitely well-rounded, goes for a nice, well-rounded roll, but just doesn't come back out in front of the wash. So, you know, sometimes those right-handers, it's getting so shallow, you're just a little cautious about how head first you want to push through that whitewater. You don't necessarily want to sink and go head first into the reef. So I think he was kind of realizing he didn't need to push it because that probably wasn't going to be much better than his backup, if at all. So we kind of saw him kind of fade off the back of that wave and not ride out in front.
All right, so this place is so special for you, right? I mean, when you took that double win, the first in your career, huh?
Career highlight, yeah, for sure, in a World Tour event. Yeah, that was so special. Yeah, I love it here. And, of course, you know, whenever there's going to be an event, I'd love to be a part of it, you know. Only God knows what's going to happen in the years to come. But, yeah, when this event was confirmed, you know, I was quick to make it happen and coordinate how to be here. Certainly love to just come back. And, you know, I've made a bunch of friends over the years coming here. It's a beautiful part of the world and really, really special opportunity we have as bodyboarders to come and participate in an event in Asia. I don't think many competitors outside of Japan do much competing in Asia. Maybe a couple Australians. Let's see. Nice really nice bottom turn and gets up for a nice clean ARS for Joel. That was really clean, and we can see, that the technical side of his riding here kind of really showing off. This was one of the cleaner waves, and it's just all about that spray coming off that rail, that outside rail, that gets him up and gets him the ability to set his board up on that lip and get and produce really nice projection to get that nice clean flip. Spins it around clean, kind of puffs the chest just a little bit to show that he's feeling it and that he was stoked. Pretty rare to get a claim out of Joel, but just a gentle one right there. He's feeling more confident in this heat. He's got much more scores than Sham does, as well as the higher total, obviously. And so he's really just thinking, hey, in the next 10 minutes, I'm just going to really show my stuff and try to stamp even more of my authority on this round, since he is having to compete in round 3.
Well, Joel Rodriguez is currently in the 28th position of the World Tour rankings. He hasn't been doing too well this year, only the 9th that he got in Morocco. All right, so the first, second completed maneuver for Sham. He decided to go for the basic combo, which is a good call, I believe. You need to start putting some points right there on your board, because time's flying, and in a man-to-man heat is important.
Totally. I think this was a good call for Sham to, try to kind of reset, get a couple moves, get some clean moves on that wave, and kind of almost starting over, so to speak. He's going to probably get maybe his best number so far of the heat, and that's going to give him just that little bit of boost to kind of get back out there and then really see what is required of him in the next 9 minutes. Because I think he's, pulling up with like a 4.25 or something in that area. And so we'll see once the scores come in for Joel and Sham's last one, what will he be needing to attack that first place position that he has not been in for the entire heat. So 5.75 comes in for Sham. That's pretty good. Joel's last wave was a 5. So Sham put himself back in the picture. He's still in this heat. Joel's not going to have just a slide on through heat. He's going to have to manage his priority well and do well with his wave selection over the next 8 minutes. I think that's going to be his task, and Sham is going to be trying to get the best wave of the heat, because he needs the best wave of the heat right now to kind of take it over.
And you yourself, you're currently sitting on the 5th position of the World Tour rankings, and it's a dream of yours to, have a title in this division, of course.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm really seeking after that this year, doing at least the best that I can to prepare for that possibility, And there's so many things that are outside of your control when you're not only competing but preparing for a year. And so I'm just going to be giving myself the best possible shot I have at that, and we'll see where the whitewater settles at the end of that. Joel goes for that one. It just didn't eventuate, so he's going to be into priority 2. Sham's going to sit with P1 for the next 7 minutes.
And there you have it. That's the full rankings that we have now for the 2024 rankings for the IBC World Tour. As you can see, Armides Oliveres, 22 years old, for the very first time in his career, and best result so far, just he's leading, as well as Gabriel Braga. So pretty cool to see those fairly underdogs in, those 2 positions.
Absolutely.
Tristan Roberts, usual suspect there. Uri, it's been a while since we don't see him sitting there. Yourself, Ethan Capdeville, he did great last year. Joaquin Soto, best result so far. What do you think about the rest?
Yeah, certainly. I think we're going to see a huge jump here from Pierre. Pierre's in 8th place, only counting 3 results. Everybody else on that list is probably counting 4, or at least most of them. So we're going to see Pierre make a big jump, kind of regardless of where he ends up in this. So we're going to see him jump, again, no matter what he places. Obviously, if he makes it far in the draw, we're going to see him move up probably into the top 3.
We don't have Moises here, so that's also a good thing for the rest of the competitors.
Yeah, there was, quite a few guys who weren't able to make it here, so they're just going to sit on their tallies while there's a few riders who can
actually
make up some
and
ground.
Moises only. And Isaias.
And Isaias, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a very interesting title race. We're going to see a really clear picture after the Maldives, and then we're going to see what's going to be possible at Sintra. Most riders are counting results from 2,750 point events. So Sintra is actually going to be really important, even though it doesn't have the max amount of points. And then obviously Fronton's going to decide it all. So it will come down to Fronton, and it will be a very exciting finish as always. But yeah, each of these next 3 events in the tour calendar is going to be critical, because I'd say there's potentially 7 or 8 guys who are in striking distance. We got a set coming though. Let's see. Sham's kicking into this one. The shore is going crazy. All the Maldives want Sham to perform something special. He gets a spin. He seeks a little bit more and just has to bow out of that one. Joel out the back. Finds a roll on the outside. Really tricky section. Drags the legs. He thought about the spin, but then when he saw Sham, he realized, I'm going to just cut out and race back out to get first priority, and that's going to be a smart call for him.
Yeah, you want your priority in the man-to-man heats for sure. Super important, asset to hold. Well, one more look to this last wave of Sham. Gotta love how he, uses his chest in that spin. But yeah, pretty basic. And he needs to go big if he wants to continue in competition. Remember, people, last heat of the Rebercharge round. It's the round number 3. We have had a very good run today. And tomorrow we are looking to also come back. We have a check-in, 7 a.m. as usual. And what is intended to happen is round number 4, round of men, round number 4 of women, and 3 and 4 for the junior men. But I'm not sure if that's going to be happening. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen with the swell tomorrow. But for you, the best thing to do is to follow the IBC World Tour in all of our socials, which is right now being posted on the screen. So make sure to follow us and make sure to subscribe to this YouTube channel. It's super important. That way you get to know all the notifications. You have to activate the little bell. And this is a nice looking wave for Joel.
Nice bottom turn, hoping to find an outside section. Just the wave's not cooperating, but he's going to continue on through to that inside, hoping for sometimes that little bonus section on the inside really produces a nice bowl. Sometimes it even gives you a little bit of backwash, but this time neither were provided any cutout. That's going to leave Sham in first priority with under 3 minutes. Sham's having a little bit of a look, but there's more waves out the back, so get ready for the shoreline to erupt again with Maldivian screams because they're so passionate. One of the most excited support crews that I've ever witnessed in bodyboarding is the Maldivians, and they're just so awesome because although they are screaming ferociously in support of their countryman who's in the water, it's never antagonistic. They're never cheering for their opponent's failures, like when they wipe out, which is really nice. That lets you know that they are cheering for the success of their rider, and they're not cheering against or they're not cheering for the failure of the Maldivians' opponent. Yeah. So that's really nice, and you kind of can't help but also just want to cheer along, even if you're the one who's battling against them. It's just a really wholesome atmosphere. Let's take a look at Sham. He needs a big number here. Nice bottom turn. What will this section offer? Throws the reverse underneath the roof. Gets a little cover up there. Going for the double hand to continue. Throws a jam there. Not able to ride out of that second maneuver, but Yeah,
I think he knows it. I think it's leaving the area.
But this was really cool where he put his reverse. You're going to see the wave break over him. He's actually going to get barreled and then come out of that. So that's a pretty technical thing. Probably, I don't know how intentional that was, but it showed his ability to not only put the reverse in a critical part of the wave because the wave started to break over him. So he's fulfilling part of the judging criteria there because the maneuver performed was in a very critical part of the wave.
Yeah, I agree with you. But yeah, I think he left the competition area, so everything has been decided. I believe, with that last wave, there's not going to be changes. Just the last question for you, David Hubbard. I would like to know how do you picture yourself for the upcoming years of in your competitive career? I will say, are you going to continue competing? Is that in your head? You will.
Yeah, something with the.
Sorry, it's over.
Yep.
Official results is what you see on your screen, but I want to hear that answer before we throw it to
if there's Drop Knee World Tour events, I'd love to be a part of them. And I think, as far as the men's goes, we'll just have to see how this year shakes down. But yeah, let's. I'm just open to it, and I don't really need to focus on next year right now because this year is still happening.
That's right. You never had knee problems?
Sorry?
Have you ever had knee problems?
I've had some things with my body, but my body's resilient.
I can tell.
God made some incredible design here. Human bodies are really cool. So if you take care of them, they'll take care of you.
That's good. Thank you so much, Dave Hover, for joining us in the last heat. You at home, don't go anywhere because we still have to hear from Joel Rodriguez in his interview, and we are going to come back with that right after this commercial break.
Well, day 2 is now in the books, folks, and I got to say it was a barn burner and a wild one from start to finish. We had really beautiful, clean conditions early on, and then those sort of deteriorated through the mid part of the day into the afternoon, then sort of cleaned up towards the end, right, Rob?
Yeah, it was like four weather conditions in one day, wasn't it? You know, so much like an English day to me. You know, I'm very used to that. So, yeah, it was great to see the competitors, you know, react to those conditions, and the ones that had the experience, you know, really showed that and stepped up their game. You know, they realized that the focus had changed. Sometimes it wasn't the biggest waves, it was the cleanest waves, and it was avoiding those choppy waves of the backwash. And yeah, it was a great day of bodyboarding. I really enjoyed it.
I got to agree, and you know, we all have our highlights through the day. Talk about some of the memories that you have through the day. What were the highlights for you?
Well, I loved calling the ladies division. That was really intense for me. You know, there was some super close heats, and I got to do a post-heat interview with Sari O'Hara, and I had a chat with her about the technique that she used during her heat, particularly that really projected roll she did. So she said that surfing the small waves that she does back at home in Japan, they put a big focus on the timing and technique that they use, and that really paid dividends today with the little left-hand bowl that she got, and she just really projected out of it. So that was really good. Then Alexandra Rinder, same thing, bigger wave. She was more powerful, I felt. Maybe slightly less refined, but more powerful. You know, those slightly different styles. You know, she announced her arrival. Do you know what I mean? I know she surfed already this event, but you know, she showed that she's on form. So that was really cool for me with the ladies.
Yeah, and for me, you know, I always I've talked about it many times. The veterans, I love to watch riders like Neymar Carvalho do her thing out there, and her daughter Luna Hardman had a great day as well. So really, those two stick out in my mind. But just some great moments out there in the water today from the ladies. Also, the junior men's, we saw some great performances from some of these young guys. That little guy from Portugal, who my Chuck E. Cheese buddy.
Vincent, yeah.
So I love seeing him. And, you know, get back to the women's, Luana Dourado, the young Portuguese lady as well. So, you know, great to see the youngsters coming up at it and going at it as well. We're going to see more of all of this tomorrow. But the men's division that we finished out the day with, any memories from that stick out in your mind?
Yeah, if I could just scoot back quickly to the juniors. Vincent, I mean, he blew my mind. For a 13-year-old, and we checked his date of birth, he was only recently 13.
That's right.
You know, he's just gone from a 12-year-old to a 13-year-old. He surfed with amazing strategy. You know, he wasn't losing the board on any of those super heavy moves that he did.
Yep.
For somebody so light, his rail control was phenomenal. And his range of maneuvers, you know, it's a really nice ARS, some fantastic rolls, smooth spins. He is certainly one to watch for the future. And then we had Jai, the Australian.
Yep.
I chatted to him, and he'd been really sick today. So for him to perform as well as he did, he got a couple of seconds, pushed on through. That was good to see. You know, he overcame his illness, and I loved his style. You know, he's got that Aussie style thing going on, and that was really pleasing to the eye. So
well, we can't forget Drake Kinghorn, who also advanced on through his juniors heat, and this young 14-year-old is like 6'3". The guy's giant for a young kid like that, and I've talked to his dad. He's eating his dad's budget entirely by himself. The food budget is gone with the Kinghorn family, and the event's only 2 days in here.
Totally.
So we have a forecast that's showing big swell, but I talked about this earlier. The forecast is showing that the swell direction is not favorable for Varuna Lauralagandu. So we may see a situation, at least according to my local source, Kuda'aya, of where the swell is just going to go right past us. We may actually see a drop. So I think we will see competition resume tomorrow, day 3. Of course, it's always subject to change. And, the 7 a.m. call time will determine that. We were fortunate to have a couple of top-level world champs in the booth with us, Amory Laverne and Dave Hubbard. Did you get a lot of questions out there for Amory?
Yeah, I got to pick his brains about his training technique, which is something I've always wanted to ask him about firsthand. You know, he's been he's been super proactive with that from day one in his career. So, you know, he's just taken it to new levels now. But we're just going to jump to Bego quickly, Jay. She's got a post-heat interview, and then come back to us afterwards. So over to you, Bego.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, Joel Rodriguez just closing this very good day. How do you feel out there?
I'm feeling good, but now it's a little bit difficult to find the right wave and stay in the right spot of the wave, because the wind is a little bit offshore, so not help nothing. And yes, I think I did good work besides the conditions, and I think I'm happy for what I did.
Well, I know you came here with a friend, and how are you feeling by training him?
Yeah, I'm feeling very good. I feel that I'm helping him a lot, and I feel good for him. He did a very good result in Open, and I think will be more far in the junior, so I'm happy for him.
Well, Porto community is growing, and you guys are really showing off. So you want to say something to the people back home?
Quero agradecer a toda a gente que me apoia em casa, principalmente à minha família, aos meus pais, à minha irmã e aos meus amigos que estão a apoiar, e principalmente também aos meus patrocinadores. Muito obrigado.
Parabéns, Joel, and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys, and for my end, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, so the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro Day number 2 now in the books, as I said, and from Rob and I and all the staff and management of the IBC World Tour, the Maldives Bodyboarding Association, and this event, it's been a great day, Rob, right?
I've loved every minute of it. Yeah, more action to come tomorrow. Might be a little bit dip in the swell, but there's going to be some wedgy conditions out there which we know that the pros can blow up in. So, yeah, plenty more to watch, and it's getting down to the sharper end of the draw. So, yeah, time to tune in, watch all the action, and enjoy the show tomorrow, guys.
All right, 7 a.m. local time tomorrow. We'll see you there. Thanks.